Okay. That one in. And a clap. Okay. That should do it. Alright. Rooster teeth. Rooster teeth. Rooster teeth. Rooster Teeth has always been very close to my heart. Ever since, an early age, around 2011, I started becoming what I like to call internet conscious. And with that I mean I started using the internet for more than just flash games and school projects, right? And in that time, I very quickly grew to watching a lot of YouTube and of course a lot of gaming content. I mean, I am an epic gamer, so I started watching Achievement Hunter. Which is, Rooster Teeth's gaming division. And from there, I kind of grew to know the company a little bit, right? I started watching the Rooster Teeth podcast. I started watching some RT Live stuff, the skits and all that. Eventually, other companies started joining as well, Funhouse and all that stuff. And that's kind of how I rolled into the whole company. I was always aware of the fact that they had more than just the gaming content. I was just never really into that. Personally, right? And eventually, RWBY starts coming out in like 2013-ish. That's literally when it started coming out. And I was just kind of, wary. I watched the Yellow trailer at the time and I was just kind of like, I don't know if this is my thing. And I moved on from there. I heard a couple of really bad reviews and I was like, sucks, but whatever. And I moved on. Until about a couple months ago, when a friend of mine came up to me and he was like, hey, have you heard of this show, RWBY? It's terrible. It's awful. I want nothing to do with it. I watched it, but I don't want to watch it. It sucks. And I was like, oh, really? I'd heard that a couple times before, and I got kind of curious. So in my curiosity, I decided to take a journey, a plunge, if you will, into the world of RWBY and everything that it entailed. I'm not just talking about the main show here, although I did watch all of the currently out 8 seasons, waiting for the 9th one. I also decided to go watch the supplementary content, RWBY Chibi, World of Remnants, the fucking fairy tales thing that they decided to do. I decided to watch interviews. I decided to watch everything that I could get my hands on holistically, And out of that, eventually, I decided, I've put a lot of time into this. I've put a lot of effort into this. I have a lot of things to say about the whole thing. So, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna put it down. I'm gonna put it down here for you to hopefully enjoy, to hopefully get something out of. The point here is to just kind of like review the show, talk about it, talk about the things that I personally think don't work at all, things of the or stuff rather that I think works really well, that I really enjoy. I'll be talking about the interviews, kind of like where the show started coming from. Sort of like what is the mentality going into it, because it's not I'm not just here to kind of consume RWBY. I'm here to figure it out, so to say. I'm here to try to figure out, like, okay, well, what is it and why is it such a polarizing thing? Like, what makes it what it is, right? I should also mention that this is a part 1 in what I plan to be a 4-part series in which I go over the entire show. In this review, I hope that I get to keep drama out of the review as much as I can. There's a lot of stuff happening in the company. I'm sure that if you're aware of Rooster Teeth, as you've heard a couple of things going around, mass firings, like a lot of controversy within the show with LGBTQ members. I say show, I mean company. And for the most part, I will try to keep that out if I can. Of course, a lot of the stuff has a lot of impact on the show, so where I need to, I will talk about it. Just know that for the most part, this is a review of the show and everything around it except for the drama. I'm not reviewing the people, I'm reviewing the show. That's very important to keep in mind. Personally, I believe that if you are interested in storytelling, if you want to do books, if you want to do movies, series, and maybe just a little write-up on the internet, I think it's incredibly important to understand not just what a good story is, but also how a bad story comes to be, and sort of like what makes a story bad, why is a story bad, or why things in particular don't work, right? Which is also part of the reason why I decided to do this in particular. Alright, I think that's introductions out of the way. I'm George, by the way, just so everybody is aware. So without any further ado, please enjoy RWBY, Why It Sucks and You Should Watch It. So before we get into the actual show, let me give a little bit of background on how this show got started. So, the year is 2007, and Beyonce and Rihanna are topping the charts. And a little website called YouTube was uploaded to the internet about 2 years ago, in 2005. And in this time, the website was still trying to invent itself, right? Trying to figure out where it was gonna go. And part of that journey was mainly just people uploading videos of things that they had made, right? And one of such people was Monty Oum, the creator of a video called Haloid, featuring Master Chief and Samus Aran duking it out against the Covenant. This video ran a total of about 10 minutes and eventually featured the plot twist in which not only Samus Aran but also Master Chief herself turned out to be a woman. The two have a lovely time and almost make out, and the end features a dance for an reason. I find the whole video quite charming. If you're into this kind of like fight scenes and stuff, then it's certainly a watch back. Go ahead and watch that after the video, please. It is quite enjoyable if you know the video quality is a little bad, considering it is 2007. The highest quality you can watch it in is 360p. So bear that in mind as you're going into the video. But the whole thing is quite charming. He goes on to make another video, and eventually he catches the eye of Rooster Teeth. Them coming off the back of their success of Red vs. Blue, the show that they've been making since 2002. They wanted to expand. They wanted to do more with the animation that they had previously in their show. They'd really only been using the in-game engine on multiplayer maps in order to make their show work. And they wanted to do more in the animation department. So to them, it really felt like Monty Oum was just a very natural progression in the series. This didn't immediately come to fruition. It took a little while for Monty to eventually settle. They had a small encounter at a convention where the two had spoken for a brief moment, but that didn't actually end up going anywhere. This panel happened in 2009, and eventually he wasn't hired to the company until around 2010, where he would go on to animate for Red vs. Blue. Eventually, he got the idea for a show, and Monty decided to do a little bit of writing, to do a little bit of pre-work, and eventually decided to get 2 more people onto the project before revealing it to the company. Those people being Miles Luna and Kerry Shawcross. The 3 went on to both write and animate the show after Monty had created the first animation, which is now known as the Red Trailer, the first trailer to ever drop for RWBY. A show featuring our Red main character joining forces with 3 other girls kicking ass in a fairy tale themed world. The company decided to move forward with the project. They were thoroughly impressed with what Monty had come up with and decided that they wanted to produce this show for real. And so eventually the first episode dropped on July 26, 2013. And well, If we want to know the rest, we're gonna have to go into episode 1, titled RWBY Rose. The series opens up with a monologue, which is supposed to explain a little bit about the world and give the people watching a bit of context about the world we are about to enter. However, this intro achieved none of that. It waxes poetically about creation of man and the existence of dust, which helped humans achieve great feats of unexplained things. The only thing it establishes is that there are creatures called Grimm and that they are dangerous. Dust is an thing, apparently, and helped humans beat Grimm back. But the intro stays very vague about how the humans actually achieved that. All we see on screen is people who shoot lightning out of their hands and hold swords. Not much to go off there. The intro is also written in a very confusing way. When you compare it to something like Avatar: The Last Airbender, where they also give an intro like this, they stay very concise and to the point, establishing the 4 elements, the fact that some people are benders and some people are not, the fact that people can only bend 1 element, only the Avatar can bend all 4, the Fire Nation is a threat to the entire world and can only be stopped by the Avatar. Where the story starts off is with 2 characters named Katara and Sokka, who are trying to protect their village and survive. The whole explanation happens in 1 minute and 22 seconds. RWBY takes 1 minute and 30 seconds to explain essentially nothing. After the show is done waxing poetically, they move on and show a mysterious Clockwork Orange looking man and his goons walking out of an alleyway about to crime it up. They walk into what appears to be a dust store, and it is revealed that a mysterious red character is also in the store. Watching this reveal, I got the feeling that the showmakers already expect you to know who this is, and it feels a little odd. Clockwork Orange and his friends proceed to rob the store, and it turns out that Mr. Orange is quite charismatic. One of the goons notices the girl from earlier as some hard rock / metal music starts playing, and he tries to intimidate her. It is revealed that she couldn't hear him because she was wearing headphones and proceeds to ask,
"Are you robbing me?"
Yes!
Oh.
She then proceeds to kick him out the store window and jumps after him to reveal her weapon, a scythe that doubles as a sniper rifle. Throughout this exchange, the girl comes over as confident, reinforcing the idea that you're already supposed to know who the character is and know that she isn't in any actual danger. She then continues to absolutely demolish the goons, and it is revealed that Mr. Orange, his cane, is in fact also a gun, which shoots explosive shotgun rounds? Gas? I don't really know what it's supposed to represent, but it certainly explodes. Bowler Hat disappears, and Red, for some reason, asks permission to go after him from the store owner. They reveal the fact that the bad guys have a full-on jet plane stowed away in an alley and attempt to fly away, but not before Orange Man chucks a red crystal assumed to be dust at the red gal and shoots it to make it explode. Red is then saved by yet another mysterious person who blocks the explosion. Red protects herself as if in a panic, however I don't believe, after seeing the fight she had with the goons and how she blocked the cane shot, that she wouldn't be able to dodge or block this either. The mysterious savior then goes on to take some pot shots at the jet, and a new, yet another mysterious person is revealed, who can apparently shoot fire out of her hands. The two continue the battle by shooting fire and raining ice on each other. It is never explained how or why these characters can do these kinds of attacks, but since this is a show which takes place in a world which, at this point in time, the viewer isn't familiar with, I don't think they need to explain it right now, so long as it is eventually explained how somebody might be able to do this. Eventually, the bad guys get away and Purple Lady is revealed to be an huntress. We move on to the final scene of the episode where the red girl gets reprimanded for her actions. It is revealed, after some dialogue from Perps, that yet another mysterious person needs to be introduced. It is finally revealed by this person that the main character's name is RWBY Rose, that she has
silver eyes.
She is confronted with the fact that she can fight really well and she uses
One of the most dangerous weapons ever designed.
She is then given a plate of cookies for no reason and proceeds to eat them really fast for what I think needs to pass as comedy, but it feels really out of place and ultimately falls flat. RWBY proceeds to explain she learned to fight from her Uncle Crow, which is the show telling us she will not be doing any explicit training during the first few seasons of the show's runtime. It turns out that the mysterious man is named Osbin and runs the school RWBY plans to go to in 2 years when she is old enough to go to Beacon Academy. And Osbin is all like,
You want to come to my school?
More than anything.
Well, okay.
We are then introduced to RWBY's sister as they are in some form of hallway, and suddenly our confident scythe-wielding robber stopper is quite insecure about being ahead 2 years. It feels really weird to have RWBY suddenly be so insecure when she was confident earlier the episode. The girls are then distracted by a news broadcast playing in the hall revealing the name of Clockwork Orange to be Roman Torchwick, notorious gangster. The news also reveals that there is a minority group called Faunus, or human-animal hybrids, and they are actively fighting for the civil rights. They are currently having a protest for this as the news is going on. And a group called the White Fang, which at one point was a peaceful group, has disrupted the event. And as the news was saying this, I felt a little sense of fear come over me. I didn't know much more about it than the show not being very good going to this. And especially after the BLM movement, I really wanted the show writers to tackle this properly and not bungle it. We will get there when we get there, and it will not be very satisfying, but it needs to be addressed. Finally, the last name is revealed. Miss Purple is Glenda Goodwitch, and is apparently important to the school somehow. It is revealed that the girls are in an over-designed airship, and we get to see our first glimpse at one of the secondary characters, assumed to be so because he's the only background character also in color. The episode ends with this background character having apparently vomited over RWBY's sister's shoes somehow. Now, I don't think this episode is a good introduction to the world we have just entered, mainly because we barely get to learn anything about it. All we know now is that there are Grimm and Huntresses, and they fight them with dust, and what dust actually is gets swept under the rug, and there doesn't really appear to be a central conflict other than some bandits roaming around stealing dust. This all should have been set up by the narration, and yet it isn't. They don't have to reveal anything too grand, but at least let us in on the basic workings of the world, and that there is some great evil afoot or something, like a looming threat ever coming closer. You may have noticed that I used the phrase, "it is revealed," an awful lot during my description of the episode, and that is because everything, except for RWBY having a sister, is treated as some big reveal. Every time someone gets introduced, they make them seem mysterious and vague, and it takes until the second half of the episode to reveal most of the actual necessary information. And it is indicative of one of the show's main problem, which is needless secrecy. The show will never outright tell the viewer anything unless they feel like it is absolutely necessary. The show, for the most part, moves as if the viewer is already in the know and thus refuses to explain everything again unless absolutely necessary. Another thing that I kept asking myself whilst watching this episode was, so RWBY is done now, right? She has learned how to fight, she's gotten into the school that she wanted with ease. She doesn't need any training by the looks of how she beat those goons, and the rest of the seasons will only serve to prove that point. It's as if she had a major arc before the show even started, and is now just hashing out the details. Hell, she explains she learned to fight before the show just so that they don't need to do a training arc. Every character trait assigned to her in upcoming episodes will also immediately disappear, because not even the showrunners know what to do with her. Even within the same episode, she first acts overly excited about fighting and getting into Beacon, but then when she's on the airship, she's all shy about going to Beacon 2 years earlier than the rest. If anything, she should be ecstatic about it. The feeling of Ruby being finished as a character is first instilled with her reveal. As stated, it feels like we are already supposed to know who she is. I really felt whilst watching the store scene that I was watching the beginning of season 3, or like a sequel hook after the first story has finished. The pacing of this episode is also incredibly fast. We go from never having seen Ruby to learning she can fight like hell, to her going to the school of her dreams in just a matter of minutes. If they took a little more time to breathe, I think that would have been better. Show a little of Ruby's home life before rushing off to the school. Let us get to know the character a little bit before introducing her fighting skills. Lastly, I do wish to say that I think the use of music is pretty clever in this episode. I like the way they make Ruby's theme sound tinny and let the audience know it's something in universe and gives them a clue that Ruby is listening to headphones before revealing it. I also like the way it sounds soft until the moment the guy flies out the window and the music cranks to full and sounds out of universe. This is a good way to add emphasis on the window breaking and the fight starting. Episode 2 opens with the sisters arriving at Beacon, the blonde guy from before puking in a trash can. It then pans up to the school, which, considering the low budget, looks pretty good. We are then introduced to the character trait of Ruby liking weapons with our first off-model gap. I don't think it looks terrible, but it feels like they added this to make the show feel more anime, if you get my drift. After this exchange, Yellow speeds off with silhouettes she calls her friends, but the fact that she has friends other than the main cast will never come up again. We are then introduced to the least privileged white person in a comedic scene, which is the show's second missed opportunity to explain dust to the audience. Ruby explodes, and this conversation is noticed by a character dressed in black, who explains that this white character is Weiss Schnee, heiress to the Schnee Dust Company, and thus extremely wealthy. The black character goes on to explain that the company uses
controversial labor forces and questionable business partners.
I wish the writers would use a little more inflammatory terms, or rather more clear terms to describe the SDC. It kind of feels like Yellow Eyes is downplaying what the SDC is, even though, with the benefit of hindsight, she should hate Weiss way more than is shown here. After the altercation, both Weiss and the other lady leave Ruby alone, and John, the blonde boy from before, comes in to introduce himself. The two take a walk around the premises, and Jean is established to be an awkward teen who is looking for love. Unprompted, Ruby pulls out her massive weapon and explains it's a gun sight. Jean then also shows off his weapon shield combo, and it is revealed that Ruby made her own weapon, and that is apparently a standard practice at her previous school. They then find out none of them know where they are going, and the episode ends on a slightly too long black screen of our characters talking. Even though the episode has its flaws, like texture glitches and vials with corks that somehow leak, I think this episode does a way better job of introducing the actual characters in the show. Not only do we find out who most of the characters are in a timely manner, we are also introduced to some personal conflict, mainly between Weiss and Yellow Eyes. I don't mind that for this episode they keep Black mysterious, because in this case, it was supposed to be part of her character, and I also like the awkwardness of Jean. It makes it feel like he has a lot more room to grow as a character. The episode also ends with relative satisfaction, because the main conflict of this rather short episode was, can Ruby make a friend? And she did by the end. So, all things considered, pretty good. The third episode opens with Ruby meeting back up with her sister, and we are teased with a new character. they do this classic trash talking whilst the person they are talking about is behind them bit, and the show misses their third and final opportunity to naturally explain Dust in a satisfying manner as Weiss goes off on RWBY again. Osbin and Glinda then give a somewhat ominous speech, and we cut to the sleeping hall where everybody is just sort of sleeping on the floor for some reason. We then go back to RWBY's conflict of how she is insecure about making friends, and she talks about it as if she hasn't made one yet. Her sister brings up the fact that she has Jean as a friend now, and RWBY just kind of dismisses him for whatever reason. We then get reintroduced to Yellow Eyes, and we find out her name is Blake. She would rather be left alone, but after RWBY asks what her book is about, they have a little bonding moment, and we find out RWBY's motivation for becoming a huntress, mainly making the world a better place. Hijinks ensues, which summons Weiss, and why does her hair have 2 different shades of white? They bicker and the episode ends. I mainly just feel like the dialogue between RWBY's sister and RWBY herself is very weirdly worded. I think they could have done that convo about making friends with RWBY acknowledging Jean as her friend rather than dismissing him, but the episode is mostly fine. It feels like very little has happened in the past 2 episodes, and that's because it's true. Both these episodes combined run the same length as the first episode, and according to the episode's titles, they are a part 1 and a part 2 of the same episode. Throughout the season they do this a lot, and I don't really know why. It could be that they were trying to increase the episode numbers. However, if they put all miniseries together, they would have 10 episodes total with a runtime of 12 to 14 minutes each, which would have been fine. Another reason could be production. They were working with a relatively small crew, and maybe they needed extra time to finish the episodes. The only full episodes now are the first, the mid-season finale, and the finale of the season, presumably because these are milestones. Either way, it results in the feeling of not much happening per episode. I also don't really like the fact that they bring back a conflict from the previous episode, which already seemed to be resolved. This is another thing that they do a lot, and I just don't know why. We've just resolved the question, can RWBY make a friend? The answer was yes. Why are we still doing it? Like, why are we still here? Just to suffer? Yes, actually, that is why we're here. The next episode opens with an introduction to the rather energetic Nora and equally unenergetic Ren. In Nora's rant, she quickly explains their relationship and mentions she would want to end up in a team with Ren and how they should have a signal to figure out where they are. At this point in the episode, they don't explain how teams are picked, assuming that is what they're doing this episode. And for now, that is okay, so long as they explain how they do this later in the episode. RWBY and Sis overhear them, and RWBY wonders what they are talking about. Her sister promptly brushes it aside because she doesn't know either, and that's really odd to have a character who would want to be a huntress and to go to this school and not know how teams are picked. This was the perfect timing to explain the teaming, and they missed it. Anyway, RWBY is happy she doesn't have to talk to anybody for the day and can just fight. Her sister says she needs to get to know people and work together to grow. And RWBY exclaims,
First of all, what does meeting people have to do with fighting? And secondly, I don't need people to help me grow up. I drink milk.
Her sister says that she should try to break out of her shell, and she retaliates with,
I need to break out of my shell. That's absolutely ridiculous.
but if she doesn't feel like she should break out of her shell, why was she depressed about trying to make new friends and not really knowing how to? This is in direct contradiction with what she wanted in the previous episodes. We then get officially introduced to Pyrrha, who is being talked up by Weiss, because they want to join Pyrrha's team. They do this thing where Weiss, in her head and with exaggerated animations, explains her plan to create an unstoppable team. They set her up to be conniving and scheming, which is a trait she'll immediately lose after this scene. Jean overhears this and tries to talk Weiss into joining with them, and the way he conducts himself in this scene is really pushy and uncomfortable. They set him up to be an awkward but lovable guy, and now he's like an overconfident, arrogant prick, and it all feels really out of place. It later turns out this is because his dad told him to be confident, but that shouldn't lead him to essentially become a different person entirely. Pyrrha is also very clearly into him, but he brushes her aside until he learns teams exist of 4 people and not 2. Also, Pyrrha is supposed to be famous in this universe, at least given her credentials and the fact that she appears on cereal boxes. By all rights, she should be. It's not something they really bring up other than for this exchange. We then cut to a hill, where all the students new to Beacon are lined up in platforms. We are then informed that up until now, having to team up was rumors, and Glinda is here to confirm these rumors. Why is this even a rumor? Isn't there supposed to be upperclassmen already in teams? It is explained that after they land in the forest, the first person they make eye contact with will be their partner for the rest of their school career. A system so laughably fallible, it's a wonder the school even decided to go with it in the first place. They continue explaining they will be flung into the air and have to deploy their landing strategy, which is a strategy for landing without a parachute. Apparently, John has no idea what a landing strategy is, and as the episode ends, he gets flung into the air, presumably to fall to his death. This is a bad episode. This episode is not good. It doesn't handle anything well. The introduction to Ren and Nora is pretty cute. But in this episode, Ruby and Jean act in complete contradiction to their previous setup selves. Why do a conflict about Ruby being worried that she can't make any friends, then resolve that issue, then go back on it, and then pretend that she didn't want friends anyway? It doesn't make any sense. Also, why do the students get to know that they need a landing strategy moments that they are flung into the air and needing to deploy it? Apparently, it's possible for students who have no idea what a landing strategy is to end up on these platforms. So why not tell them beforehand? Why isn't that like part of the fucking introduction talk? The little introductory interview that you do is like, do you have a landing strategy? No, I don't. And they're like, fuck out of here. You know, like why not have one of those? apparently they don't do that at all. You know, all of this scene is played for laughs, and that brings me to one of the things that the writers can't really decide on during this season, and that is whether or not RWBY should be a comedy or a serious show with comedy elements. By treating this as a joke itself, I can't tell if he's actually in danger or if this is just a joke and nothing matters right now. Combined with the fact that people here already know how to fight means that next time somebody is any supposed danger, I won't feel like they are. They effectively undermine their own stakes. The thing is, if they had a character assure Jean that they would help them land, I think this could have worked. That way, the show recognizes he's not in any real danger, and they could still have the punchline of him being flung up. The next episode opens with everyone but Jean showing off their landing strategy. Jean gets saved by Pyrrha by getting speared to a tree by his clothes, and we cut to Ruby, who's trying to find Yang. This is the first time this name gets mentioned, and you can probably figure out by context clues that Yang is Ruby's sister. But I still want to make note of the fact that it took 5 episodes for the show to even mention her name. Ruby then contemplates her options, only to eventually look Weiss in the eyes, who then promptly turns around and walks away because the system makes no sense. She then looks at Jean and decides to settle for RWBY for no particular reason.
I mean, she had already committed to not taking RWBY as her teammate, so I don't understand why, upon seeing Jean, she would turn around and take RWBY instead of just walking on to find somebody else who she actually wanted, like Pyrrha.
Jean then teams up with Pyrrha, and they exchange some coy looks. RWBY then explains to Weiss that she is...
What the? I'm not slow, see? You don't have to worry about me.
And promptly disappears, leaving Weiss surrounded by Grimm as the episode ends. This episode was way too short. I can't believe they made an episode that's actually just 3 minutes and 30 seconds long. The only thing that happens is that RWBY and Weiss team up, and Pyrrha and Jean are teamed up. They are setting up a romance between Pyrrha and Jean. That's it. I just imagine somebody watching this week by week and getting all excited that there's a new episode out, and it's just 3 minutes of this. Like, how sad would you be, you know? The following episode is luckily a little longer, starting with Yang walking into a fight scene in which they establish the fact that Yang easily angers. She takes out the first Grimm without any effort, and Blake takes the other one. They look each other in the eye and thus are a team now. Meanwhile, Weiss is fighting the Grimm from last episode. She takes some time remembering her training before lunging at the Grimm. RWBY then cuts it down before Weiss reaches the Grimm and she gets interrupted. RWBY then bumps into Weiss, letting the audience know that they are both fighting as individuals and not as a team. During their bumbling, Weiss accidentally sets part of the forest on fire, and they both flee. Then they bicker at each other. After the bickering, RWBY in frustration cuts down a tree, and a giant feather falls to the ground. I have to say, the first time I watched this episode, it didn't register there was supposed to be a giant feather. I thought that the scale just looked off because it was so close to the camera or something. We then cut to Pyrrha and Jean, who were trekking through the forest. After getting swapped in the face, Pyrrha asks Jean why he didn't activate his aura. Pyrrha then explains to Jean what an aura is, since he apparently doesn't know about this, despite this supposedly being common knowledge within this universe, but I digress. Pyrrha goes on to explain that every human and animal has a soul, and from that soul springs forth an aura. One can use their aura to create a shield around them. She waxes on about people with souls being the light and the Grimm being the darkness because they do not have souls, but it feels like the writers are just getting a little too proud of themselves. Pyrrha then unlocks his aura with hers, which begs the question, why doesn't everyone have their aura unlocked? If that's all that is necessary to get this protective barrier, why isn't it unlocked the moment one is born? How can Jean not know about this? I understand you need a clueless character to ask questions one can answer in universe, but this is a real awkward way of doing it.
That being said, an awkward way of doing it is still better than not doing it at all, so that's definitely to the show's credit.
Anyway, Ren and Nora look each other in the eye, Nora boops Ren on the nose, boop, and the episode ends. Alright, so even though the episode is pretty clunky, I do think this episode was alright. We've set up auras now, which act like, as Jean puts it,
a force field!
Yes.
So our characters can get hit multiple times without really worrying about it. And all the double matchups have been made. All that is left to do now is finish up the quartets and be on our way. I do think that the whole aura thing should have been set up by the narration all the way at the top. Because it is a very integral part of the world and the way that it works and how hunters can be what they are. So that's definitely something that should have been in there to give that context that is so necessary, right? But hey, at least we got there. At least we got that explanation. Anyway, on to episode 7. The next episode opens with Glinda and Ozpin watching the cameras and confirming the teams, which makes me wonder if Weiss would have been able to get away with what she did 2 episodes ago. If she didn't settle for RWBY and just pressed on and went to another student, would the school have to redo the whole thing? Or would they just be like, nah, fuck it, and move on? Glinda then asks Ozpin what he used as the relics this year, which he doesn't say, making it feel like as if there is some kind of danger looming during this event. Which, I mean, there's already Grimm around. How much more dangerous can it be? We then cut back to RWBY and Weiss, who appear to be lost and are having a fight about it. Then the shot cuts to Yang and Blake walking towards an old building with chess pieces on top of platforms. Blake states they should pick one, and we go to yet another cut of Pyrrha and Jean this time, looking at a cave entrance, with cave paintings of a big scorpion being hunted by humans. They enter the cave thinking it's the way to the relic, as Blake and Yang pick one of the chess pieces. Pyrrha and Jean then run into the big scorpion, and as Jean screams, we cut to the worst render of a forest I have ever seen. The show then makes fun of Jean's voice, and the fight with the big scorpion begins. With the fighting I have seen so far, I find it hard to believe the girls aren't able to beat it, but it gets treated like a threat anyway. The episode ends with RWBY falling out of the sky. After watching this episode, I only wonder what the point of the relics is and how they will come into play. I will await the next episode to see if they explain it before going into it, but I have not much else to say about the episode itself. It just feels really weird to introduce this whole relic element in the middle of it already happening, rather than establishing it beforehand and really, utilizing the whole thing to its full potential here. Episode 8, being the mid-season finale, is once again on the longer side, coming in at 12 minutes and a bit, and opens with the explanation why RWBY was falling out of the sky. It turns out she and Weiss made their way onto some enormous bird sometime during the previous episode, and after they perform a comedy skit, RWBY decides to jump off, thus falling from the sky. She gets intercepted by Jean, who was flung by the giant scorpion, and they land in a bush. Nora and Ren then enter on a bear grim. They call an Ursa and stop the episode so Nora can pick up a relic and sing Queen of the Castle.
I'm queen of the castle. I'm queen of the castle.
Nora!
Pyrrha then finally joins the gang with the scorpion in tow, and after some comedic banter and hijinks, the group gears up for a fight. After RWBY does no damage to it, she decides to run away, and the bird comes back to pin her to the ground. As the scorpion tries to sting her, Weiss decides to save RWBY with ice magic. It does a little speech about how RWBY sucks and she can be difficult, but is willing to learn and work together. This all feels very sudden and unearned. They are in a fight, they don't have time for this. Anyway, Yang hugs RWBY and it's all okay. The gang then decides to take a relic and make a break for it, but the bird blocks the way forward and the scorpion comes from behind. They go and fight the monsters anyway. They get conveniently split up in the teams they will end up with and proceed to kill both the scorpion and the bird with near perfect teamwork and skills in an awesome fight scene. I do have some thoughts on this, but I'll first finish the episode before getting into it. After killing the Grimm, we cut back to Beacon, where the teams are being formed and team leaders will be determined. Jean leads Team Juniper, consisting of Jean, Nora, Pyrrha, and Ren. RWBY leads Team RWBY, consisting of RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang. The episode ends with Clockwork Orange looking menacingly over some dust, reminding the audience that he is indeed still alive. I find it hard to begin explaining my feelings towards this episode. The show treats it as if some big milestone has been reached, but looking at the fight the group just had, there isn't anywhere for them to go from here character-wise. They didn't really grow much as people, and the stuff they do in this episode, they might as well have done during the first episode. The only real growth that happened was the makeup between Weiss and RWBY from the bickering that they have done up until this point. And all of that came out of complete nowhere.
Just as a bit of clarification, I think this bit doesn't work because the two never had a moment in which they could be vulnerable with each other after they were done fighting, where they would be able to explain why they were behaving the way that they are and allowing the others to understand each other, essentially. And it's Weiss who is the only one who is actually willing to make compromises here. RWBY just kind of sits there and lets it happen without much to say. So I just really wanted to make it clear to y'all that this moment just isn't handled very well within the show.
And it again, it confronts you with the fact that as huntresses, these characters are essentially finished. There isn't really anything for them to learn anymore. And I have to ask, if our characters, without any beacon training here, which is supposed to last a couple of years, how good is a huntress supposed to be? Like, what are they supposed to be able to do? What more can they put on top of what they already have here? The main thing is, in a vacuum, this fight will work. This fight would be cool. I do like what they do here. I do like the moves that they do, the interplay that they have, the speed of it, the way that the rate at which things are moving, the whole thing, like the whole fight in and of itself is good. But when you put it within the context of a show in which you're in the first season, the first time you really see these characters like go all out, they're supposed to be at the start of their training, essentially. Where do we go from here? What is it? What is the show going to be? I'm still asking that, and it's episode 8. It's the mid-season finale, and I still don't know what the show is going to be. There have been teases of a show. It's like, oh, a little conflict here, ooh, a little bit of a fight there, but never like anything solid to grasp. Like no real overarching thing. The closest that we got was, is RWBY able to make friends? And the answer to that was yes, in the same episode that conflict got introduced. Either way, another thing that this episode really establishes is the fact that no matter what position our characters will be in moving forward, I will not believe that our characters are in any real danger, because we've already seen them do these impossible feats just as if it's nothing. So why should I worry? Why, when a new Grimm gets introduced, should I be worried about that thing maybe killing one of our team members, when clearly that isn't going to happen, at least with how they are set up right now. Another thing that this show likes to do a lot is having a conflict with a character, right? And then resolving that in a single conversation they will have in like the spur of the moment, and then it's over. No more conflict, right? And you can see it starting in this episode here with Weiss and RWBY, where at no point did they have like a heart-to-heart together, or like trying to like figure out like, okay, well, where are we coming from, or something to like help progress the character. It's just they have a conflict. At some point, Weiss decides, actually, I'm going to be nice now, and she does a little speech about it, and then that's it. That's the conflict. We are now essentially over it, right? As I said, the show does this a lot, and I will be pointing that out as well. Moving forward, as a quick aside, They also did a bare minimum of explaining the whole chess thing and like why the relics are important. They never mentioned it in the beginning, they just move forward with it and then do it. And it's not until like at the end of the episode where Osbin is stating like, oh yes, well, if you pick the same piece of the same color, the duos are now put together for some reason. Which again, you just kind of like exchange that as like, oh, I don't want to be in your team, I want to be in the other team. Which, I mean, I guess you could say like, well, that's why they waited until the end, because so you didn't know. But they told about the looking the eye thing beforehand, and that system doesn't make any sense. So really this whole thing just doesn't make any fucking sense. Also, they haven't explained how Glenda and the mysterious lady from the beginning were able to do magic. That hasn't come up yet, and at this point it should have. I feel like they've just really missed their mark on that one, and no matter what kind of explanation they will give in the future, it will never be satisfactory, because we just have no way of knowing. And now, if they do start introducing that and telling us why, it'll feel haphazard. It'll feel like they're just coming up with it on the spot, even though they may have thought of this months ago, you know? That's really a bit of a shame. Episode 9. This episode opens with Weiss being soundly asleep and rudely awakened by RWBY and the gang to start decorating their room. Apparently, all teams sleep in the same room together. They realize that there isn't enough space for all their beds to be placed on the floor, and the group decides to go with crudely made bunk beds. I find the way the bunk beds are made quite charming. I mean, somebody will die, but hey, at least they'll sleep well until then. The gang then realizes they are late for class and rush to get there in time. They are having a lesson on Grimm, which feels like every kindergartner in this universe should already have had. Also, the professor makes a very inappropriate joke towards Yang, which is weirdly common in this show.
And that's where we come in. Huntsmen. Huntresses.
During the lecture, Weiss gets very annoyed at Ruby's unattentiveness, and this compels her to volunteer to kill a Grimm in front of the class. This is where the episode ends. There's very little I can say about this episode. Nothing happened. The only thing they establish is that Weiss will sometimes get annoyed by RWBY. And it doesn't progress the story, it doesn't progress the characters, and is extremely short. Just about every joke they attempt falls flat, either because it's badly delivered, the timing is off, or they're bordering pedophilia. Also, what happened to the animation in this episode? I know it wasn't exactly stellar during the first half of the season, but this is especially bad. At times I feel like I'm watching The Muppet Show with how wooden these characters are animated. This episode starts with Weiss ready to fight the Grimm, and why is she wearing her regular clothes? What happened to her school uniform? Why did they change that? She fights the boar and gets increasingly annoyed at RWBY for yelling encouragement at her. Eventually, she gets fed up. RWBY tells her to
Go for its belly! There's no armor underneath.
and Weiss yells.
Stop telling me what to do!
She then proceeds to do exactly what RWBY told her to do, and the fight ends. She walks away upset, and RWBY runs after her. RWBY confronts Weiss. Weiss then explains that she doesn't want to be in a team led by RWBY. RWBY then rightfully asks where this is coming from, since she did that speech in the forest about working together. And Weiss explains she doesn't want to listen to RWBY because she is trained and deserves better. She also mentions that Osbin made a mistake. And when Weiss walks away and RWBY turns around, Osbin is conveniently standing behind her. Weiss then runs into Peter, who is the teacher from before, and he and Osbin then proceed to give each character a speech. Weiss gets told to humble herself, and RWBY gets told to be strong and think about her role as a leader. We then cut to nighttime, where the gang is seen sleeping as Weiss walks into the room. She sees RWBY sleeping on her studying notes and gives RWBY a cup of coffee. After Weiss is just a little too nice to RWBY, the conflict is resolved and the episode ends. I have to say, I don't really like this episode. I don't like this one. I don't like this episode for several reasons. First off, the conflict between Weiss and RWBY is resolved way too quickly and comes out of fucking nowhere. They haven't done anything as a team yet, and RWBY hasn't even had the chance to be a leader. All RWBY did was try to be encouraging, which is what a leader should be doing anyway. Secondly, this is once again a one-sided conflict coming from Weiss, and it is also resolved by Weiss. At least the previous time this happened, RWBY was also being very clumsy during the fights. RWBY again doesn't really evolve as a character. At least Weiss had something resembling an arc. I don't like how Weiss is told to be humble rather than learning she should be humbler by herself. If RWBY told her this, that would be one thing. But I think it could have been handled better. Maybe instead of having this episode be set in a classroom, this lesson could take place in either a field or back in the forest. The gang would be hunting a Grim and working in an official team setting for the first time with RWBY as a leader. RWBY would be shown to be not yet ready for the job, leading Weiss to act out the way she did in the actual episode. Maybe she decides to go off on her own, or something happens to make her do something with more confidence than she has skill, causing her to fail. Weiss then realizes that she needs to humble herself and cool her jets a bit, and RWBY realizes she should step up as a leader and be strong for the team. This would have worked way better than having the teachers just kind of tell it. Or hell, you could even keep most of the episode the same, but rather than Weiss succeeding because she listened to RWBY, have her fail because she is too arrogant to do so and realizing she should humble herself. It would at least work better than what we got right now. Episode 11 opens with Jean taking the L from the school bully. Jean is then told to look at his phone to check his aura, because that is something they can track with their phones and something one has time for during one-on-one combat. Pyrrha takes pity on him, and Glinda then explains the Vital Festival is almost here and that other students will arrive soon. Glinda then states it's a combat tournament, setting up the tournament arc for Season 3. We then cut to the dining room, where Nora is recounting a story with continued corrections from Ren. After the story, Ren states that Nora has been having this reoccurring dream for a while now, and I wonder how Ren was able to correct the happenings in her dream, but alright. Jean is then told he's being bullied, which he denies, after which we cut to a Jean gets bullied montage, in which we get to learn about the rocket-propelled lockers the school provides each student. Shortly before this, we get to see the bully character bully a Faunus with bunny ears. Make note of this, as this is the first expression of racism within the show. I will talk about that more in coming episodes. Lastly, they mention it's hard being Faunus, and the bully character looks menacingly at Jean as the episode ends. I don't have much to say about this episode, mainly just because it's setting up things for later. It's fine. I do think it's a little weird that one tracks aura through their phone, which they call a scroll, by the way, just so we're all clear. I don't see why they couldn't use a visual effect to signify low aura as they do in later seasons, as it just seems more practical to do it that way. This is just a roundabout way to incorporate like modern technology in the show itself. Episode 12 opens with a lecture done by the coffee-addicted lecturer Stereotype, in which he is teaching about the Faunus Wars. He explains there are still repercussions felt, and then asks,
Now, have any among you been subjugated or discriminated because of your Faunus heritage? Dreadful, simply dreadful. Remember, students, it is precisely this kind of ignorance that breeds violence.
His ignorance statement comes over as a little bit confused. Ignorance of what? Faunus being discriminated against? Or ignorance of racism? The intent was the latter, probably, but the way it's structured doesn't make it sound that way. The professor also mentions the White Fang as a violent orc before he moves on. This muddies the water even further. Jean is asked what advantage Faunus had during the war, and he can't answer. The bully is then asked, who can't answer either, and Pyrrha then proceeds to make him look stupid by giving the correct answer. They go on to explain Faunus have night vision, giving them the advantage during the war. After class, Jean and the bully stay behind, and upon leaving the class, after a short lecture about them needing to pay more attention, Jean gets pushed to the ground. Pyrrha, seeing this, takes Jean to the roof, and Jean assumes Pyrrha thinks he wants to commit suicide. Pyrrha then offers Jean private lessons because he needs help, and Jean goes on to explain he doesn't belong at Beacon and lied to get in. He then exclaims he needs to become better by himself, prompting Pyrrha to leave. The bully then pops up, revealing that he overheard the entire rant and proceeds to blackmail Jean. Confused remark aside, I do like this episode. It sets up a good conflict between Jean, Pyrrha, and the bully, and it shows Jean has a clear room to grow. This is the first time I actually felt something towards a character and their struggle, mainly because it doesn't come out of thin air. The fact that Jean has been getting bullied is set up in the last episode before it becomes a major plot point. They also give an explanation as to why Jean isn't on the same level as the rest of the group, since he lied his way to get into the school and hasn't received any actual training. It also ends with a satisfying cliffhanger, with the bully now having some real dirt to blackmail Jean with, setting up a clear arc for the coming episodes. The next episode starts with Ren, Nora, and Pyrrha discussing the fact that Jean has been coming to the dorm room later and later for the past few days, and that there's a field day tomorrow. We then cut to Jean standing in front of the dorm room as RWBY comes to meet him. RWBY asks what's up, and Jean explains that he thinks of himself as a failure, to which RWBY responds,
Nope.
Nope?
Nope. You're a leader now, Jean. You're not allowed to be a failure.
She then explains that Jean is now the team leader, and he is not allowed to be a failure. She continues to state he needs to put his teammates before himself, and that she believes he could be the great leader his team deserves. God, I hope I never have to receive advice from RWBY. I feel like if I went up to her with some personal issues, she would just tell me to stop being a little bitch before stating my friends deserve better. Jean then receives a voice recording from his blackmailer, making a request to gather something for him. We then cut to the Forest of Forever Fall, and the group is instructed to each gather a jar of tree sap for something. They are told to be careful since there are Grimm in the area. Jean, rather than going with his team, is forced to go with the bullies and has to collect all the jars for them. The bully then explains he wants to get revenge on Pyrrha for making him look stupid in the previous episode by covering her in tree sap and releasing wasps to go and sting her. He tries to get Jean to throw the jar, but Jean refuses and throws the jar at the bully. This is where the episode ends. I like how they continue by showing Jean being heavily blackmailed and the growing concern of his teammates. This makes Jean standing up for himself feel all the more satisfying. I'm looking forward to seeing it pay off, considering the cliffhanger framed it as a bad decision. I disliked the speech RWBY gave Jean though. It didn't really serve any purpose other than giving RWBY some lines to say during this arc. Jean doesn't learn anything from this speech. He comes to his own defense when he isn't willing to cross the line and hurt his teammates, no matter how much blackmailing is done. This is what a good-hearted character should do, and the fact that he realizes it himself is powerful. It tells the audience he is growing as a character. The final episode of the Jean Gets Bullied arc starts by Jean getting BTFO'd. He explains that the bully can do whatever he wants with him, but he can't touch his team, and proceeds to glow. Right as the bully gets ready to start beating Jean, a Grimm attracted by the sap on the bully attacks. The bully's team runs away and informs the others of the Grimm, after which they come to Jean's defense. When the others arrive, We see the bully laying on the ground, and as the Grim is about to strike, Jean jumps in front and blocks the attack with his shield, saving the bully. He then proceeds to fight the Ursa and in the process gets hit a couple of times. He checks his scroll, which displays a red bar telling his aura is almost depleted. The Ursa and Jean then perform an anime-style lunge at each other, and right as Jean is about to strike, he lowers his shield, which would give the Ursa an opening. Pyrrha, seeing this, uses the force to get Jean's shield up and block the attack. Jean then jumps up and decapitates the Ursa, giving him the victory and a newfound confidence in his abilities. Weiss and RWBY then ask Pyrrha how she did that, and Pyrrha explains her semblance is polarity, and hold the fuck up. Semblance? What the fuck do you mean semblance? Look, I'm aware of what a semblance is now that I've almost finished watching season 7 as of the time of writing this, but this is the first time semblances are even mentioned in the show, and they don't even explain what they are. They just state that these are abilities that people have, like RWBY has speed and Weiss has her glyphs, whatever that might mean, and they just kind of leave it at that. This is one hell of a thing to drop on people 2 episodes before the season finale. This needed to be explained by the narration in the beginning of the first episode, not at the end of the season. Let alone just by kind of going, yeah, this is an ability I have, everyone has one, bye. This is not how you set up a major mechanic of the fighting in this universe. The explanation given is almost completely inadequate in explaining what a semblance is. Anyway, Pyrrha states she wants to keep Jean ignorant about her role in the fight and dips. Jean helps the bully up and tells him to never talk to him or his team ever again, and also dips. This episode ends with Jean apologizing to Pyrrha on the roof and asks her to train him. Pyrrha then murders Jean and tells him his stance is wrong, accepting her duty as a trainer. I first want to talk about the Jean arc. This is the first properly handled arc in my opinion, starting by setting up his bullying, then how he gets blackmailed, him standing up for himself, and lastly Jean coming out on top. It's fun to watch Jean go from doubting himself and feeling small in the beginning to being confident and self-assured by the end. The only thing I didn't really like was the pacing. I think 4 episodes is just a little too long. If they did it in 3, that would have been better. They should have omitted RWBY's speech because it didn't really add anything to the whole arc. Secondly, bringing up a major mechanic at the end of the season is an absolute no-go. You can't just mention something as important as a semblance, not explain what they are and how they work. This is context people need to have about the world, and they just refuse to tell the audience up till now. It feels like the scene was written with the mindset of, people in this universe know what semblances are, so we don't need to explain them. But judging by the reaction Weiss and RWBY gave, they had no clue either. It's indicative of the writing in this universe and the reason they don't explain everything adequately. The writers expect everyone to already know what they are talking about and thus refuse to elaborate. It comes off as arrogant. Either way, let's wrap up the season before going into depth on this. With episode 15, Burger King foot lettuce. Oh man. The penultimate episode of this season begins with a shot of the city being decorated for the aforementioned Vital Festival. Weiss exclaims she is excited for this festival because it's a coming together of cultures around the world. She also portrays the episode's exclusive trait of loving planning. Weiss goes on to explain students from Vacuo will be arriving by ship later today, and Blake mentions Weiss intends to spy on the competition. Weiss denies this as RWBY notices another store that got robbed. They ask the police what's wrong, and they speculate it could have been the White Fang, prompting Weiss to call them degenerates. Blake takes issue with this and corrects her that the White Fang are misguided faunas, and that they have no reason to rob a dust store in the middle of downtown Vale. RWBY agrees and speculates it could have been Roman, the man seen robbing the dust shop RWBY was in during the first episode. We then get this exchange.
Those faunas only know how to lie, cheat, and steal.
That's not necessarily true.
Hey, stop that faunas!
I have a lot to say about this exchange, but I will leave it until after the episode. We then cut to a Faunus committing a crime, proving Weiss her point. He was a stowaway on a ship from Vacuo and does some general troublemaking before winking at Blake and running away, setting up a potential love interest for later in the series. Weiss exclaims they have to observe him before dashing after him. They run after him for a while until Weiss runs into a red-headed girl named Penny. They introduce themselves and leave, after which they note Penny is a little odd. As they walk further, it is revealed Penny is standing in front of them and goes up to RWBY asking what she called her. RWBY responds with friend to the delight of Penny. After confirming RWBY is her friend, she excitedly recites the things they could do together, after which she is asked what she was doing here. Penny explains that she is here to fight in the festival. After this, Penny is asked by Weiss if she knows about the filthy faunas, and Blake gets very upset by this because Weiss keeps insisting on being racist towards faunas. This triggers a day-long argument on whether the White Fang is a terrorist org and if they are justified or not. In my opinion, you can make a really good moral argument for the White Fang doing what it does, but I'll save it for now. After Blake states the fact that the White Fang acts out the way they do because of ignorant people like her calling Weiss discriminatory. Just as an aside, I find it really weird that the writers shy away from calling Weiss racist when they are very clearly wrote her to be racist. Weiss then explains that she is racist because the White Fang has targeted her grandfather's company and killed people in charge of it over the years, making her father angry and in turn resulting in a difficult childhood. Keep in mind that this company essentially enslaved faunas for decades, forcing them to work in extremely dangerous conditions, leading to the death of many faunas. I would say, considering these conditions, is more than a justifiable reason for the White Fang to retaliate in a violent manner. Blake retaliates, stating,
Well, maybe we were just tired of being pushed around.
Basically admitting that she is a White Fang member before dashing out the room. Apparently, this is not yet the moment that they realize Blake is also a faunus, even though it's really obvious. I wonder how she kept her secret. I mean, they sleep in the same room. Blake runs until she reaches a fountain and takes off her bow, revealing her cat ears. The person from before then tells her she looks better without the bow, and we cut to the bedroom where Blake's bed is empty. The group states Blake has been missing all weekend as we cut to the city where they were looking for her. The group wonders if she is still part of the group, and they wonder if Blake is okay. As we cut to Blake having a drink with Monkey Man from before, stating he wants to know more about her as the episode ends. Now, most of the episode is okay, except for the one glaring issue. Weiss her racism. No number of excuses will be enough to justify the fact that she's blatantly racist. And for one, I'm okay with a main character of a show having bad traits like this, so long as it is properly addressed and fixed after it gets introduced. There also needs to be plenty of pushback, and Weiss just doesn't get enough of that during this episode, except from Blake. Yang only notes that Weiss her comment on the faunas being thieves and criminals is
That's not necessarily true.
and that is simply not enough. After the bedroom incident, in which Weiss reveals she had a sad racism backstory, and Blake leaves, Yang and RWBY just kind of tell her,
Weiss, come on. She's one of our teammates.
Is she? We all heard what she said.
Weiss.
Maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Either way, she's missing and we need to find her.
For the rest of the episode, At least when Sokka was being racist in Atla, he got called out for it, and hell, a few episodes later, he takes the L from Suki, and Sokka learns female warriors are just as good as their male counterparts. Spoiler alert, Weiss doesn't get that in this series. In between this season and the next time racism is brought up, Weiss racism just kind of disappears, which is a really bad way of handling the racism of a major character. At least it gets the good ending by the current end of the show, and Weiss is no longer racist. It just would have been nice if Weiss was told that the reason the White Fang Antiphonus targeted her family specifically is because of the poor working conditions and the essential slavery the Schnee family put the Faunus through. Weiss could then properly realize that the attacks on her family were justified, that would allow her to grow in the proper way rather than just doing this off screen. I would also like to note that the words used by Blake are weak at best. Weiss gets away with calling the White Fang a terrorist org, and all Blake gets the same response is,
You're discriminatory!
why say that? Just call her racist, bigoted, or something with more impact. I don't see why we get to play up the org fighting for equal rights as terrorists, but the white supremacist gets treated with kitty gloves. Look, I'm not saying that the White Fang isn't committing terror attacks on Weiss her family. It just feels really weird that we don't get the same treatment for the obvious bigotry and racism Weiss displays in this scene. The same thing happened in episode 2 with the
Controversial labor forces and questionable business partners.
take the kitty gloves off and have some real conflict between major characters. It doesn't make sense from a writer's perspective not to be inflammatory towards each other here. You want to explore the extremes, not watered down versions of these points. You don't have to agree with the characters that you're writing, but at least it would make for better and more interesting conflict. Anyway, I want to close out the season, so let's move on to episode 16. Alright, episode 16. The finale. The season finale? What the fuck?
No. This is a cameo.
Is it?
No.
What are you cameoing on?
Just on my guitar. Can you
Can I what?
get this upstairs so I can play a bit?
Alright.
Because I can't play here, so I'm just grabbing some stuff, okay?
Yeah, no, that's
If you
alright.
want it to be over faster, just give me that.
The whole pedal board?
The whole board.
The whole board?
Whole board, baby.
Oh! The more I get of you, the stranger it feels, yeah, yeah. Alright. Alright. Episode 16, for real this time. Oh, God. The season finale starts with Blake and the Monkey Man from before discussing the White Fang and Blake her involvement in this movement. We learn the Monkey Man is called Sun. Blake explains, when she was young, the White Fang was an organization to broker peace between humans and Faunus. They achieved equal rights in a technical sense, but due to lingering discrimination, they became violent towards bigots and coordinated attacks to hurt these people. She claims it's bad that the attacks are working because bigots started fearing Faunus and the attacks, so she decided to leave the org and become a huntress at Beacon Academy. This scene also sets up an ongoing trend with Blake where they use feline stereotypes for her. You see, she drinks milk because she's also a cat. Get it? I will leave this for a later season, so stay tuned. Blake states that she's wearing the bow to hide her identity, and Sun asks if she told her friends about this, as we cut to RWBY and crew looking for Blake. Weiss mentions the police might help because she believes Blake should be arrested, which gets shut down with the most amount of pushback of non-Blake people so far. It is then revealed Penny is still following them, and after some awkward conversation in which Penny reveals Blake's Faunus identity to the group, they split up. RWBY with Penny, Weiss with Yang. We cut to Blake and Sun discussing the robbery from the previous episode. and decide to go figure out whether or not the White Fang is behind the robbery and hatch a plan to maybe catch them in the act. By going to the docks to check a big shipment of dust coming in, we cut to Yang and Weiss unsuccessful in their search as Weiss expresses her feelings towards finding Blake. After this, we cut to Ruby and Penny discussing the situation. We then cut to the docks as Sun arrives with some apples he stole just because, proving Weiss correct once again. The White Fang arrives at the dock and it is revealed that they are working for Roman Torchwick, the criminal from the first episode. He urges the White Fang to hurry in a racist manner and Blake decides to move in and take Roman hostage. She reveals her phonicity and asks why the White Fang are working with scum. She doesn't get an answer and she gets blown up. The others hear this explosion as the fight scene starts. It turns out Roman's a pretty good fighter, and he proceeds to hand Sun and Blake the L after his goons have been defeated. Ruby shows up and proceeds to get blown up. This angers Penny and she proceeds to open her bag and pull out a bunch of knives, making it obvious to the audience she is a robot of some kind. It turns out Penny is extremely powerful and has zero regard for human life as she proceeds to mow down White Fang members and laser straight through a jet helicopter. Penny pulls down one of the jet helicopters and Roman decides it's time to dip. He flees and Weiss and Blake finally have the convo we've been waiting for. The writers try to pull off a twist by having Weiss not be mad at Blake for being ex-White Fang, but for making her look for her for
12 hours.
In these 12 hours, she apparently underwent an arc we couldn't see and is once again completely one-sided. I guess Blake her secrets are out now, but it doesn't change anything about her character. Weiss makes special note how she doesn't know how to feel about Sun, and the episode ends with Osmond contacting Crow. The after-credits scene show the mysterious woman and her children menacingly being all like, "Woo, plot will happen next season, woo." Alright, that finishes up season 1, or the volume 1, I should say, of RWBY. There's a lot of things that would have been better done differently. I will leave most of that for the post-season roundup, which will be directly after I'm done talking about my feelings for this episode. I think this episode is the best I have seen so far. We actually got some exposition on the White Fang when it became relevant, and we finally have some actual plot going on. I find it weird that only the first and last episode have actual overarching plot going on. And they only really have like a brief moment to show at the end of the mid-season finale that really doesn't have anything to do with anything at all, and really only serves to show that, no, he is still out there, guys, trust me. I do find it weird that Weiss is the only one that has any form of arc going on throughout this entire season. Like, we see multiple characters, and at one point, or at multiple points rather, you see these characters like clashing with each other, but it's only Weiss that has any form of arc going on and is actually like progressing as a character, even if it is in the most clunky way possible. I just wish that she could share some of those arcs with the rest of the characters that are also actually a part of her arcs, you know? I like the handling of Penny. She gets a bit shoehorned in, but that is also the point of where she is, right? She's kind of like that awkward friend character that's kind of wedges themselves into the actual friend group. It turns out it's quite lovable by the end of it. You know, at first they treat her like the plague, but over time RWBY kind of learns to like her a little bit. And the after credit scene sets the stage for season 2 pretty well. Although, with how little plot actually happened this season, it just feels a little weird. Especially for like a season 1. It's like, yeah, sure, you need to establish the characters, but it's going to be a couple months from now, in real time, from when the first season came out to when season 2 is going to come out. And to have basically no plot going on, it's just not really good. Like, it does need to be a lot, but it does need to keep happening, right? Like, why is the White Fang and Roman, why are they stealing all this dust from everywhere, you know? But with that being said, let's move in to a post-season roundup. Now, this is the first one that I'll do during this whole series, which will be multiple parts, and I will do one every season and at the end of every part, alright? So, right now I'll be doing the post-season 1 bit, where I just kind of like talk about season 1 in more of like a meta sense and like the things that happened overall. And I will do this for season 2 and 3 as well. And then by the end of season 3, I will have a look back at all the 3 seasons that we had so far as kind of like a roundup for the whole part. As this is a multi-part series in the whole thing. Okay, so I want to start off this roundup by talking about the obvious, and I will begin with the animation quality. I don't want to linger too much on it, as every reviewer before me has already said everything there is to say about it, but I do need to mention it because it is a part of the whole thing, and I am reviewing the show holistically, so I can't not mention it. For the most part, it's very inconsistent. The fight scenes tend to look very good, if not a bit systemic. Like, it's robots moving along. The movements don't look super, or like very natural. Supernatural would be like, ooh. But for the most part, I think that's fine, you know, considering that this was made next to another show as well in Red vs. Blue, which was happening at the time. So considering that they still got that for the fight scenes, is pretty good. The in-between fight scenes bit, though, that's the most inconsistent part there. Especially going from the mid-season finale into episode 8. No, that is into episode 9, actually. Going from the mid-season finale into episode 9, the quality drops so big. And it's very, very noticeable. I have pointed out a couple animation errors with the visuals and stuff as well in this review. But even if you go back after having watched this and like try to keep a lookout for all of the animation errors that happen within each episode, there's so many more that I haven't mentioned yet. But anyway, I'll leave that for what it is for now. The pacing. Right, the pacing. Insofar that exists, to me it's painfully obvious that the writers don't really know how to pace their show right. Especially in the first half of the season. Some episodes are 6 minutes and others are 3 minutes. And there really isn't a whole lot of time to do anything with. It's really like explore your characters and to really like put down a story. So you gotta make sure that from the get-go you have an extremely tight story and you can hit all the little points that you need to in order to make a cohesive and coherent story. And looking at the direction of season 1 and sort of like how it just kind of meanders across different storylines, right? It's very clear to me that they don't really have a story set and that they want to focus on the characters, but even with the characters, they don't really know how to actually do an arc properly. Especially in the first half of the season, some episodes are 6 minutes, others are 3 minutes, and what the episode shows / reveal is minute. Sometimes you get a detailed explanation for the workings of the world, other times they just kind of mention it and move on. In the latter half of this season, they spend 4 episodes, an entire month, real time, focusing on a single arc. And sometimes they just take 2 episodes to do the whole thing. Even if they have the same total runtime, this does affect the perception for the viewer, and it makes it feel very inconsistent overall. The way information is given in this show is indicative of the makers deliberately refusing to show us too much. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. I do want to be clear about that. Many shows do that in order to kind of like create that mystery, right? In order to create intrigue to go and continue watching the show. But in the case of RWBY, they leave out too much. They leave out critical context that you need in order to be able to follow along with its story, right? And they've said as much in an interview with Afterbuzz TV, in which Miles Luna and Kerry Shawcross, who are the two lead writers on the show, talk about the production process. In this, they mentioned that to write the show, they looked at Red vs. Blue a lot, which makes sense. They were working on that besides this show at the time, and Miles was very involved in the decision-making process for that, and Kerry as well, doing a lot of stuff for that. And even Monty, the creator of this show, is also heavily involved within the process of making Red vs. Blue. So it makes sense that they would get a lot of inspiration from that particular place. However, they described that they wanted to...
This delivery method of, here's a little bit, all right, here's a little bit more, all right, here's a little bit more. That has started the Rooster Teeth way. It's, you know, it's like
in Red vs. Blue. This means they deliberately withhold information. Now, the biggest problem with learning from Red vs. Blue is that Red vs. Blue was already an established show by the time they wanted to do plot. People already had a baseline understanding of how the show and its universe works. RWBY doesn't have that advantage. They have to build an entirely new world over the span of 16 rather short episodes. Not exactly an easy task. They're also very inexperienced, and rather than looking critically at Red vs. Blue and learning from it and thinking about what they could take and how to implement it in their own show, they just copy how they did it in Red vs. Blue verbatim. And they themselves have already admitted that doesn't work, right? They've already admitted to themselves, like, okay, well, the way that we kind of took, that we learned from Red vs. Blue and just kind of used it in RWBY, they really work the same way, so they're trying to change that, as seen in this clip.
Then going forward with Volume 2, we kind of learned from Volume 1 that it doesn't necessarily translate perfectly, like going from this type of show that Red vs. Blue is to the type of show that RWBY is and the type of show that people expected it to be.
They're also very inexperienced. Miles himself only has very limited experience working on Red vs. Blue, which was also the first thing that he ever is credited in doing. And Monty was brought on to Rooster Teeth to animate for Red vs. Blue off of what he did outside of the company and what he was known for, which was all of those fighting animations, right? And from that, he decided to, I have an idea for a show. I want to do this. And then he went up to some other people, in this case, Miles and Kerry, to like, okay, come write with me, you know. And so he never really learned properly how to do shows. And the same goes for Miles and Kerry. The experience going around isn't a lot.
I just quickly wanted to hop on to explain what they should have done in order to make this type of information delivery work. They should have differentiated between what is necessary information for the viewer to understand the world and its mechanics, and what is information that we can deliver later, like things that are plot related or something like that. All of the information right now gets treated the same. It's all on the same level, leading to sometimes information being left out, even though it absolutely should have been given. Like, I make reference to how some stuff should have been delivered by the intro narration, like aura and semblances, because those are things that you need to understand in order to be able to follow along with the world and its mechanics. Even though right now they're not being set up by the narration and just come up later in conversation, which I don't think is the right way to do something like this.
During the production, they had very, very limited time for the season. And looking at Avatar The Last Airbender again for a quick second, their production time from first concept to actually airing show was 4 years, starting in 2001 and airing in 2005, with the first pilot being made in 2003. I don't have the exact numbers like this for RWBY, but I do know that this season took slightly less time in production than the next season. Looking at about 9 months between season 1 and 2, and the time between trailers and the first episode, the first season took about 8 months to develop. This is an extremely short amount of time to make an entire series and not an environment conducive to a good outcome. Now, apparently, this season was only supposed to be 6 episodes. In the middle of creating the first season, their bosses looked at it and just kind of went like, let's just add more episodes. We want a couple more episodes. Hey, where's my sods?
When we were still developing the whole series as a whole, we weren't sure how many episodes we were going to do at first or anything like that. So the first thing Matt asked us to do was to write 6 episodes. And we thought, okay, we'll do 6 episodes. And that took us basically where the first 6... we'll say, I guess, the first 8 episodes.
Took us all the way up to the Nevermore.
Is it? Yeah, all the way up to the Nevermore. And we wrote that, and they were like, oh, okay, well, this is good. Just go ahead and do more. So we're like, oh, okay, cool.
That is just not a good thing to do in the middle of creating a fucking season. And it's probably the reason why,
after
what is now the mid-season finale, the animation quality drops so significantly. It's probably also why the mid-season finale feels like a big moment. It was most likely meant as the actual season finale. And now they suddenly had to make 8 more episodes and must get them ready in time. Considering that within these few months they didn't just need to write and animate the show, they also had to design the characters, the weapons, record the dialogue, the music, and cut it all together to make a final product. Leaving very little time to look back during the season and ask, hey, are you doing this right? Is this going right? Is this the thing that we should be doing right now? Are we there yet? Making a quick jump to the voice acting. The voice acting is pretty bad at times. I think that's mainly due to the inexperience of the main 4 girls who, prior to RWBY, haven't done any voice work before. They were just Rooster Teeth employees for the most part prior to coming on to do voices for the characters. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but that does mean that they need some form of prior training. And given the fact that the show had a short production time, they just couldn't get that. I don't think it's the VA's fault, and in the circumstances that they made the show under, they actually do a pretty decent job overall. And lastly, before moving on to season 2, I want to bring up the way they handle racism again, because it's not good. They want to do complicated social issues, but at this point in their career, they just lack the skills to do it. Not just in the language they use with their dialogue, but also in combination with Sun. They almost exclusively use this character to prove Weiss right and say, hey, being prejudiced is pretty bad, but she is correct. And I really don't like that. Case in point, the first time Blake and Weiss fight, White makes a remark.
Those faunus only know how to lie, cheat, and steal.
She receives a little pushback, but immediately after this, we see Sun, a faunus, make an escape from a ship because he was stowed away on his way to Vale. Showing the argument between Weiss and Blake right before this scene lets the audience know that Weiss is right. Even if they didn't intend it that way, it is how it reads during the episode. The episode after, they show Sun with the apples. He stole just for the fun of it, again proving Weiss her point. Up until now, the only faunus we have interacted with all have a criminal background. Why? This is in combination with the soft language Blake uses to describe Weiss, which comes off as somewhat of a defense for Weiss her position in the faunus. In this case, I'm willing to give the writers the benefit of the doubt, by saying they probably didn't do this on purpose, especially since Wise does change her mind at the end of the episode, and she opposes racism more vehemently in later seasons, but I do need to point it out. Alright, in summary, I don't think the mistakes made during the season were incompetence so much as they were time restricted and inexperienced. Other than maybe how they handle racism, but even that could be attributed to inexperience in and of itself. Overall, going into season 2, they have a lot of questions still left to answer, mainly how does dust work, and the plot needs to take a more front seat in the next season. I mean, this season we barely got to see 10 minutes of plot. They also need to make more of a habit of telling the audience the immediate plan of the bad guys. They don't have to reveal the whole plot, but just enough so that when the bad guys do end up executing a part of their plan, the audience can follow along. So with that postseason roundup out of the way, let's move on to season 2. So before we start off season 2 and review the whole thing, I do want to mention just very quickly that this is the season where they decided to start doing supplementary content running next to the main show. In this case, they decided to do World of Remnant, which is a little show in which they do the world building for the show itself, so to say. So they'll be talking about topics like the cities, you know, the kingdoms, what it means to be a hunter, what the Grimm are, and all that stuff. For now, I'm going to leave all of that stuff for after I've done season 3, since I feel like that is a much more natural place to be talking about stuff like that in general, right? I do want to very quickly point out that doing a show like this, in which you relegate most of your important world building to outside of the main show, which is something that most people watching the show will probably not be watching alongside it, is a really bad way of actually handling the world building. This way, you'll be relying on your biggest fans, essentially, to inform the rest of your fan base of what the world actually is. And again, even less people will be actually going down to the comments trying to figure this out. If you are that fan who would go to the comments to figure out stuff about the world, you are already that fan who goes out to watch those videos, which still means that a majority of the people watching the content will not be actually getting most of the world building. You really can't separate those elements. If you want to go a little deeper into the world itself, that's fine, but especially since they're talking about a couple of really important things of the world itself, you just can't do this. The first episode of the season starts with the dust shop from episode 1 being newly reopened. The shopkeep climbs down his ladder as he bumps into one of the figures who we saw teased in the after credits scene of season 1. She asks,
would you mind pointing me in the direction of the shop?
And lady, I don't know what kind of shop you're looking for, but I don't think these numbers help in this situation. The shop owner tells her where to go, and she reconvenes with her other post-credit scene character. The dynamic they have is one where the guy is supposed to be overconfident and wants to bone down, and the girl just isn't into that. This is a dynamic they will also immediately drop after the episode. They have a bit of banter before entering the shop they came to find. They talk to the shopkeep and the situation seems very tense. And it turns out that they came to harass the guy for planning to leave the White Fang. And as the shopkeep tries to fight his way out, they murk him and leave the store. This is the first and one of the few times we see the bad guys kill someone. We then cut to the girls at Beacon, where RWBY has decided to quote terrible United States president.
I am not a crook.
And makes a schedule for the group to follow, as Yang is escalating a food joke in the background. Wise gets pied, and we cut to Sun and some other dude who are walking beside the school. Sun is excitedly talking about Blake and explains people here are the coolest as a food fight starts happening in the background. They take a moment to state the blue-haired dude is cool before entering and seeing the food fight for themselves. An elaborate fight scene starts, which is pretty fun. Instead of using the regular weapons, they use food from the table to all but level the dining hall to the ground. The fight ends with RWBY nailing Team Jupiter to the wall using her semblance, a move she will never do again during the entire series. Glinda then angrily walks into the dining hall and wizards the place back into normal. Pillars, roof holes and all, allowing the main cast to not suffer any consequences for their careless disregard of school property. Ozpin tells Glinda not to do anything about it, or tell them off, as we cut to the two from the beginning of the episode walking into a hangar. We see an upscaled White Fang operation as Roman welcomes the two kids back. He pickpockets the girl and asks where they have been and what the address they have is about. Just as an aside, if you're looking for a store and asking around, you will have more luck using the name of the store rather than its address. Anyway, Roman threatens the children as the red-dressed lady from the previous season comes into view. She says his name in this scene and it sounds so much like Norman that I will exclusively call Roman Norman from now on. We learn the woman's name is Cinder and that the kids were supposed to keep their nose clean. And if that's what they needed to do, murder would be the equivalent of sticking your nose directly into a dirt puddle. Cinder asks why the project wasn't done sooner, and Norman points out the entire warehouse full of stolen dust. He then asks what the actual plan is, embodying the entire audience in the process. Cinder says,
"You'll know what you need when you need to know it,"
and walks away. The episode ends with the reveal that the green-haired girl stole Norman's lighter. This episode is a little frustrating. I mean, they get close to being good here, but their refusal to state a little something about what the bad guys are planning is annoying. You can't leave the audience hanging like this. If you want the audience to feel tension for what is about to come, you have to tell your audience something. You can't just leave it at phase 2 and expect everyone to get it. Let us know a little bit more about what they will target and what their goal actually is, so we know what to look out for. The food fight in and of itself is pretty harmless. It's also the only time Team RWBY and Team Juniper fight each other directly, and I think they did it pretty well. It's a safe and fun environment to get this matchup. It also looks good, and the animation is smooth, satisfying, and just about all you can ask for in a spectacle fight. I think they should have suffered at least some consequences after this, though. It makes it feel like our main characters are literally invincible, not just from physical damage, but law damage as well. It sets the stakes very low for our characters this season. I also find it a little sad that during this food fight they didn't get to use any like alternative weapon. Right now, they just kind of come up with foods that already resemble their weapons that they have regularly. I really think that it's a bit of a missed opportunity to really do something fun and creative with that aspect here. Lastly, I want to mention the animation quality and its notable step up from the latter half of the previous season. I do believe that this episode overall is just a step up from the previous episodes, and I hope that they can keep it going. Anyway, moving on to the second episode, which opens with a military airship landing at Beacon Academy. We zoom over to Ozpin and Glinda discussing Ironwood, the man arriving. They explain he both runs the academy and the military of Atlas, which is a different kingdom from where we are right now. At the same time as Ironwood enters the room, they greet each other. And Ironwood shows his alcoholism, which is a character flaw that he has in this scene and this scene only. They discuss the necessity of the fleet from Atlas being there, and Ironwood insists on its necessity. They vaguely gesture at things to come, but refuse to elaborate, using phrases like,
"You and I both know why I brought those men."
And,
"But if what Crow said is true, then..."
"If what Crow said is true, then we will handle it tactfully."
Again, you can't just refuse to tell your viewer anything of what's going on. It's very frustrating to have to sit through. Your viewer needs context to get an idea of what is going on. If you don't give them this, you aren't engaging them. You're just telling them to sit back and take it as it comes, rather than actually thinking and worrying about the conflict. Anyway, Ironwood leaves and asks if Osbin's children can win a war, keeping it vague once more. We cut to RWBY and crew playing some kind of card game. Hijinks ensue and eventually Sun walks in with the blue-haired boy from earlier. Sun introduces him as Neptune, and both Weiss and Neptune seem immediately romantically drawn to each other. Sun tries to cozy up to Blake, who promptly leaves to remember the events from the previous season. We are then transported to what is presumed to be a flashback, seeing Osbin is suddenly here, and they are sitting in the same room Osbin interviewed RWBY in during Season 1. They discuss Blake entering the academy, they discuss what happened at the docks, and that Osbin knows Blake is a Faunus. I must wonder when this flashback took place. By discussing her entry into the school the way that they do, they set up the timeline for happening before Blake entering Beacon Academy. But they discuss the events at the docks, so that must mean that it's directly after the events of Season 1, right? Osbin hints at knowing more and insinuate Blake has involvement with the White Fang. Blake denies having more to say and Osbin leaves. Cutting back to the room as Yang and the gang enter, Blake immediately gets up to leave. Weiss stops her in a comedy bit that feels out of place, character, and generally takes a little too long. Blake then asks how the rest can be calm knowing the White Fang is still out there. Blake expresses her want to do something and Weiss shoots this down because they are mere students. Blake does a passionate speech about needing to at least do something and confronting the problem head on, which is in direct contradiction to what her character is supposed to be, but I will address this when the contradiction starts happening. The group, including Weiss, decide to join Blake as RWBY remembers the board game from the library. As she rushes out, she bumps into Cinder and the Cindettes, revealing the bad guys have infiltrated Beacon for some reason as the episode ends. I find this episode personally a little lackluster. Nothing really happens other than the reveal that Cinder, for whatever reason, infiltrated the school. This is what I mean with the refusal to tell the audience anything. We had no idea Cinder had a plan involving Beacon, so her appearance here just feels really out of place and out of nowhere. All I can ask is, okay, where is this going? I have nothing to speculate on, nothing to think about. All I can do is just sit back, watch, and find out. And listen, it won't have a good impact if the writers don't tell us what's going on. All justification for the reveal will be post hoc. This means that, when the reveal does happen, it feels like they're making it up as they go along, even if it was thought up beforehand. Also, how does the schooling work? Why are the other students already arriving when the tournament doesn't start for a while longer yet? Do the other students just follow Beacon classes? Do the teachers from the other schools travel with the students to give them classes? Something to think about, I suppose. Anyway, the following episode opens with the gang in class as Jean asks Weiss out. He gets ignored because Weiss wants nothing to do with him. We then cut to the girls getting ready for the investigation into the White Fang and to go over what they will be doing. Weiss and RWBY will go through the Schnee Dust Company records to get the data on dust robberies. Blake will infiltrate the White Fang recruitment meeting and Yang asks a shady dude what's up. I like how they couldn't figure out a specific task for RWBY and they just kinda tagged her along with Weiss. We find out Sun was listening and wants to go with them. It is revealed he brought Neptune as well, who also wants to come along. They pair Sun and Blake and Neptune with Yang, much to Weiss her dismay. We cut to the tower Weiss was going to use to call home to request the documents, and she explains to RWBY the towers are used to allow communications between the kingdom, a gift from Atlas after the Great War. I find it weird that the society with technical capabilities to do these airship things haven't invented satellites yet, but I digress. We learned the only reason RWBY came with Weiss was because she thought the tower was cool, and as she was about to take a picture, her scroll slips out of her hand and falls on Penny's feet, revealing she is here too. Penny gives back the scroll and pretends not to know RWBY and walks away. RWBY runs after her to ask what happened after the night at the docks, and as the two move to a safe location to talk, we cut to Weiss on her way to the communications room. She calls her father's company to ask for sensitive material, which is given to her without question, completing her part of the investigation. She is asked if she wants to talk to her father or her sister, but she refuses. The call ends and she looks sad for some reason. We then cut back to Penny waiting for RWBY. They walk on, but Penny explains she can't help with the investigation and states she was asked not to talk to the gang anymore. It is insinuated that it was Ironwood who told her this, as he reveals a new line of security robots. This line includes piloted mech suits, which become important to the plot later. Penny says she wants to go as the security notices her. A short and awkwardly animated chase ensues. What happened to RWBY's speed effect, by the way? At the end, Penny stops the truck to prevent RWBY from getting run over, and she runs again. RWBY stops her, and Penny reveals she is a robot as the episode ends. Young lady, you watched big knives come out of her back and shoot laser beams. How have you not figured this out yet? Anyway, in my opinion, what is most notable about this episode was the way characters kept not really looking at each other. More than in other episodes, everybody was just kind of looking past each other. The animation overall was pretty weird on this one. They're setting up some things, and that's good, but they're really not giving RWBY something to do. I get that they need her to run into Penny, but she could do that on her own investigation. Now it just makes her seem like she isn't contributing to the team. Moving on to episode 4. With the same scene from before, right after the robo reveal, she talks about how she is the first synthetic person capable of projecting an aura, and struggles with her identity. Mainly whether she is a real person or not. RWBY says,
"Of course you are,"
and hugs her. Penny reveals Ironwood had a hand in creating her and brings RWBY home. Security then comes to pick Penny up. We cut to Yang and Neptune entering the nightclub. The staff is immediately on high alert as they are familiar with Yang. The barkeep takes Yang aside and we cut to Blake and Sun on their way to enter the recruitment event. We are told the masks the White Fang wear symbolize Grimm because society sees Faunus as monsters. They enter and the man on stage introduces our favorite resident racist, Norman. The Faunus are understandably upset and Norman explains why he is there. He wants to work with the White Fang because they share the same goal of destroying the people in power, and reveals his newest toy. He stole some mechs from the previous episode to use against the Atlas military. Honestly, Norman is hard carrying the bad guys right now. Not only could he steal an entire warehouse full of dust without getting caught, he also stole the newest not yet in use tech from the Atlas military. He should get a fucking raise out of this shit. Anyway, the White Fang is a fan of their recent collaboration, and the new recruits are called forward. We cut to the nightclub where Yang and Neptune question the barkeep. It turns out he knows nothing and they leave. We cut back to the rally and Sun and Blake devise a plan to get out. They decide to shoot out the lights because Norman can't see in the dark. This strategy shouldn't work because even though humans can't see in the dark, every Faunus can, but alas. They crash through the window as we hear the mech power up. Norman apparently quickly climbed into the mech and Blake calls the rest of the gang. They have a massive chase and fight scene with the mech in which they introduce team attacks that Team RWBY learned at some point off screen. Would have been nice to see them train for it, but anyway.
They establish Yang her semblance this episode, and it works as follows. Basically, Yang is a big hit battery. She can take a lot of hits and store that energy within her. Then, at her choosing, she can decide to release that energy in order to deliver a really powerful punch.
It's weird that they don't call it a semblance in this scene, but hey, at least they're clear on what it is. They BTFO the mech, and we are introduced to Neo. She shatters and the two escape. Alright. The biggest thing this episode is just the inconsistency with their own canon. I mean, the Faunus have night vision. This is established, and I don't think they forgot so much as it made sense to them. Norman yells, "Don't let him get away!" And every Faunus should have immediately jumped on them. Also, I don't like the fact that they just decide to do named attacks now. I get that they had time to learn those off-screen, seeing that this season takes place a couple weeks after the first, but that would have been a cool training arc, and we'll never get to see it. I guess we do now have somewhat of a clue on what Norman is planning, so that's good. I still don't know how Cinder will play into this though. The next episode, after this, starts with an artsy edit of Pyrrha beating the shit out of the entire bully team. After this, it turns out it was a training match, and it is revealed one of the Syndads has joined the class. Mercury, as he is named, also wants to fight Pyrrha. They duel until Pyrrha does some form of deflection, and Mercury, looking like he figured something out, forfeits the match. Mercury reminds the audience that Pyrrha is
You're a world-renowned fighter. We're obviously leagues apart.
And walks off. As the Color Gang leaves class, the audience is also reminded of the dance and their mission coming up. We get to outside, where Sun unsuccessfully asks Blake to the dance. Blake appears to have bags under her eyes due to the lack of sleep. In the next scene, it is revealed she is sleep deprived because she keeps worrying about the White Fang and their plan. The girls want Blake to go out to the dance and stop worrying so much. Before the dance, however, Yang and Weiss will take over the duties of Team Coffee and will make sure the dance is a success. At this point, I don't know what that means, but whatever. Blake doesn't want to take it easy and leaves. A second after, Jean comes in to serenade Weiss in order to ask Weiss out and gets rejected again. Weiss reveals she already has a date in mind, and we cut to Pyrrha and Jean training on the roof. Jean wants to cut it early, and Pyrrha asks what's wrong, and Jean spills the beans on what happened the scene before, and Pyrrha makes it very obvious she wants Jean to ask her to the dance. Jean remarks she would have guys throwing themselves at her, and laments he would wear a dress if she couldn't get a date to prom. We then cut to the villains team wondering about Pyrrha's semblance. They state it's polarity and refuse to elaborate further. Cinder states,
People assume she's fated for victory, when she's really taken fate into her own hands.
And says it's not about overpowering the enemy, but taking away the power they have. A motto she never makes true in any of her future actions, and the episode ends with them insinuating a plan for prom. This episode ever so slightly progresses what we have seen already. I mean, they show a little more of the villains, yet not enough to really mean anything. We already knew they were planning something, just let us know a little bit of what it is, please. Cool it down the tea, yeah. I gotta cool it down, make it so my mouth don't burn, yeah! Episode 6 opens with Team RWBY doing a wedding planning bit because it turns out they are in charge of decorating for some reason. I guess they took this duty off Team Coffee, but why did they have it in the first place? Anyway, doesn't matter. Sun and Mercury enter and make some small talk with the girls. They talk about Blake a bit, and Yang insinuates she has a plan to get Blake to the dance. Oh, fuck me. We then cut to Blake being distracted by a laser pointer. Get it? Because she's a cat. Blake follows the pointer, and it is revealed Yang was behind it. She says,
Hello! We need to talk.
Yeah!
And yanks Blake away. We cut to Ren in a towel coming out of the shower. He is assaulted by Jean in the same way Yang did Blake, and they have a talk. Jean asks Ren for girl help and asks how he and Nora got together. Nora states they ain't dating, and Ren asks for clarification from Jean. Jean asks how to ask out Weiss, and Pyrrha answers him. She states he should be himself, and Jean runs off. Nora tells Pyrrha to practice what she preached, and we cut to Yang and Blake having a heart-to-heart. Yang talks about the childhood she had. It is revealed RWBY mom dead, and it's sad. Yang reveals she has a different mom and she disappeared. She tried to find her and almost got RWBY and herself killed. She uses this speech to tell Blake to slow down and they have a small fight, after which Yang leaves having convinced Blake to come to the dance. She states she will save her dance, winks and leaves. We cut to Jean with a flower on his way to ask Weiss out. It turns out Weiss is already asking Neptune out and he leaves. We then cut to RWBY sucking at walking on heels, and we cut to Sun running into Blake on his way to the dance. She locks arms and goes with Sun, stating her first dance is spoken for. We then cut to the final moments of the Yang-Blake dance and Sun takes over. Blake and Weiss then leave RWBY alone to get speeched at by Ozpin. We cut to Yang to the door, welcoming the Syndads to prom as the episode ends. This is yet another slow episode. At least we got to learn a little bit about the family dynamics of Yang and RWBY's family, and the fact that Yang is looking for her mother. I guess this is also technically the first Yang and Blake ship moment. But other than the wink, this could just be more of a friendly gesture. Especially since Blake explicitly chose to go with Sun over Yang despite the dance they shared. If this was the writers foreshadowing a romantic relationship between Blake and Yang, they did a pretty shit job at it. Episode 7 begins with the prom scene from the previous episode. We find our red gal hanging out by the punch bowl as Jean scoots over. They strike up a convo about Jean getting rejected by Weiss, and we learn Weiss didn't have a date to prom, meaning Neptune rejected Weiss her offer the night Jean wanted to ask her. Jean gets mad at Neptune and moves to talk to him as he sees Pyrrha walk by. He follows her and they talk. We learn Pyrrha doesn't have a date and Jean is surprised. Pyrrha explains that people see her as someone above them and thus are afraid to approach her. She continues to state that she liked Jean because he treated her as an equal and allowed her to make a lot of friends at the school. I have to stop the episode here for a second. This interaction is the first time the show does a little thing called gaslighting. For those unaware of what gaslighting is, it is basically a means to try and manipulate a person into doubting their own memory, and in extreme cases, their sanity. For example, I do something a week later that gets brought up and I deny doing the thing and recount the events differently from how they happened, causing you to doubt your own version of events. And in the case of RWBY, they do it as follows. First, they show the event.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to?
Not the slightest, Snow Angel.
This is Pyrrha.
Hello again.
Pyrrha graduated top of her class at Sanctum.
Never heard of it.
She's won the Mistral Regional Tournaments 4 years in a row. A new record.
The what?
She's on the front of every Pumpkin Pete's Marshmallow Flakes box.
That's you? They only do that for star athletes and cartoon characters.
Yeah.
In this, we clearly see Jean freak out about Pyrrha being a celebrity when he finds out. Now they say that Pyrrha liked Jean from the beginning because he didn't treat her differently, mainly because he...
When we met, you didn't even know my name. You treated me just like anyone else.
This shouldn't matter. The moment he found out about her celebrity status, he freaked out. Besides, we have never seen Pyrrha be treated differently for being a celebrity in the first place, meaning that the show is essentially attempting to gaslight the audience into believing Jean didn't freak out and that Pyrrha gets treated differently when she isn't. This also creates two separate realities within the show. What they talk about and what they show on screen are two completely different things. They interact with each other a lot, but ultimately don't result in the same thing. After this interaction, Pyrrha states she would have liked to go to prom with someone else like Jean and leaves. Neptune approaches Jean and tries to make small talk. He mentions,
"Cute girls though, huh?"
And Jean gets upset. He lectures him about turning down Weiss, and I find it really weird that he would get upset about it, but whatever. We learn Neptune turned down Weiss because he can't dance, taking Jean by surprise again. Jean finds it weird because Neptune is...
But you're so cool.
And that is so far the only character trait given to Neptune. Jean advises Neptune to just go talk to her and emphasizes he is cool, and Neptune, with newfound cool confidence, asks Weiss to dance. Jean mentions he has one last thing to do, and we cut to Yang overlooking the ballroom. Yang expresses her gratitude as Penny throws it down to the most wicked beats. Yang and RWBY lament about having to go back to work tomorrow as Jean enters the ballroom, revealing the dress he promised to wear if Pyrrha couldn't get a date. I know the crowd is laughing at the fact that Jean is wearing a dress, but in my headcanon, they are laughing at the way his muscle definition is drawn in this scene. I mean, look at it! Either way, they do a weirdly choreographed dance with Ren and Nora, and we learn Jean has 7 sisters. We pan to the Cindettes talking to a raccoon-looking Cinder about their plot. As RWBY walks outside, we see an extremely awkwardly animated Cinder do some parkour, and RWBY follows her. We cut to the comm tower from earlier this season, which Cinder proceeds to infiltrate. We cut to RWBY learning of Cinder's infiltration, and she calls her weapon. After that, we cut back to Cinder making a chess piece appear on the screen, and she leaves. At this moment, RWBY walks in to confront her. They have an exchange of blows as Ironwood comes in. As he does, Cinder has disappeared. She is shown walking through a hallway and magicking different clothes onto herself as she enters the ballroom, where the dance is taking place. Some guards seem to have followed her. One steps in glass, and I don't really know what that is supposed to mean. They look bewildered at where they seem to have ended up as the episode ends. Okay, so this is the mid-season finale, and that means that there's a lot of stuff going down. Mind you that the creators stay vague about it and that we can't really know what all of that was. As far as the story progression goes, we see Cinder get into the comm tower, but we have no idea why she is doing this. Seeing the chess piece she makes appear on screen insinuates that she's probably hacked it, but we don't know what for. On an interpersonal level, I guess Jean has deepened his relationship with Pyrrha. The whole gaslighting thing is something I want to get back to though. I think this is mainly a problem of poorly thought out plot and relationships, because the creators didn't take a lot of time thinking about the exact interactions the characters would have and the logical consequences thereof. They now have to essentially lie about previous interactions to make them fit the current running plot between them. This results, as stated, in a disconnect between what the character says and what is being shown off screen. This makes it feel like the show takes place in 2 separate universes. Lastly though, the plot is moving rather slow, and well, I mean, at least our characters are interacting with it. I like the fact that our main 4 girls decide to go out and look for the White Fang, try to figure out what's going on. This is something unique to the first 3 volumes, and it makes it feel like our characters matter. So far, in just about everything this season has done, it's been a cut above the previous one, and I hope the latter half of the season goes this well. The next episode opens with Ozpin, Glinda, and Ironwood discussing the events from last episode. After a little back and forth, RWBY comes in. She is complimented for her actions and is asked to give more details about the night before. RWBY mentions that the glass weapons Cinder used during the fight are not part of her semblance, before stating she doesn't have much to add. Ironwood makes a remark about adding dust into clothing which had nothing to do with anything that was said. Eventually, RWBY states something about a hideout location in the southeast before taking her leave. The other 3 discuss sending the military to the location, which they don't end up settling in the scene, but it is presumed that there will be no military yet. We cut to the dorm of our 4 main girls who reassure RWBY, and they open a package sent by the father of Yang and RWBY. It turns out that their dog, Swai, has been sent via tube postage so they can babysit it. Blake climbs on her bed and appears afraid of it because she is a cat. Get it? They then leave it behind to fend for itself because they don't have time to take care of it either. RWBY, not liking this idea, decides to carry Zwei in a never-before-seen backpack as the gang enters the auditorium. Osmond does a speech here which places the convention of naming people after colors into the canon of the world. This is a move that I find abhorrent by the showrunners. I don't understand why one would do this, and it's a problem that persists throughout the setup world. I'm not a fan of conventions, but this is about the worst implementation I have ever seen. I will talk about this more after season 3 as well, so stay put. After canonizing the color convention, Osmond continues to explain that all first-year teams will be shadowing a professional hunter during a mission. The group decides to take a mission in the southeast and head for the board. Upon entering their team name, however, it turns out that the mission they chose isn't available to first-year students. One could wonder why it was on the board to begin with, if first years aren't allowed to take it, but oh well. Osmond then comes in, asking them some questions about how they know about the hideout and why they were at the docks, but decides to let them go on the mission anyway, because he feels like he can't deter the gang. He gives them a warning and the gang leaves for a helicopter. They interact with Team Coffee for a bit, after which it is revealed that the coffee teacher is the huntsman they shadow as the episode ends. For this one, I really have to hold back from saying too much about establishing a convention like the color naming scheme in the actual world. For now, all I'll say is that they are binding themselves to the convention. Now, anytime a character shows up who isn't named after a color, you will have to ask how this would be possible. Zwei is also introduced in this episode, and they only introduced Zwei now as a plot device. I don't like that, but I will go into it further down this arc. Moving on to the next episode, episode 9 begins with a lecture from the good doctor about what they'll be doing during the mission. It is stated that it is strictly reconnaissance and that they should leave all of their stuff home. I'm no expert, but I don't see why you would have to leave your stuff, even if you don't establish a base of operations, as Mr. Coffee says, but oh well. The gang isn't excited about Coffee Guy being the hunter they follow, but are excited for the mission. They talk to Team Juniper and Sun and Neptune for a bit as they leave for their respective missions. The gang gets briefed about where they are going, and apparently the city of Vale tried to expand at one point, but the expansion got run over by Grimm, so it was never finished and sealed off. Dr. Coffee proclaims,
"And now it stands abandoned as a dark reminder."
And I have to ask, of what? Trying to expand? When the group lands, the mission starts and RWBY gets called out for having brought her backpack. After a back and forth, Zwei is revealed to be in the cargo. Kafels calls this move genius, and they spot a lone Grimm. They were first going to leave it alone since the Grimm are attracted to negative emotion and it could lead the gang to the hideout. This doesn't work out and they proceed to fight. The way the fight scene is presented is very much a I just got my degree for animation and I want to put this on my resume type deal. Although, if someone would put this on their resume, I don't think anyone would be hiring them on the account of the animation errors. After fighting this batch, the coffee guy states it'll be the first bout of many, and we get a bit of a montage with our characters getting increasingly tired. Yang speaks for the audience a bit when she asks if the teacher will also be fighting, since she wants to see a pro fight and he refuses, stating that he is already in action. He then proceeds to ask everyone their motivation for becoming huntresses. Yang states it's because she is a thrill seeker and wants to go on adventures. Helping people is a bonus for her. Weiss proclaims it is her duty as a member of the Schnee family to uphold her reputation. Blake wants to stop corruption but doesn't have a good way to do that yet. RWBY isn't asked why she wanted to become a huntress, and as the others are making camp, she gets taken aside to learn more about Grimm. We learn that there are bigger and more powerful Grimm than we have seen so far, and that they can learn when to attack and how far they can go before they are attacked. The Grimm we see during this scene are waiting for the right moment to attack. RWBY then asks why Coffee Teacher wanted to become a hunter, and he points to the city, saying, I see lives that could have been saved, Glip. Which makes no sense. Unless people were already living here during the time of the expansion, but given the fact that most buildings we see during this arc are still under construction before they left, that can't be the case. I mean, I guess he could be talking about the construction workers, but still. The Doctor continues to explain that he wants to accrue knowledge to help people fight the Grimm and save lives. After this, we cut to camp, where the girls are discussing the answers they gave Coffee Man. They doubt the answers they give themselves in the perfect opportunity to do some characterization and have the girls introspect about who they are, what they want, and how they wish to achieve it. This goes nowhere, however, and we are left with an we know why we're here from Yang and a doubtful look from Weiss. Coffee walks in with RWBY and declares everybody should go to bed. RWBY volunteers herself to take the first watch, and with the howling of Grimm, our episode ends. There are elements that I like about this episode, but most of it is pretty bad. I like that they attempt to do some deeper level of characterization. I just wish it went anywhere. This really needs to be addressed at the end of the season. A moment of, aha, I want to be a huntress for these reasons. But that never comes. Zwei didn't contribute anything this episode because he only exists to do one thing, which will happen next episode. Speaking of which, the start of this episode sees Ironwood looking over the city at night. Glinda walks up and they have a short conversation about whether they should trust Ozpin. Glinda reassures Ironwood that they should, as we cut to RWBY on guard duty. After some panning shots, we end up at Yang. She starts the convo from the previous episode back up, asking whether Coffee Man was joking. They discuss Weiss her reason for joining the academy, which is apparently that she feels she has more impact on the world as a huntress, before moving to Blake, who explains she feels like she is always running from her problems. And if that is the case, why did she try to convince the gang to go after the White Fang? Apparently, this Adam guy she talks about turned into a monster and she left. But the moment they started making crime noises around her, she wouldn't rest until she'd figured out what they were planning and stopped it, dealing with the problem head on. Anyway, they move on to Yang, who explains the same thing she did in the previous episode. She is in it for the thrills and adventure. RWBY is once again absent from the convo, despite seemingly being within earshot, and Yang tells us her motivation for being a huntress. I think this would have been a fine way of including RWBY into a conversation she isn't part of, if she wasn't essentially right next to them. They ended the convo talking about how whatever they want comes second to helping and saving others. The teacher smiles and a time skip happens. Zwei wakes up in the middle of the night, waking up RWBY in the process. I understand that during the time skip she got replaced as a guard by Yang, as shown, but it's a little jarring. RWBY follows Zwei, who just had to pee apparently, and RWBY almost gets spotted by two guys from the White Fang who are revealed to be in the area. Rather than alarming the group immediately of the White Fang's presence, she follows them first. After finding out where their base is, she tries to call them, learning that she doesn't have scroll signal. She ends up falling into a big hole without her weapon. We discover that the city has an underground section as RWBY gets captured by the White Fang. We cut back to Yang on guard duty, discovering RWBY's disappearance. They decide to go find RWBY as we cut to her getting dragged. We see a couple of bombs loaded up on train wagons as RWBY gets brought before Norman. The group topside discovers the hole RWBY fell into, and Caffeine Man does a speech. They resolve to find her as the episode ends. Okay, so I mentioned previously that I would address Blake's characterization, and I will now proceed to do so. The writers intend Blake to be someone who runs from her problems, doesn't want to face them head on, but would rather stick her head in the sand and ignore it. This is something that becomes clear in this episode when the character directly discusses this. However, if that is the case, then why have her be the catalyst to start fighting Norman and the White Fang? If anything, she should be the one opposing this plan, as RWBY exclaims they should do this. Characterizing Blake like this means you can't set her up as running away from her problems now. They mention how she left the White Fang after they became more violent, but with the context that we have now, one can reasonably conclude that she just disagreed with the orc and left because of that. Even her hiding the fact that she is a faunus and the explanation of her not willing to deal with discrimination isn't something indicative of running away from her personal problems. We have another disconnect with what the show is telling us, Blake runs away from her problems, and what is shown on screen, Blake faces her problems head on. I also quickly want to remark on the voice acting for the teacher. I understand wanting him to talk really fast because he is a coffee drinker, but the way they have the voice actor do it means that he is really difficult to understand. I can barely make out what he is saying. It doesn't help that the voice he uses already isn't very articulate. But with the fast talking, they have the actor do it just a little too much. I think it would have been better to just speed him up in post. I also very quickly want to mention the fact that they already have a teacher who talks understandably in Peter Port. I don't see why they didn't use Peter Port as the info dumper, since he speaks clearly, you can all understand him, and his voice acting plus the way that he looks gives him that little bit of gravitas, that little bit of oomph needed to give important dialogue, and then use the coffee teacher as an explicitly joke character. It doesn't make any sense to me to do it this way. Anyway, moving on to episode 11. Episode 11 opens with RWBY being thrown on the floor before Norman. They bully her a little bit, and RWBY uses her semblance to get away. Apparently her semblance sucks when she is captured and gets caught again. We then hear an explosion signaling the arrival of the others. Norman, realizing they need to go, starts the train and leaves. RWBY and the gang decide to stop the train and board it using RWBY's semblance. Apparently, she can pick up a bunch of people with her semblance and still move at the same speed she always did. They state they need to get to the front of the train as they discover a bomb and a large number of White Fang members approaching. They all confront the White Fang except for Blake, who is told to loosen the caboose. She attempts to, but the caboose loosens itself. It blows up a little behind them, and the gang learns that every caboose has a bomb in it. The White Fang appears to be further away than we thought, as they now, after jumping a couple of wagons, engage. After a brief encounter, we learn that the bombs are meant to blow holes in the tunnels we are in. They do this to lead Grim back to the city. As we continue further up the train, we see some White Fang members enter the stolen mech suits from the beginning of the season. The way they dispatch of the first one is pretty great. Me and the friend I was watching with called it dog ball for obvious reasons. And though I like it as a stupid concept, in this case it doesn't really fit at all with the tone. I right now have no idea whether I should take this train scene seriously or not. They don't seem to know if they want the season end to be a comedy or a serious show. Also, the mech from the beginning took the entirety of Team RWBY to defeat, and now it just gets taken down by a single hit from a flaming dog. The stakes already didn't feel that high, but now they are just about on the ground. We then cut to Yang, Weiss, and Blake making their way through the train, as they get confronted by the mysterious girl from earlier, now sporting an umbrella. Weiss gives Blake a thing with colors she proceeds to put on her weapon. I suppose that this is dust then? Yang states she will take her alone and the others should go on ahead. They do this and Yang gets absolutely steamrolled by the little one. The other two run into a chainsaw man and Weiss does a Yang, staying behind to fight him as Blake moves on. She eventually ends up taking Norman. They fight a bit, and after taking the L, Norman tries to get Blake on his side. We cut to Weiss doing some moves and then taking the L. We then cut to Yang taking the L and cut back to Norman. Blake isn't having his proposal as Weiss takes her L to their room. Blake knocks Norman the fuck out and rushes to help Weiss. We cut back to Yang about to get murked by her opponent as a mysterious woman saves her. With the music blaring, I get the feeling that this is supposed to be a big reveal that just happened, and I should be like, oh shit, it's her! But since I never seen this woman and she never really got addressed, I have no way of knowing who this is or why this is significant. I don't like the trope of somebody losing a fight, but then a mysterious person coming in at the last second to save them, and since Yang's opponent fled immediately after seeing her, it feels very anticlimactic. Anyway, the woman opens a teleport and Yang catches a brief glimpse before she disappears. We cut to RWBY and the teacher taking out another Mac before the team reconvenes at the top of the train. We see they are headed for a closed door and they protect themselves with ice. They blast through and end up in the city. The Grimm from the tunnel immediately move in as the episode ends on this cliffhanger. Okay, so this is the penultimate episode, and I feel the same way I did during the more mellow points of the season. I don't know why. Maybe it's just me, but I'm about as excited for this as I was for prom. I just don't feel like our characters are in any danger, with Dogball lowering the stakes to the ground and Yang just being saved out of nowhere. I don't see any way for our main gals to lose. The tone is all over the place. I mentioned Dogball before, and right now they are both trying to be a comedy and a serious show, and don't find a good middle ground between the two. RWBY's semblance also feels very inconsistent. One moment she can't get away from a dude who was standing still, and the other she can carry 5 people and a dog onto a moving train. If you are making a show like this, it is important to keep the power set of your characters consistent. Otherwise, your audience will have no idea of the power levels that the characters have, which in and of itself is important mainly because the audience then has a feeling of what's going on. When the underdog can pull a victory against a more powerful foe, it'll actually feel like the upset it is. Now, if that were to happen, I wouldn't feel anything because I don't know who the underdog is supposed to be. By the way, I don't think this was the right time for the woman to appear. In this scene, it makes it feel like a cheap way for Yang to survive in this situation because they just didn't want to give a Neo the L here. And as the scene plays out, it's like the writers wrote themselves into a corner and bailed themselves out through bullshit rather than just rewriting the fight. The character will also not be properly addressed until season 5, with a couple of hints of her in season 4, so there's really no reason for them to introduce her now. Either way, let's move on to the finale. The final episode of the season sees Jean sleeping soundly in his room as he receives a call from RWBY. All he hears is static, however, and he falls back to sleep. The next morning, Team Juniper discusses the phone call and Jean's concern. Ren mentions,
Team RWBY has always performed exceptionally in the field. We should be focusing on our own mission.
Would have been nice to see them actually do schoolwork in the field besides this mission, but we'll just have to take his word for it, I guess. As they approach the landing area, they hear the sirens coming from town. Realizing what's going on, they step onto the newly spawned dropship and come to the city's aid. I feel like the school that trains hunters for the single purpose of hunting Grimm would be notified immediately the moment Grimm enter the city walls. Anyway, we pan over to Cinder and the Cindettes, remarking this shouldn't be happening until a few days from now, and as Cinder thinks of a solution, we cut to Team RWBY confronting the Grimm at the tunnel they came out of during the previous episode. After a brief encounter in which they use some questionable moves, Team Juniper arrives and joins the chaos. After the continued back and forth and a comedy bit signaling Jean's progress, the comedy duo of Sun and Neptune enter the fray. This routine they do only serves to remind the audience this sequence of events has no consequence to it. They get no chance to fight, however, as the Atlas military immediately arrives. They drop some robo-soldiers and fire Gatling guns, which, after this scene, will never be used again during the series, and after a few shots of the Atlas military wrecking shop, we see the Syndets join in the grim killing action, likely trying to make it look like they are legitimate students and are looking out for the safety of Vale citizens. After this, Zwei and a mech, presumably with Coffee Man in it, come in, and we pan up to reveal the arrival of Team Coffee. Even more fighting continues, and after a while this chick mentions to the rabbit ear girl, "You shouldn't use that case because..."
Come on, you spent all semester building that up.
And who are you talking to? The audience or the girl? Because this is the first time we see this case. If it's the former, then you should have included a couple scenes teasing what's in the box. But if it's the latter, then why not? What's so important about it? If it's a weapon, then she should use it. The city is in danger and Grimm are running all over the shop. There is no better time than to use it now. They need to at least give some form of explanation as to why they can't use it now. Like, it has a limited amount of uses and there's no stakes to this fight. Something like that. Oh, at least I got the latter half right. She then reveals what is in her own box, which turns out to be a Gatling gun she uses to slice a giant bird in half. And wasn't RWBY supposed to be in possession of the deadliest weapon ever designed? The teachers have their turn, and Glinda comes in to repair the hole in one fell swoop, reminding the audience for the last time that this fight has no stakes. Anyway, the fight ends, everyone smiles, and Norman gets arrested. Team RWBY laments over the events of the season and talk about how, even though they weren't able to figure out the plot and the people responsible are still mostly at large, they did put a lot of dangerous people behind bars like Norman, and you know what? It's good enough. If the bad guys pop up again, they'll just stop them or whatever. We then cut to Ozpin in his office talking to a shadowy group. We learn that they are the Council, and they demand the Atlas military, and therefore General Ironwood should be in charge of security for the Vital Festival. We then cut to Ironwood, who remarks Ozpin brought this on himself, and he moves to the cell Norman is being held. He tells the guards to leave and asks Norman who is behind the attack. Norman refuses to answer and Ironwood leaves. Norman then laughs in an all according to plan kind of way, which is kind of weird. To my understanding, none of this was according to plan, but okay. We then cut to Cinder and the Syndettes discussing the events Cinder mentions. And Mercury asks if the Faunus will still listen to them, seeing as a lot of the White Fang are still trapped in the tunnels. A mysterious man then enters the convo wearing the same mask as the White Fang, stating they will listen to him as the credits start rolling. After the credits, there is an after credits scene showing Yang confronting the mysterious woman who saved her on the train. She asks who she is, and the woman takes off her mask to reveal a face. She remarks they have a lot to talk about, and the season closes for real this time. Okay, so this episode undoes everything that has been set up by the previous episodes so far, and let me explain why. You see, apparently, the plan went off a few days too early from when the baddies actually had planned it to happen. I mean, they remark as much during the episode. Since this isn't in direct relation to the school Cinder was infiltrating, I will assume this attack was supposed to coincide with another at the school during the Vital Festival, meaning this was most likely supposed to be a distraction from the real attack to be performed by Cinder. During this season, we only see the prep work for the attack on the city and the execution of this plan. This plan has now been thwarted by RWBY and all the other characters that we saw in the fight scene. This means that Cinder needs to come up with a new plan to distract people from what she is going to do at the Vital Festival. Also, Norman is now behind bars, and he was hard carrying the whole operation. I mean, he stole all that dust, he got the mechs, he basically did everything. All Cinder did was infiltrate the school, and that was treated as nothing. And they all just go and pretend like this was some huge success for everyone. But I really don't see how this could even be the case. I mean, the attack itself also failed miserably with minimal casualties. And hell, the second to last episode explicitly saw people running away from the scene just to make sure they wouldn't have to deal with civilians during the fight and minimizing casualties.
So basically, what this means for the plot is that it hasn't gone anywhere. The plot hasn't moved since the start of Season 1. The only thing we saw that season was the dust robberies getting worse. And what we got to see this season was Norman going ahead with Phase 2, whatever that might mean, which apparently involved everything that he did this season, but that has all been thwarted by now. And Cinder has been doing stuff in the background, and one thing in the foreground, that being the hacking of the comm tower for whatever reason, which basically means that the plot for us hasn't gone anywhere. The only thing we've learned over the course of these 2 seasons is that plot is happening in the background, which it has continued doing so far. So really, plot-wise, this season didn't matter at all. We are now still at the same point that we were at the beginning of Season 1.
Anyway, the fighting, apart from a few moves, was good. I would say everyone got to show off a little bit, but Sun and Neptune never did. And Team Coffee got their bit in, even though they didn't need to. But the action overall was still pretty solid. I'm a little curious to find out what is in the bunny's box. Even though they handled it clumsily, it did achieve what they wanted. If you want to do something like this, you have to make sure to tease the audience at least a little bit before making a statement like, "You've spent all semester building this up." This kind of meta comment can really only take you out of the show, and it generally comes off as arrogant from the writers if what they say just isn't true like it is here. You have to deserve a moment like this, and as it stands, RWBY hasn't. Also, splicing in comedy bits between fights is fine with low stakes, but this fight is the season finale action. This is supposed to be serious if you want your show to be taken seriously. This could work in a comedy show in which there are no stakes, but there is a serious plot going on here, and the city is in danger of being overrun by Grimm. The writers should take this seriously. It's okay to have characters come off as badass, but at least take it seriously. Okay, so that was all of Season 2 for RWBY. I think this season is definitely an improvement over Season 1. What I like the most about this season is the fact that the show itself feels like it is having fun. It doesn't shy away from adding humor within itself, even though it is mostly added at inappropriate times, like Dogball. I do like the little detective bit Sun and Neptune do, and I also enjoyed the food fight at the beginning of the season, so even though there are a lot of flaws, so long as the show itself is having fun, the audience is having fun, and I really think that is the main power of the show itself. And right now, I feel like the fun that the creators are having making the show is really translating well within the show itself. I think the combat is as good as ever, and I really enjoyed Norman as a character. I'm really glad we got to see more of him this season. I enjoyed the plot being driven by our characters. Team RWBY was actively participating within the plot, trying to figure out what is going on with everything. This may feel a little weird, being remarked on like this. However, seeing as they do this wrong in basically every other season that they do from this point on, It is important to note. Plot-wise, though, as I said, not a whole lot happened. The only thing we actually got to learn this season was that Cinder and her crew infiltrated the academy, and Cinder hacked the comms tower. That's it. A lot of stuff in hindsight also does make a lot of sense. The dress that Cinder makes for herself is not something she should be able to do, keeping in mind the power set that she's supposed to have right now. I can't really go into detail on that yet, but it isn't the only inconsistent person in this season. RWBY herself is guilty of this. One moment not being able to outrun a standing man, and the other catching up with a moving train hauling 4 people and a dog under her arm. Speaking of inconsistency, I feel like that has been a bit of a theme this season. The tone was also very inconsistent at times. They mainly struggled to blend the comedic and the serious tones, leading to a feeling of, it'll be fine, when the season is having its final fight. Having a light-hearted tone also lets the audience know the characters themselves aren't taking this seriously, which means that they don't feel like they are in any danger, so why should you? This is reinforced by the deliberate holding back of assets they could use during the fight scenes, as seen by Team Coffee. They also have another tone shift at the start of this season here. Looking at the first episode where the Syndettes kill a dude. This should set the tone of the season as a lot darker than the previous season. However, it doesn't really do that because the rest of the season is still as lighthearted and juvenile, so to say, as season 1. This also should have set the stakes a lot higher this season than the previous one. However, by the end of the season, there are no stakes left, and the tone is extremely comedic at that point. Last on the inconsistency list, we have the character of Blake. In season 1, she goes from a timid character into a character who takes action and faces her problem head-on, like she did in the final fight of that season. They continued that trend as she can't seem to calm down before she stopped the White Fang once and for all, and yet, near the end of the season, suddenly she gets all insecure and batters herself with the fact that she always runs away from her problems and never faces anything head on. She goes as far as to say that even her semblance allows her to run away from attacks, and these two characterizations don't mix. The episode after this discussion, by the way, she uses her semblance in an offensive manner, which again doesn't mix with the "my semblance is geared towards running away" line she takes. It would have been appropriate to implement that style of using her semblance when she learned to face her problems head on and started thinking differently about herself and her semblance. But that opportunity is squandered away. On a different note, I still don't like how they refuse to tell us what's really going on. We are 2 seasons in now, and still, the writers won't just outright tell us anything about the state of the world. With what Atlas appears to be preparing for, why Cinder and her cronies infiltrate the school, why Norman plans on taking on the government and tries to destroy Vale, all we have really learned this season is that there are powers at work that are outside of the control of our main characters, and now is about the time where the bigger picture should start becoming clear. Just hinting at a plot going on, once again, makes it feel like the writers are just pulling shit out of their ass whenever it is convenient for them. Monty, in an interview with Afterbuzz TV, tells us that they are doing a dance on a thin line because they want to tell us something, but not too much, and I get that. You want some mystery to keep people engaged and actively thinking about the show, but in my opinion, they opt for showing too little. Not really giving the audience anything to go off of. He mentions that the audience is smart enough to get it and how usually one guy will figure it out, but I think it's more of a monkey typewriter situation here. If you lock 1,000 RWBY fans in a room with access to the forums and let them speculate on about what will happen and what the details are, eventually one guy will get it right. Or two guys will get two different bits right, but generally the audience will be completely out of the loop. This will be quite frustrating for your audience. If you don't engage them, there is nothing to invest in. So far, I don't think Season 2 is the worst offender in the series, mostly because it does feel like Season 2 moves at a decent pace. You get to see enough of what Norman is planning. There's just no context as to where his actions fit within the grander scheme of things. And I think it is really important. Another thing the writers need to do in order to make their story compelling to the viewer is to establish a clear end goal. You want to establish where your character is going and what they will try to achieve. Without that, there isn't much for your character to do other than react to the plot. Right now, that seems to be clear, which is stop Cinder and the White Fang, so that's good, but I don't see an end goal for RWBY as a character other than becoming a huntress. All she would need to do for that is to finish school, and since she already fights on the level that she does, I don't think that'll be a problem for her.
I just quickly wanted to hop on here to clarify what I mean exactly with this bit, in regards to RWBY anyway. When it comes to her as a main character, there doesn't really appear to be any direct struggle that she could be having right now, or anything that she needs to overcome, or really anything at all for her to do. Her goal is to finish school right now, which, as stated, she already fights amazingly well. The only thing that this school could add would maybe be to, like, learn teamwork, but they don't really have much issue with that either. And even when an issue does appear within the team, it tends to be very quickly resolved. So I don't think that there's really any struggle for her to be having right now. So really, what I need the next season to make clear is why we are following RWBY as a character when someone like Jean, for instance, would seem like a much more interesting choice as a point of view character.
I also want to talk about the direction for this season. In Production Diary 2 for this season, they talk about how they muted the colors of Veil for this season.
The coloring, not just in Veil but in the rest of the backgrounds, is a little more muted. So whenever you see the characters, the backgrounds aren't going to be right in your face along with them.
And I just want to quickly mention this pick here. I think that this is one of the worst decisions they made with regard as to how the show itself looks. I don't understand why they felt the need to take the color out of a world that supposedly takes a lot of pride out and puts a lot of importance in color. They fought a war over this stuff. Every building should be the most colorful thing ever. As the clip shows, they did this to put more of a focus on the characters themselves whenever they are on screen in Veil, but during Season 1, I was never distracted by the colors in the background. I never thought to myself, wow, the vibrant colors of these buildings in the background are really distracting me from what's happening in the foreground here. In fact, I like the colors of Volume 1 as shown way more. Truly a baffling move on their part. They talk about how they don't so much use texture but more color in order to give a more emotional feel to the show.
And texture-wise, there's no real textures. It's mostly like gradients and that kind of good stuff. So you get all these really, I guess the word for it is emotional kind of colors to the show or into each setting.
And then make everything gray, which is the least emotional color of all.
I would just quickly like to point out that within this same production diary, they talk about how RWBY is a very colorful show and how they used gradients to evoke a more emotional feel to the show itself. And then in literally the next bit that they show, they talk about how they actually muted a lot of the colors, especially in the background, to make foreground characters pop out a lot more, even though that never really was all that much of an issue in the first season. And it really just kind of shows you the level of communication that these different departments have within the same company.
There's a whole lot more that I would really like to get into right now, but I can't until after season 3. So you know what? Let's just go fucking right into season 3. Fuck it. See what see what that's got.
Fuck it. This thing is not functioning at all.
So before I go into season 3, there's one very important thing that I need to address first. And that is the passing away of visionary and creator of the show, Monty Oum, who passed away on February 1st, 2015. This was a little bit into the production process of season 3 itself. His passing had a huge impact, not just on the show, but his friends, his family, his co-workers, and of course the community that Rooster Teeth had amassed and RWBY had amassed over the relatively short runtime it had had at that point. He was the driver, the force that made this show happen, and to lose that, especially at such a critical moment that is season 3, is a huge blow to everyone involved. The one taking over from him as the one heading the show was Kerry Shawcross, who at that point in time had co-directed every season previously. And I imagine it must have been very difficult for him to pick up the pieces, as it were, to go on what Monty had already had in his head himself. He said, Monty had said that he didn't really have anything planned out on paper, other than loose scraps of things that, of ideas that he had that he would want to use in the show. So it must have been quite difficult to go through those notes and try to figure out what the show was going to be, other than, of course, what he and Miles as well had already known going forward with the show. Not just on like a technical level, trying to like piece it all together, but also on an emotional level, having to go through the writings of your old friend to kind of piece together his legacy, essentially. I have to say that even though I've been very critical of the show up until this point, and continuing from this point as well, I do have a tremendous amount of respect for Monty and what he has done. I mean, it's not everybody who gets to create a show completely of their own design, right? Completely out of their own mind. And the amount of work that he has put in and that his colleagues have put into the show is not something to scoff at, especially since they already have a show running next to it. Hearing them talk about it, they're almost always in a crunch time, so I have a tremendous amount of respect for the people working on this show. I think that if Monty just had more time to learn from what he has done up until this point and really took the time to like understand and to learn directing itself, he could be one of the greatest to ever do it on the internet. And the fact that we'll never get to see that come to fruition, I think is quite sad. It is impossible for me to know where exactly Monty's passing took place in the production process of the show itself, especially since season 3 overall still has a lot of Monty's quirks and flares that season 2 and 1 also had. So it's really hard to pinpoint the exact moment or the exact episode where his influence stopped being a thing overall. Okay. With that out of the way, with that very sad note out of the way, I think it's time to move on to season 3 of RWBY, which will be the final season I will review this part. So after this, I will have a full look back on the seasons to kind of see where the show is headed, and what it could do to improve, sort of like more of the meta things that I think don't really work or do work really well. Okay, so let's just head straight into it with episode 1. The first episode starts with RWBY at a cliff where her mother is buried. She catches her mother up on the events that transpired the previous 2 seasons, which also act as a neat little recap for the viewers. Eventually, she's whisked away by her dad to go back home. It feels weird how mysterious they are being with the face of her dad, which again feeds into the whole needless secrecy bit. We cut to the arena where the festival they have been teasing for 2 seasons is already in progress. We learn that it is Team RWBY who is already having their first match, and I hate to stop the episode already, but as a writer, you just can't do this. Been building up this for 2 whole seasons now. And by having us drop into the middle of the fight with our main characters, you are telling the audience that the festival itself doesn't really matter. Even if that ends up being true later in the season, you can't treat it like that from the start. It's a good thing to start with action, but have it be 2 teams who we have never seen before to tell the audience that the festival is finally happening and give us a little bit of build up to get us excited for the match that Team RWBY is going to have this season. They are sending a completely wrong message, and quite frankly, I feel a bit insulted for caring. I wanted to see the festival and watch Team RWBY rise to the top, but immediately they slapped me in the face saying I'm stupid for even daring to care. Anyway, we zoom to the announcers of the festival, where the only 2 teachers at Beacon are telling us how exciting this battle is. Wish we could have watched it from the beginning if it was that exciting, but whatever. I've made that point already. They continue by explaining how the festival works, and finally, they're explaining something beforehand to keep the viewers in the loop. Woo! And how the matches are divided in 3 rounds. The team round, the doubles round, and the single round. Age and school year don't matter, only skill matters at this festival. At each stage, the team itself determines who goes into the next round. We cut to people watching the broadcast around the world before cutting back to the action. And this fight fucking rules! The interplay between all the characters, the flow of the action, the moves they pull off, and the little jokes they put in all work together perfectly. It does still cement the fact that there's nothing for our character to learn at Beacon, and they shouldn't be on this level anyway, but hey, at least it's cool. We cut to the concession stands, where the team is looking for something to eat after they had won their fight, and Weiss ignores a call from her dad. One of these synthets gets their attention by stealing RWBY's wallet and giving it back to her. It turns out to be Emerald, coming to congratulate the gang on their win. They talk, and we are shown a cut where it's revealed that Cinder and Norman's girlfriend are part of Emerald's team. After parting, Emerald is shown to have disdain for Team RWBY because...
How are the new friends? I hate them.
Orders are orders.
How can they be so happy all the time?
And reveal that they are planning a thing. We cut back to Team RWBY ordering rather large bowls of ramen. Blake gets one with a lot of fish on top because, get it? Because she's a cat! Get it? As Weiss goes to pay with her card, which gets declined, revealing something has happened with her finances. Kira saves the day and pays for their meal. They talk for a bit before going back to the stadium to watch the Team Juniper match. They show the arena, randomizing the terrain they will fight on, and the episode ends with the two teams lunging at each other. So, first, I want to get out of the way that, yes, this does appear to once more be an improvement on the previous season. Better animation, more defined characters, the colors look way better, the whole thing just seems to have improved. When it comes to the writing, however, one thing gets fixed, another breaks down. They do a good job explaining the festival, but as stated before, by showing Team RWBY's match already in progress, they sent the message of the festival not being important. That's not a good message, mainly because they have been hyping it up for so long. People are excited to see this, you can't treat it as an afterthought. I also wish to address the "cause she's a cat" bit that I keep doing. Faunas are supposed to be the oppressed minority, equivalent to African Americans or Jewish people. Adding in these jokes and elements where Blake will react to something stereotypically associated with cats, they are making really racist and insensitive jokes. It would be the equivalent of doing the ramen bit, but Blake is black and instead of fish they put watermelon on top, or when she's in the library, Yang wafts over the smell of fried chicken to get Blake's attention. This is not a good way to joke around with your minority character, and at worst is downright racist. I don't mean to say that you can't joke around with Blake being a Faunas, this is just not the way to do it. You should be aware of the racial dynamics of your world and what racism looks like before writing it into your story. Otherwise you end up with stuff like this. I don't think the writers are aware of the fact this is racist at the time of writing the script for this season, and I don't think they had any ill intentions whilst putting this in, but that is why it's so important to be aware of racism. You want to do right by your character, you want to treat them with respect. One should do the bare minimum of research before broaching these sensitive topics, and one should always ask themselves the question, what is the punchline? If the punchline is, the stereotypes about this minority group are true, you are making a racist joke and you should not make it. If the punchline is, stereotypes aren't true and the character is pointing out that the stereotype is wrong, that is a good joke to make. In this show, sadly, they have gone for the former, where the punchline is, the stereotype about Faunas is true. And you can't just see that here in the jokes that they are making, but also in the way that they keep confirming that Faunas are criminals by intersplicing the racism arc in the first season with Sun just doing crimes for the hell of it, which we are led to believe is because he is a Faunus the way that it's set up. The next episode picks up where the previous left off, with Team Juniper about to fight their opponents. After a bit of a scuffle, eventually the opposing team brings out an electrical baton. They strike Nora with it, revealing her semblance. They explain in good detail what her semblance is. In summary, she can absorb electricity to deal big damage and produce electricity in her muscles to fortify them. This is something the show needed a lot more of. Just as it happens, a quick explanation of the semblance we are about to see to keep the audience on board and in the know as to what is happening. They fight some more until Jean calls out the name of a team attack. The team apparently has no idea what this means and the fight grinds to a halt, essentially pausing for Team Juniper to have a quick meeting. Eventually they are reminded of the fight that is still happening, and after a quick comedy bit, Jean tells Nora in a defeated tone to just hit them with a hammer, and she does so. We then see a mysterious man sitting at the Crow Bar. He appears as a edgy alcoholic before we cut back to the tournament. we are introduced to Team Indigo, the opponents to Team Sun, being comprised of Sun, Neptune, and 2 other chucklefucks who only exist to fill out the roster. They do another Neptune is cool bit, but the framing seems to have changed somewhat. I will go into more detail after the episode. The stage is set and it is revealed that Neptune is afraid of water, as half the arena is a pirate-themed beach. The fight itself is fun enough, and eventually ends with Neptune electrocuting Team Indigo in the ocean. We then cut back to the bar where the Edgelord is still brooding over his drink. After this, we cut back to the stadium where Sun is celebrating their victory. Sun fingers Blake and Blake blushes, signifying romantic attraction. When they get up to congratulate the boys, an Atlas ship flies over the arena. RWBY bumps into Weiss, who is distracted by the ship, her eyes swelling up tearfully as she exclaims, "She's here!" as the screen fades. I first want to address Nora's semblance again. I like the quick explanation they give. As stated, it allows the viewer to understand what is going on and grounds the action somewhat. However, the second thing Nora does with her semblance doesn't make sense with the rules that we have been given. As she is struck by lightning the second time, she transforms her weapon into a grenade launcher and fires all shells at once, bombarding the opposing team, presumably with added power from the lightning. This shouldn't happen. As explained, her muscles get stronger, which allows her to hit harder and jump higher. It should not power up her weapon. If that is a power she has, that needs to be taken into account during the explanation. It's extremely important to stay consistent with your own rules. Otherwise, you risk not getting taken seriously by your audience. Secondly, I enjoyed the fight, but during the fight with Team Juniper, they absolutely should have lost the moment they started arguing team attacks. By doing this comedy bit now, you're only reinforcing the idea that the tournament is not to be taken seriously. Lastly, I want to quickly bring up the framing of the cool joke this time around. Last time, it just seemed like it was a genuine expression of how cool Neptune is, right, as a character. And the joke was always, but you're so cool, because he was legitimately cool. Like, the joke was that it's true. And nowadays, in this season, the joke feels more like, no, he's actually just a chump. And I do think that that was the intended way that you're supposed to read it in Season 2. However, by the way that they frame it, it does not come over that way. And by framing it in this, by just going, no, you're cool, and then showing, no, he's actually a chump, with the punchline being, he is a chump, is good. I like that. It's a better execution of the joke itself. Episode 3 opens with Weiss excitedly welcoming her sister, Winter, to Beacon. RWBY gets flustered by Weiss' her demeanor and Winter's strictness. After a stern talking to, Winter eventually asks her robot escort to
leave us,
which they proceed to do by moving a whopping 3 feet back. Winter then drops the act a bit and asks Weiss some personal questions expected from a sibling after some time apart. Just as a quick aside, this scene contains the most awkward slap animation in history. After this brief encounter, Winter and Weiss proceed to Weiss her dorm, and on the way they get interrupted by the hilariously edgy man from earlier, who for no reason whatsoever decides to destroy 2 Atlas robots. After a quick back and forth, we learn this man's name is Kuro, that is Kuro with a Q, for anyone wondering. After some more banter, they fight for a bit, which is eventually broken up by Ironwood and Ozpin. Penny is with Ironwood for some reason, and after they leave, RWBY excitedly hugs her uncle, and Kuro is called to come with Ozpin. We then cut to Ozpin's office, where everyone is mad at Kuro. He is then asked why he is here, and it is revealed he holds some kind of special agent status. After Winter is sent away, Kuro reveals the fact that the headmasters and the teachers of the academies aren't what they seem. They are apparently embroiled in a secret war against
evils no one even knows about.
Ozpin then speaks disapprovingly about the fact that Ironwood brought his fleet because it brings unwanted attention. Mainly, people will ask why the defenses are so heavy. At this point during the discussion, Ironwood slams his phone on the table, and when he picks it back up sometime later, we see the chess piece which appeared on the monitors when Cinder infiltrated the tower on his screen. Presumably because it too got hacked. We then cut to Mercury explaining to Cinder he saw Crow fighting in the courtyard and has thus arrived. He described that Crow used a scythe even though during the fight the sword Crow uses never turns into a scythe. It bends a bit, but he never ends up fully transforming it into a scythe. Emerald asks what they will do, but Cinder explains they will do nothing because
They have no idea who we are, so we have no reason to worry.
And they gained a new access point, which is shown to be Ironwood's phone as foreshadowed. Cinder then fucks with the randomization process of the tournament to give the Cindettes a presumably preferable match whilst the episode ends. The writing for this episode is very inconsistent, and that mainly becomes apparent in the latter half. Mainly, how can it both be true that Crow knows
Our enemy is here.
and that
They have no idea who we are, so we have no reason to worry.
I would understand if Cinder would make reference to being well disguised and thus unrecognizable, but Mercury and Emerald look the same as they always do, and Crow must be aware of who they are in order to be able to identify them as the enemy.
The fight in the middle of the episode between Winter and Crow is witnessed by Mercury, and when we cut back to the Cindettes at the end of the episode, Mercury states that Crow used a scythe.
And you're sure?
Bad hair, used a scythe, and smelled like my dad after a long day. It was him.
Even though in the fight he saw, Crow didn't. He wasn't even around to see the sword bend. He ran for Cinder the moment he saw what was going on. The Cindettes are also told by Cinder to go to their rooms after the discussion, but it has been shown that teams sleep in the same dorm room, so why are they suddenly separate now? I know the last one is a bit nitpicky, but when added on with the other inconsistencies, it becomes part of a much larger problem. It's extremely important to stay consistent with world building, otherwise you risk once again your show not to be taken seriously. Especially inconsistencies in plot will be noticeable. If they keep writing like this, it will only lead to more plot holes. The fighting animation seems to have dipped for this episode as well. I get prioritizing tournament fights, but the dip here is way too big. The animation looks very wooden and stiff for the most part. Lastly, I find Crow's character absolutely hilarious. And the fact they play him straight, at least in the beginning, makes it all the better. Right now it feels like whoever wrote him thinks he is the coolest dude to ever dude. I mean, just look at the way he carries himself and all the remarks he makes during the episode. And yeah, they made him an alcoholic, but in a cool anti-hero kind of way, by calling him out, but also going, well, that's just who he is, that's Crow for you. The next episode opens with both teams in the arena awaiting the terrain randomizer to see what type of terrain they'll be fighting on. After the reveal, the battle starts, and during this battle, I couldn't help but wonder about the fighting skills our teams should be having. Considering the fact that the enemy's team is capable of infiltrating Beacon perfectly fine, they can't be much older than the students of Beacon. And the people from Team Coffee are supposedly a year above Team RWBY and Juniper, so why can't the Cindettes just BTFO Team Coffee without any effort? It makes it feel like whenever the story has predetermined who will win, they don't have to struggle for their victory. In fact, it will be the easiest victory they ever had in their life. I understand that you need to make the villains look strong, but by doing that, by completely obliterating the other team, I don't think to myself, wow, they must be super powerful. I think, wow, Team Coffee kinda sucks, huh? It would be better to give Team Coffee a couple of good moments to give us an idea that the Synthets overcame the odds and are now even more powerful than the already powerful Team Coffee. The Synthets would seem much stronger and threatening that way. We then cut to Weiss and Winder having a lovely time eating croissants and drinking tea whilst discussing Weiss her progress. Winder eventually asks if Weiss can summon, and sure, that might as well be a thing she could learn. Why not give the person whose semblance is to do literal magic the ability to summon shit? It's not like these glyphs weren't powerful enough on their own. Anyway, we learn that Weiss can't yet, and they reveal a little more about how semblances work. Mind you, not enough to matter, but at least it's something. Winder explains that a semblance works like a muscle. Training it makes it stronger. We then get to RWBY, Yang, and Kuro playing a game. During this, RWBY asks Kuro to talk about his last mission. He agrees and proceeds to tell a story which is probably not true. They discuss the events of the previous season, mainly how Team RWBY stopped the baddies, and Kuro tells them, "You may be acting like huntresses, but you're not thinking like one." Then proceeds to talk how all crime in Vale has stopped, and explains something strange is going on. Kuro mentions Ironwood, and the girls are surprised he knows him. He then Kuro goes on to state that he used to be a member of Team Stark. Yang seems particularly interested in one of the members who looks a lot like the woman we saw in the after credits scene of the previous season. Kuro quickly covers her with his finger for no other reason than to hide it from the audience, and proceeds to state in this team, Kuro got to know the parents of the girls. He then leaves whilst stating they need to keep learning even after Beacon in order to go far. We cut back to Winder and Weiss, who is practicing her summoning. Through dialogue, it is explained that in order to summon something, one needs to recall their past enemies they have beaten. After Weiss fails to summon, we move to a conversation in which we learn Weiss has been ignoring her father, which caused him to cut off her funding in a bid to get her attention. Winder gives her a choice. Either call home, explain why Weiss wants to go to Beacon for the millionth time and get her money back, or go and explore Remnant, learn new things, get new experiences. After this, they part ways, and the camera person lets us know that Weiss is making progress on her summoning. We cut to a shot where Weiss is waving after Winder as father calls. She ignores the call, seemingly having made up her choice before the screen darkens and the episode ends. This episode is pretty exposition heavy. Not only did we get to learn that Weiss her semblance gets even more powerful, apparently Kuro used to be on the same team as RWBY and Yang, their parents. Weiss is having daddy issues, but even though they were hinted at before, they have only really become relevant now and seem to be resolved immediately. There isn't much we can do with the info given. The only speculation we have now is that the woman Kuro hit with his finger could be the woman Yang is looking for because she is her mother, but other than that, we have nothing. Pretty major to Yang though, so I hope we get to see where that goes. They make it look like it will be addressed this season by pulling attention to it, so we'll see, I guess. Episode 5 sees the next doubles match. This time Penny and her handler are fighting an opposing team. Now, I know they set up the fact that Penny would fight in the tournament beforehand, but she is supposed to secretly be a robot, right? And with her knives being stored in the back, this must be quite difficult to do. I could see how she would have drawn them before entering the arena so she wouldn't give herself away. And besides, RWBY couldn't figure it out after she watched them come out of her back, so I guess they're safe.
Quickly butting in for a sec. Upon first and second watch, I didn't notice that Penny was wearing a tiny little backpack, which is supposed to be where the knives are coming from. So, technically, I guess RWBY never saw the knives come out of Penny's back, and the knives right now in the arena also wouldn't be coming out of her back. However, even with the knives being collapsible, it just looks really fucking weird. And the backpack is apparently also so hidden that you just kind of don't notice it when you're just casually watching. I really think that they should have put some more attention to the fact that the knives are coming out of the little backpack, since that is the intended way things are happening right now. So technically, slight addendum to season 1, and this part as well.
I just feel like there would have been better ways to test out Penny's combat performance. Anyway, Penny once again shows a lack of sympathy, and after a stern look and a tapping on the watch from her handler, indicating Penny needs to hurry for some reason, she thrashes her opponents. After the fight, RWBY goes to see Penny to congratulate her on her match. Penny is reminded they need to hurry along, but she is able to get an extra minute of time with RWBY. The two catch up, and eventually Penny reveals she wants to go to Beacon Academy. After 1 exact minute, Penny is rushed off as the next match is announced to begin, which turns out to be Team RWBY's match. Yang asks Weiss what to expect from Atlas, since Weiss is from there, and Weiss tells Yang to expect a militant, ordered, and organized unit. The opposite appears to be the case, as a colorful duo is revealed. The man with the trumpet refers to Weiss as the heiress in this exchange of words, so I guess that means Weiss will inherit her dad's biz, and that brings some conflict with the previous season. I will go into after the episode. He then tells how his dad's business was run out of business by Weiss, her dad's business, so his business will be to destroy her business during the fight. Yang then gets body shamed in the weirdest way as the terrain is locked in. The fight goes well enough and Yang eventually comes out victorious, and thus Team RWBY moves on to the singles rounds. Just as a quick aside, I find this animation hilarious. We then cut to Cinder and the Cindettes lounging around. Cinder looks at what looks like Penny's schematics on her scroll and mentions the plan needs to be altered a bit, meaning the plan will be easier than thought. We then cut to Osbin and Kuro discussing the readiness of Pyrrha for a certain thing before the episode ends. The animation quality seems to have dropped off at some point, specifically for the fight scenes. Ever since Kuro and Winter fought, everything just looks stiffer and feels more wooden. The rhythm of the fights seem to be off as well. Monty used to be responsible for the animation and the fighting scenes in large part, so I think this is the first real on-screen impact his passing had on the show. Other than that, I like Team Funky. They seem like fun characters, and I even like the fact that the dude's name is Flint Cole, a fun little reference to very early Minecraft episodes of Achievement Hunter. I don't like the exchange after the fight though. Clearly these people have something against Weiss, her being the apparent heir of the SDC, and Flint Cole's dad losing his business to them. Neon Cat, as the girl is called, is also a Faunus, which means she also shouldn't like Weiss because of the use of Faunus as essential slave workers in the dust mines. But after the fight, they do the "now that you've kicked her ass, we kinda like you" trope, which feels weird here. Speaking of Weiss, in the previous season, as stated, she wants to become a huntress because she feels like she could do more as a huntress than a job back in Atlas. But she is the heiress to the SDC. The job in Atlas she referred to was apparently CEO of the Schnee Dust Corporation, one of the most influential titles in Atlas. She could literally improve everything the company does wrong, like install proper safety standards in the mines, improve wages, give more vacation time, give sick leave. Hell, she had the power to literally make the company a workers' cooperative, and she apparently decided to ignore all of that because helping random strangers apparently would do more. I think this is probably the result of the way they write seasons, but I'll get more into that later. For now, let's just talk about the mid-season finale. The mid-season finale starts with Ozpin and Pyrrha in the middle of a conversation in Ozpin's office. Kro is also there. Eventually, Pyrrha asks why she was called up, and Ozpin does what Ozpin does and is cryptic. He asks Pyrrha for Pyrrha's favorite fairy tale, and she recounts the tale of the 4 maidens. In this fairy tale, an old man learns from 4 maidens, which each represent a season, to appreciate the different aspects of life. As a reward, the girls are gifted incredible power to help more people. It is then revealed that the fairy tale is true and the 4 maidens actually exist. And the incredible power the maidens have been gifted is the ability to do whatever it is that dust does without dust. Pyrrha is unsurprisingly surprised by all of this and asks why Ozpin told her this. It is then revealed that Pyrrha is the next in line to inherit all the Fall Maidens' powers. They then reveal to Pyrrha that besides teachers, all the important people, save for these 2 bozos apparently, are more than just teachers, as Ironwood puts it. I find it frustrating that they still won't reveal what it is they're protecting the world from. We are 3 seasons in now and still have no actual clue of what the real threat to the world is, and thus what the story of this series is supposed to be. We cut to everyone standing awkwardly in an elevator on their way to a vault. After the elevator opens, they step into an unnecessarily large hallway, and Pyrrha understandably asks a few questions. In another bit of waxing poetically, this time provided by Glinda, it is explained that when a maiden dies, her power seeks a new host. This new host will apparently be a young girl who is in the final thought of the maiden who dies. And if this wasn't a young girl, the power chooses randomly for some reason. Kro mentions that the power transfers
through a series of stupid and convoluted rules.
And I'm sorry, I don't think the writers have earned making fun of their own rules like this, especially since literally everything they come up with is unnecessarily complicated. Pyrrha asks why they didn't wait until after graduation, and Kro explains they don't have time to wait as war looms in the near future. This wouldn't be a war between nations, as Ironwood puts it, and he leaves it at that. Kro mentions that something special has happened. The Fall Maiden was attacked and part of her power was stolen. We then arrive at the incubator, which keeps the Fall Maiden alive. After some back and forth, Pyrrha asks the question on everyone's minds. Why all of this is being hidden from the public, as this is a major crisis. It is explained that the maidens used to be common knowledge, but people hunted the maidens with the hope of inheriting their power. So the orc this gang represents decided to hide the maidens to prevent this from happening. The main reason given, however, is a panic reaction from the public if they found out, and that would bring Grimm. Pyrrha then decides there and then to become the next Fall Maiden. Ozpin then states it won't be easy because of the Fall Maiden's current state, as in with only half her power, she can't inherit the power naturally. They go on to explain that Ironwood over in Atlas developed a machine with which they can capture the maiden's power and give it to someone else. Pyrrha states that this is wrong, and I can't help but wonder, wrong in what way? Having to inherit the powers of the maiden will always kill the maiden, so is it wrong to have to kill somebody and take over their power? Or is it wrong to have to do it through this machine rather than the natural way? In the way that the scene itself is framed, they make it seem like the natural way would be the right way, but the machine would be the wrong way, even though Pyrrha's problem with this whole system would be that she would need to be responsible for the death of this maiden in order to inherit her power and essentially become a better huntress because of it. Or rather, a more powerful huntress, I guess. Pyrrha is given some time to think it over, and Ozpin states that
The assailant that attacked the Fall Maiden has made their first move.
And how does Ozpin know that, but doesn't know who this assailant is? Anyway, we cut to Cinder watching the matches in the arena. It's time for the finals, in which the first fight will be Yang versus Mercury. The fight is all well and good, even if Mercury pulls a move he by no rights should be able to do. Yang ends the fight, and in a fit of rage, Mercury seemingly lunges at Yang, and she breaks his leg. The crowd boos Yang as the old teacher urges to cut the camera. We see the Elephant Grim from previous season look towards the stadium as we cut back to the arena where Yang gets apprehended for mercilessly capping a motherfucker in the knee. It appears what Yang saw wasn't actually what was going on, and with a sad version of her theme song, the episode ends. This episode is extremely frustrating to watch, mainly because even though it feels like we got a lot explained, they actually only introduce a new element, the Maidens, and don't explain anything about what is going on already. Every time it feels like they are about to say something revealing, they use obscuring and vague language to allude to a bigger plot going on, rather than just stating what is actually going on right now. The whole Maiden thing barely makes any sense, and we still don't know what this war is supposed to be, and who the actual players are, or why they are fighting it. We don't even know what is truly at stake, and we are still introducing new elements into the show. I really just want them to stick with something and move forward rather than spending time introducing new stuff. I'm sick of the waxing poetic and vague language that is being used. For once, I want them to please just be blunt and say what's going on. The whole Yang caps Mercury thing is equally frustrating, though I think it suffers from what came before it. In this case, you are first supposed to ask what is going on before it is revealed a little later, leaving the question of how did this happen? But because the previous bit refused to really reveal anything, this scene falls flat, and it just makes you feel even more frustrated than you already were. I think it would have been better if they first revealed everything to let the audience have a feeling of knowing what's going on, before taking that away again with the fight. With this, we head on to the latter half of the season, and with the end of the mid-season, we see the start of a shift in RWBY's tone, which won't fully materialize until next season. Here we see the show turn from a happy-go-lucky gang of gals into a more serious action drama, but more on that in the post-season analysis. First, let's actually get into the latter half of the season with episode 7, the beginning of the end. Alright. Episode 7. This episode starts with a black screen over which a bunch of different voices can be heard. One sticks out, mainly talking about wanting to be powerful, and one question emerges. How do you do that? When the screen turns on, we see Cinder asking this very question to Emerald, in this scene partially undressed. I think they did this to make it clear that this is a flashback, but it feels kinda strange. The two talk, and it's made clear in this scene that the two don't know each other. We are to assume this is the moment Cinder recruited Emerald, but they never actually get to that point. Before getting to the potential interesting bit in this exchange, they cut away to a similar black screen from the beginning. Before turning the screen back on to reveal Mercury, Cinder is heard stating,
"Follow me, and you'll never be hungry again."
Emerald is heard saying, "Thank you," as the screen cuts back. Mercury stands before a burning house with bloody bandages over his pants. Cinder asks for his father, and Mercury spits towards a corpse, revealing the corpse is the man they are looking for. Cinder then reveals they saw Mercury fight from the tree line, and if that is true,
then they should already know the answer to the question they ask. Anyway, with a final question.
Tell me, are you anything like your father?
We cut back to a black screen and we overhear this exchange. Content warning for domestic violence, by the way.
We don't need him. Everything was going fine. Ugh. Do not mistake your place.
We then cut to the scene where Cinder recruits Adam, the leader of the White Fang. Adam refuses at first and Cinder leaves. Blake is revealed to, at this point, still be in the White Fang where they prepare for a train heist. We then cut to a country road as we hear Cinder stating they need to take care of something first. We see a woman on a white horse as she rides along, and she sees a little girl crying next to a bicycle presumed to have fallen. A set of legs is revealed to allude to the image of the girl not being what it looks like, and the woman on the horse gets off and offers the little girl an apple. The girl is revealed to be an illusion, and Emerald ambushes the woman revealed to be Ember, the Fall Maiden. A fight ensues in which it's revealed that Mercury has robo-legs. After the fight, Cinder reveals a glove she uses that has a little Grim inside with the ability to steal the Maiden's power. As she does this, Crow comes to save the day, and they reveal how Crow didn't know the identity of Cinder. Apparently, she just put some wobbly air in front of her face after the confrontation, and we are just to ignore the fact that Crow could have seen her face as he was running up, and the Syndettes didn't even get the wobbly air treatment, so there really isn't any way for Crow to not know who these people are. After this, we cut back to black, and Cinder can be heard talking to an unspecified person. By the way she speaks to this person, this could either be somebody Cinder sees as an equal or a superior. Anyway, we cut back to Adam as Cinder and the Syndettes approach a second time. This time, Cinder and the Syndettes beat up the entire camp before Adam comes out his tent, and Cinder is all like, "Hey, wanna make a deal, kid? Both get something out of this." And reveals some dust and money to give to Adam. I don't see why the bribe was necessary, but it works. We then cut back to the stadium where we see the final moments of Yang versus Mercury. After that, we see the escape plan Cinder devised to get Mercury out of the stadium, before revealing his robo-legs and thus the scheme apparently to the public. We see that Grim attacks in the kingdom have gone up, and that Mercury is supposed to hang low as the episode fades to black. This episode was completely unnecessary. I think it's a nice idea to show some of the stuff that went down like this, but they didn't show us anything new. We knew that at some point Cinder recruited the Syndettes. The point of doing this scene is to show the motivation on the Syndettes' part as to why they joined Cinder. To answer the question, what do the Syndettes get out of it? That question wasn't answered by this episode adequately. Just before getting to that, they cut away to show something else. Even the fight with the Fall Maiden works in their detriment. Not only did it serve to make the Fall Maiden seem weak by having her be beaten by Cinder and the Syndettes at full strength, it also shows that Crow absolutely should know who they should be looking for. On the topic of making the Fall Maiden seem weak, a way better method of having the Maiden seem strong is by having her come out of a massive battle she fought against Grim, which made her tired and wounded, and then she must fight the Syndettes. If they then keep the battle the same way, that would have been believable. Now it just makes it look like two fucksticks and a bozo can just BTFO Maiden. It also doesn't help when Crow arrives, Cinder and the Syndettes immediately flee, making it look like Crow is somehow stronger than the Fall Maiden. We just saw Cinder take down the Fall Maiden and still have her power. Crow is also outnumbered by the Syndettes, all not having any sort of injury or really looking all that tired. This is why, when they flee, Crow looks way stronger than the Fall Maiden. Even after gaining more power, Cinder and the Cindettes fled at the mere sight of him. This episode really feels like a filler episode, only showing us things we could have inferred from watching the show. So far, the only time they decide to do a whole episode about giving context to the story, it didn't actually tell us anything new, and if this episode didn't exist, we would have missed nothing. It's a real shame, mainly because they already have a limited number of episodes and a short runtime. They don't have time to be doing things like this. The only answer to the question as to what do the Cindettes get out of it, or what their motivation is at this point, is, well, Emerald was poor and she needed food, so she went to follow Cinder so that she would feed her. But in the clip, we see Emerald, or at least we hear Emerald, having successfully stolen her food or money or whatever it is she stole in order to survive. So I don't really think Emerald was in all that deep a water. And for Mercury, he just decided to follow Cinder because? I mean, they came for his dad, who he presumably hates since he killed him. So why would he then take up the job of his father? I don't really understand what their motivation is supposed to be. The next episode opens with Yang and, by proxy, Team RWBY getting a stern talking to from Ironwood. I don't see why Ozpin, the head of the academy these girls go to, couldn't do this. I guess he was busy or something, but, you know, whatever. Ironwood disqualifies Yang from the tournament and leaves the room. Yang asks the gang if they believe her, and they all do except Blake. She goes on to explain she had someone close to her change, and she explains the situation with Yang feels the same way. She then goes on to state that she will believe Yang if Yang can look her in the eye and claim that Mercury attacked Yang. Yang does so, and Blake believes her, resolving this brief conflict. Yang decides that she wants to rest, and the others leave to talk to Team Juniper for a bit. After RWBY cheers on Pyrrha, they leave to have some coffee, and we stay behind to watch a comedy bit with Team Juniper. Eventually, we cut back to Yang, who is now getting a talking to from Kro about what happened. The topic very quickly switches to the mystery woman from the previous season who saved Yang. It is revealed that her name is Raven, and that she is indeed Yang's mother. Kro reveals to still be in touch with her, and that she left a message saying,
She wanted me to tell you that she saved you once, but you shouldn't expect that kindness again.
Kuro reveals he could help Yang find her, and we cut to Pyrrha moping around against the wall of the dining hall. She gets distraught by a leaf as it reminds her of Fall and the task ahead. Jean then comes in and gives her some cotton candy. Nora then leads Ren away for the two to talk. Jean explains he is glad that Pyrrha has believed in him and lays his hand over hers, asking how he could return the favor. After some time on Jean's shoulder, Pyrrha states she doesn't know what to do and asks if Jean believes in destiny. Jean replies with,
I don't know. I guess that depends on how you view it.
And Pyrrha explains she doesn't see destiny as a predetermined path, but as a goal one works towards their entire life. Which is not what destiny means, but more on that after the episode. She then asks what Jean would do if something unexpected happened along the path to block you from your destiny, or something happened that would allow you to fulfill your destiny in an instant, but at the cost of who you are. She gets up, stating none of it makes sense, and continues to explain she always thought her destiny was to become a huntress, but doesn't know whether she has the strength to do it. Jean tries to encourage her by saying she can, and that the Pyrrha he knows would never back down from a challenge, and she wouldn't let anything stand in her way. This makes Pyrrha cry, and as Jean approaches her, she throws him against the wall. After this, she runs away, leaving Jean to wonder what he said wrong. After this, we cut to RWBY outside the school running into Velvet, taking pictures of weapons. They talk about what happened with Yang and reveals what happened with Coco in her match against Emerald and Mercury. This has RWBY thinking as we cut to RWBY sitting down in the arena. She sees Emerald in the stands and decides to go to her. She is confronted by Mercury as the matchup is chosen. RWBY is revealed to not have her weapon with her for some reason, as the music and Mercury's remark make it feel like something bad is about to happen as the episode ends. Okay, lots to cover. First, I think the punishment Yang got
is really light
for what looks to the public to be an assault resulting in a serious injury. I mean, for all the audience knows, Yang broke a man's leg. But that is not the most important thing here. They bring Yang's mom up again and really make it seem like something will happen with this subplot. The language being used here too completely ignores the fact that Yang was off to meet her mom at the end of season 2. But here she states she only recognized her mom in the picture due to her sword. This means that the after credits scene served no purpose other than to create a cliffhanger for the viewer and nothing else. Secondly, the whole bit about destiny is very clumsily written. Everyone knows that destiny is defined as a predetermined path with a set destination. The person walking said path has no control over what the path is and what the outcome will be. If you don't believe in destiny, you think you yourself decide what you want to be. In this case, Pyrrha states she believes destiny to be a goal you set yourself, which is in direct contradiction to what destiny is. And in order to illustrate what's wrong with the conflict, let me put it this way. The conflict setup right now is as follows. Pyrrha is extremely skilled and suited to become the next Fall Maiden. Pyrrha has always set her own goal and followed her own path, where she believed becoming a huntress is what she wanted. She's now being pressured into killing someone to prevent a war and gain unimaginable power, a choice in which she feels like she has no control. This goes directly against her belief of making your own path and meaning it was always her destiny to do this. The way this scene is written states Pyrrha does believe in destiny. Then goes on to explain that she thinks destiny is the opposite of what destiny actually is and feels pressured because she now believes her destiny is to kill someone in order to get there and prevent a war. If she had just said that before these events she didn't believe in destiny, but that belief is now being challenged by an event she needs to accept for the world to not die, that would be proper conflict. Not only are the characters' belief here being challenged, she is also being pressured into doing something terrible, killing a person, which would result in something good, preventing war, but in which she herself also stands to gain, which goes against her kindness and good nature. The thing is, in essence, this is the conflict we see on screen, but because the dialogue is written the way that it is, it doesn't come over as such. I also think that having the scene end with Jean being thrown into the wall is a bit over the top. I think that Jean giving this advice, which would have been good in any other situation, just not here, is tragic enough, and it shows that he doesn't know what is actually going on. If Pyrrha ran away after this, that would have been good. Instead, she needs to throw him into the wall, making it go from a decent, if not confusing scene into a campy, over-the-top one. Lastly, I just have to wonder how Mercury can just be in the service area. How are there literally no people back here? Aren't there any logistics that need to happen? Nothing to prepare for or to clean up? Really? Anyway. On to the next episode. This episode opens in Osmond's office, which happens at the same moment RWBY encounters Mercury. We then cut to the ring where a sad Pyrrha and an enthusiastic Penny are about to fight. We then cut back to RWBY and Mercury. An understandably confused RWBY asks him why, and Mercury doesn't answer. He indicates he won't let RWBY through as we cut back to the ring where the fight scene starts. I don't understand why Penny has to do a little dance to make her knives move. Is she manipulating the strings this way? I mean, it does look cute, but oh, no, never mind. That's it. I figured it out. We then cut back to RWBY, who tries to use her semblance to get past Mercury, but she is blocked with a powerful kick. Eventually she gets past him as we cut back to the arena. After some fighting, Penny gets ready to attack with all of her knives looming above her. Emerald then uses her semblance to make it appear like there are a million of them for Pyrrha. Pyrrha then uses her semblance to create a powerful magnetic pulse to deflect the knives. This eventually proves fatal, as the blow is so powerful that the strings on the knives rip Penny apart. And we get to see the first proper character death of this series. RWBY is just in time to see this go down, and she is obviously distraught by watching her friend get ripped apart like this. It is then revealed that Cinder has hacked into the broadcast. She does a little speech in which she basically states that the people in power are trying something? She goes on a bit about how Ironwood is trying to make robot warriors disguised as little girls and how there's a war looming between the kingdoms and you can't trust anybody. I mean, the content of this speech doesn't really matter, as her only goal in this case is to sow chaos. At least, I think? They never state what she's trying to achieve or how she's trying to achieve it, so that's just speculation on my part. This causes Grimm to attack, and the entire kingdom is now under siege. At the end of the episode, we see Norman get freed from prison by his girlfriend, and Adam arrives on the scene to cause more mayhem. I think this episode is pretty good overall. I like the fact that they decided they would kill off a known character. She may not have been too important to the plot, but she was a friend of RWBY and a really fun character to watch, so to have the balls to kill her is pretty cool. The only problem with it though is that she is a robot. The first time I watched this scene I figured, oh man, kinda sucks. Good thing she's a robot though, means she can come back. Which I don't think was the desired reaction. Still, good of them going through with killing her. I don't like how RWBY's semblance didn't work to get past Mercury though. I understand she needs to be held back a little to not have enough time to go to Penny, but if she wanted to go to Penny as quickly as possible, she could just turn the way she came? Now it feels like her semblance only works when the writers want it to. Also, when I said Emerald used her semblance, I only assumed so because the way the camera is showing her right after fucking with Pyrrha for the first time. They never really explain what the deal of Emerald's semblance is. The following episode starts with Weiss and Blake running on the fairgrounds, discovering the mayhem going on. They call Yang, asking if RWBY is with them, and we find out that no one knows where she is, as Blake assures Yang RWBY is fine. Yang then runs into the White Fang and hangs up. Blake then quick orders her weapons in, as she states they need to go to the docks and do their job. We then cut to the arena, where RWBY is still in shock of what happened to Penny. We move to Pyrrha, looking over Penny's dismembered body, as Jean urges her to move. He runs over as the Evermore, as these birds are called, breaks through the invisible wall. RWBY then steps in, brandishing one of Penny's knives. Right as the Evermore lunges for RWBY, it is crushed by the lockers of the other teams who short-ordered their weapons, and we see a triumphant shot of them all standing on top of the bird, brandishing their weapons. The bird turns out to be not dead, and they promptly execute it. Pyrrha then apologizes to RWBY for killing Penny, and after some encouraging words from Jean, Pyrrha joins the fight. RWBY then short orders her weapons in, and right as they are about to fight, Grimm flood the arena. The two teachers tell them to leave it to them in kind of like a let us make our final stand kind of way. We get to Ironwood joining the fight, and right as he kills the last Grimm, the students arrive. As Ironwood leaves to take his ship back from Norman, he gives the students a choice: join the fight or leave. The students opt to join the fight, but RWBY stays behind looking at Ironwood's ship. We then cut to Norman fucking around on the ship, and eventually he inserts a scroll which turns all the lights red. We then cut to Kro and Glinda in the city as the robots they were fighting with turn their faceplates red and start firing at the duo. It turns out the scroll which Norman inserted hacked all robots in Ironwood's army. Ironwood's ship gets downed and RWBY, who at some point joined the group again, runs for the ship. She runs back to the arena where the teachers are no longer apparently, and she rides one of her rocket-powered lockers to the ship where Norman is on. Neo is sent to check it out as we cut back to the ground, where even the piloted mechs are hacked. We see Weiss and Blake fight, who notice a ship going down. They decide to split up and Blake sees Adam in the dining hall. The two meet eyes and have a short exchange before we cut to Cinder and the Cindettes, who are apparently filming the whole ordeal. After some cutting back and forth between the action, a giant dragon that shits Grimm is revealed to burst out of a nearby mountain and shits Grimm all over the place. Osmond then picks up Pyrrha to go do Fall Maiden things, and the episode ends with a menacing shot of Cinder. Most of this episode is just setting up action for the coming episodes. And those battles could be pretty hype. Considering that we'll get to see Blake v Adam, RWBY v Neo, and Norman and Cinder will join the fray. I do think it's too much to introduce this dragon-looking thing now. This is not something you can just do. At the very least, you have to make reference to it in dialogue or allude to it being in there. The odds already seemed insurmountable for the students and teachers. This dragon adds nothing to the conflict. It also feels odd that whenever we see the students, they just kind of stand around posing. I think they have better things to do right now. The almost finale starts with a shot of the dragon and some Grimm as RWBY looks at them. RWBY fights one of them in a stylistic way before Neo gets her boyfriend to come up to join the fight. We cut to Blake, who is being confronted by Adam. He asks,
"Is that what you've become, my love? A coward?"
This is odd since she came there to help beat the Grimm back, but okay. Adam decides to murder a guy but is interrupted by Blake, and the two start their fight with Blake saying,
"I'm not running."
Which is supposed to be a conclusion to her "all I do is run away" arc, but we never really got to see her run away, so it doesn't have any impact, as I had predicted. We then cut to the courtyard, where the students finally stop posing and are now actually battling the Grimm and the hack bots. In this fight, we see a few cool things. Velvet finally gets to use her weapon, which appears to be a device which allows her to use a copy of the weapons we see the characters use in the show, presumably because she photographed them. I will say she cycles through a lot of weapons like this and uses them perfectly. I wish this got explained while Velvet was doing this so I could know the rules and follow along a bit better, but it does look cool. Weiss gets her first successful, though partial, summon. I guess it's pretty good though. I feel like they should have been building this up a little longer. Not that she shouldn't summon now, but it should have been a conflict in the previous season. That would give this scene a little more impact. We then cut to RWBY v Neo and Norman. They beat the shit out of RWBY for a bit until Norman gets vored unceremoniously, which kills him unsurprisingly. They did my boy very dirty here. I really like Norman as a character, and seeing him go like this is a real shame. RWBY kicks the horse bird which vored Norman, and this causes the ship to crash. She uses her weapon to jump ship, and we cut back to Vale, where the teachers are kicking robot ass. Ironwood is also here, shooting the shit out of robots. They talk for a bit, and Crow reveals his scythe. We then cut back to the courtyard, where the students have won their battle. Yang comes in and asks for Blake. Weiss and Yang decide to go after RWBY and Blake, respectively, and we cut to the vault where Osbin, Pyrrha, and Jean are trying to make their way to the Fall Maiden. Pyrrha is told to get in the pot, and Jean has to stand ground. Pyrrha is seen making the choice to take the life to stop a war, as the premise had us believe, and we cut back to Blake v Adam. Blake is just kinda taking a beating from Adam as Yang arrives, screaming Blake's name in a bid to find her. Adam decides Yang to be his new target to see Blake suffer as he takes everything Blake loves. We cut back to the vault, where Pyrrha is now receiving the remaining half of the Maiden power, but the process is interrupted by Cinder, who kills the current Fall Maiden. Before this goes any further, we cut again to Adam standing over Blake, stabbing her. This angers Yang, who lunges for Adam, who proceeds to cut her arm off. We then cut back to the vault, just in time to watch Cinder receive full maiden capabilities. Pyrrha and Jean are told to get help and leave. We cut again to Blake trying to protect Yang with her body. Adam slices, but is met with one of Blake's copies as she runs away with Yang in tow, which is an appropriate response to this situation. We cut for a last time back to the vault where Ozpin and Cinder do a stare down. Cinder makes a remark once again referencing another person as the episode ends. A lot of moving parts on this one. My main thing here is how the death of Norman was handled. Another character death isn't a problem, rather how suddenly it happened. In this case, it literally came out of nowhere and almost gets treated like a joke. Norman was one of the most expressive characters here and his presence will surely be missed. I also don't like how weak Ruby looks in this episode. She kicks ass whenever she fights Grimm, but the moment she needs to do a story important battle, she will just suck for no good reason. It's like all her skills are just tossed out the window. Same goes for Blake. I wanted to see way more of a fight here, but I guess that will have to wait. Some good consequences though. Yang missing an arm because she was reckless is a good conflict to set up for the next season. Some of the moments this episode came across a little too self-indulgent, mainly because they don't feel all that earned. Mainly looking at Weiss summon and Velvet's box, but it's not too egregious. The finale starts with artsy shots of Ozpin v Cinder, and at this point I'm beginning to suspect that they do this in order to avoid doing over-the-top fight scenes. They do some stereotypical anime fighting before cutting to the teachers evacuating Vale. We see RWBY reuniting with her team, but this is far from a happy moment as she sees the state Blake and especially Yang are in. Sun comes in to get Team RWBY and Juniper to evacuate, but because both Pyrrha and Jean are still missing, RWBY and Weiss decide to stay. We then cut to the missing duo coming out of the school. Jean asks a question, but they are interrupted by a shot of Cinder coming out of the elevator shaft Iron Man style, insinuating Ozpin has been defeated and most likely killed. Pyrrha tells Jean to get help and kisses him before pushing him into a locker, sending it on its way. She does this so that she could take on Cinder by herself for a dramatic reason. She proceeds to get into the elevator to chase Cinder. Jean then informs both Weiss and RWBY of Pyrrha's plan, and the duo decide to also go up to the tower. We cut to Cinder talking to the dragon right as Pyrrha is arriving. They battle for a while, but eventually it becomes clear Pyrrha is definitely not surviving this one. As RWBY arrives just in time to see Pyrrha die, she asks if Cinder believes in destiny, and she answers yes. Which is the appropriate response in this case, given what we know about Cinder's character. Of course, watching somebody die isn't exactly a relaxing thing, and RWBY erupts in a dash of white light. This results in the audience being in a white void as we hear Kuro talking to someone, talking about how the comms tower is down and they can't contact the outside world, and how Ozpin is still missing. When we can finally see again, we see RWBY in bed in what is presumably her house. As she awakes, we pan over to a man sleeping in a chair next to her. When he wakes, they talk about the events that happened, and in this, it becomes clear the man is Yang and RWBY's dad. He explains that RWBY didn't kill the dragon Grimm, rather turned it to stone. Even though it can't move, it does seem to attract more Grimm to the school. Kuro then comes in and asks to be alone with RWBY. After again talking about some of the happenings in this episode, Kuro explains what is special about RWBY her silver eyes, a trait she apparently shares with her mother. He waxes poetically about people with silver eyes and how they are destined to be warriors and could supposedly kill a Grimm with a single look. And he beats around the bush continuously like that. I don't see why they couldn't be straight up with us and just explain the thing without beating around the bush. But this is what I've come to expect from RWBY at this point. He also talks about how something has been set in motion and he has things to do. RWBY is told to get some rest and that the enemy has moved to Haven anyway. We cut to Yang as RWBY enters her room. Yang appears to be extremely depressed about the events that happened this episode. Yang explains what happened to their teammates. Weiss was called back by her father and Blake ran, apparently? After a small back and forth, RWBY leaves the room with a final, unreciprocated, I love you. This isn't where the episode ends, however, and as fall turns to winter, we see RWBY meet up with the surviving members of Team Juniper as they set out to Haven. We then get speeched at by a mysterious spider-looking lady about how hope is fleeting and everyone will die and so on and so forth. And with that, the final episode of the season has come to a close. There's a small after-credits scene with Crow holding up Ozpin's cane, and as he disappears under the cliff he just jumped off, we see a crow, that is crow with a C by the way, for anyone wondering, fly towards RWBY and crew. I think the first third of the episode is pretty solid. I like most of the action, and I really enjoyed that all of this fighting seems to at least have some consequences. It's the third major character death we see, and at this point fourth counting Ozpin, though they kinda stay vague about that. The other 2/3 of the episode are very weak, mainly because it's just characters talking about what happened either during the battle to catch each other up, or about what happened to either their teammates or after the White Flash. It's still not very clear what the Silver Eyes are supposedly capable of though, and I don't know what Pyrrha's reasons were for fighting Cinder. It's not like she felt as if she was the only one with the power to stop her. The way she treats leaving Jean, it's very clear she didn't expect to see him again, and she wasn't buying the others' time to reach her either, or at least if that was the case, they could have said as much. I mean, Pyrrha does mention that she wants Jean to get help, but again, the way that she treats this whole goodbye, I don't think she really meant it.
The thing that bothers me the most about the way they handled Pyrrha's death is how it feels like she decided to engage Cinder just because they keep her reasoning for it very vague. Just kind of like a very vague sense of like needing to confront Cinder. And she's, I guess, connected to like the whole maiden thing. So I think that was kind of like their angle with Pyrrha going after Cinder. But in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really make a lot of sense for Pyrrha to want to go and take Cinder out. Even for a good person, which Pyrrha is, it would be reasonable to assume that they would want to try and do the most amount of good. And I think that a reasonable person would go and try to help out as many people as they can to get away from this situation, right? I mean, I don't think Pyrrha had any delusions about actually being able to beat Cinder. So it really just feels like she decided to confront Cinder because the story demanded that she died this episode, which just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like, especially such an important character death here, you know, where not only is she one of the good guys who died, but also is there absolutely no way for her to come back. You know, whereas with Penny, yeah, it was sad that she died, but she's a robot, you know. There's still a chance for her to come back. Whereas with Pyrrha, there's absolutely no way. I mean, she was turned to literal dust, right? And not the good kind. So, I don't know. It's just the whole situation doesn't feel good because there isn't a satisfying reason for her to want to confront Cinder in this manner.
It's also another character death, and having this many in the span of only a few episodes makes the whole ordeal feel very final. That might sound like a good thing, but they are showing us that they will be doing more. This feeling should be reserved for a series finale, not a season finale. even if it is the end of a major arc. I'm mainly just surprised about how little there is to really say about this episode. I don't feel satisfied because the heroes lost this one, and they still refuse to explain the major plot things going on, like the Silver Eyes or the thing Crow mentions that has apparently been set in motion. I just really want some clarity. Anyway, now that we have looked at Season 3, there are a few things I have to say about the season as a whole. First off, the obvious. Yes, this is another improvement on the previous 2 seasons. Not just in animation, which compared to the first season is vastly improved in everything. It just looks more natural, more smooth, and even the more wooden fight scenes never get as methodical as the first season counterparts. I mean, just look at Yang running in the background here. And it has also improved in its presentation, where in Season 1, it would very often just drop you in the middle of scenes with very little establishing where they actually are at that point in time. They now do a very clear job of establishing locations. And every episode just seems to flow way better than the episodes that came before in previous seasons. I also really like the characters they introduced this episode, especially Crow, who is so over the top edgy. It's fucking hilarious. And the fact that they play him straight just makes him way fucking better than he otherwise would have been. Winter as well, I really like her as a character, though it seems like she is a little harsh on Weiss, but it's honestly fine, just a nitpick. Environments have really improved as well, especially perspective. In the first season, things looked out of proportion, or the perspective just looked off. I don't get that feeling anymore since the second season. I really like the idea of doing a tournament arc as well, but therein lies my first real critique of this season. I don't think they utilized the tournament arc properly. As stated before, the way they seem to treat the tournament is like an afterthought, as evidenced by them not building up the Team RWBY fight, but by just dropping us in the middle of their fight in the first episode. The fight itself was awesome, but it just makes it feel like you shouldn't care for the tournament. And in this case, the outcome for the tournament itself doesn't matter, but you can't treat it like that from the beginning. Another function a tournament arc serves in a show like this is one of introduction. A tournament arc is a very useful tool to introduce and try out new characters and the powers they may have. You can throw stuff at the wall and just kind of see what sticks, so to say. Or try to explore different powers and kind of try to find a limit of what could be possible. And I don't think we really achieved that here. On the surface, it seems like we did, but looking at the opponents our heroes faced, either the powers used are very similar to what we have already seen or are barely explained. Look at the members we see for Team Funky, for example. Flint Cole can make copies of himself, which he can use to shoot 4 beams of trumpet sound rather than 1. We already know someone who can make copies of herself. Blake is right there. Sure, it's got a slight variation on what Blake does, and they aren't exactly the same, but still. And looking ahead a little bit at seasons to come, this will far be from the last time a character will have something similar to what another character does, with a slight variation, but we'll get there when we get there. As for Neon Cat, we don't even know what her semblance is. I looked her up on the wiki, and that didn't explain her semblance either. The perfect opportunity squandered. If I were to speculate on what her semblance might be, it might have something to do with the whole never miss a beat thing she does throughout the episode, which apparently makes her go fast, which again is something that someone we already know can do, which is RWBY. Neon Cat also uses these nunchucks things, which are again something that someone we know already has as a weapon in Sun, where he does the whole gunchuck fucking woo thing. Anyway, as stated, for later on, not now, moving on. As for characters introduced in the tournament, no one introduced sticks around or makes a significant return later. Team Funky comes back a little bit, but not in any major way, so what's the point? As stated before, the outcome of the tournament doesn't matter. The people introduced in the tournament don't matter. Team RWBY's first fight didn't matter, so why have a tournament arc? Just because it's cool? Even though that's true, you have to use it properly. Now it's just an excuse to have fight scenes. On that note though, they still do the same thing where characters will be talking about a certain event but will always stop shy of just revealing what's going on. It's really bothering me now with the season finale as the biggest offender. When Kuro talks about how things have been set in motion and refuses to tell us what the silver eye thing even is or can do, I just feel really frustrated with the show. Because he isn't just refusing to tell RWBY, he is refusing to tell us, the audience. I want to be excited and curious for what's to come, but the feeling I'm left with is frustration, not curiosity. And talking about the story, the Vital Festival was supposed to happen in season 2, according to Monty, and it really feels that way, mainly because the end of season 1 sets up the festival, and for the entirety of season 2, it's about to happen until it finally does in season 3. It contributes to the feeling of how the story and the world itself isn't really moving anywhere. As if we are standing still in time, to put it another way. It hurts the pacing and is a reason not just to make a roadmap for your story, but to also stick to that roadmap. The way they tend to build up the strength of characters also rubs me up the wrong way. Mainly looking at the moment Cinder defeats the Fall Maiden. The Fall Maiden is supposed to have unfathomable godly powers, but 3 people are capable of taking her down relatively easily. I don't see how Cinder would be able to do that, seeing both Mercury and Emerald joined her quite late. At least as we have been shown. Pretty quickly after Cinder recruited them, they went for the Fall Maiden and would have killed her if it wasn't for Kuro. The whole Secret War thing also feels very weird, and the show very directly addresses some of the questions that derive from it, the main thing being, why? The biggest reason for the secrecy that is given is the fact that it would cause panic, which attracts Grimm, and I feel like in a society that always had Grimm around, they would have ways to deal with that, but I'm getting into world building and I want to talk about that in the retrospective for all 3 seasons as a whole, so let's just stick to season 3 for now. It just doesn't make sense to keep a war like this secret. If there is a war going on, I would think letting the people know about it would get more people on board to fight. Let alone the whole maiden thing. I don't see why the maidens haven't been integrated into the culture of these people. There should be whole festivals dedicated to the transfer of power, and there should always be a security detachment around them to help defend against potential threats. Now, as evidenced by the show, any small group of somewhat competent fighters can just kill a maiden and possibly gain their power, which the whole secrecy was supposed to prevent. That leads into something else I want to talk about. The way they build up Cinder's power is very clumsy. At first they build up the maiden by saying the maidens have godlike magical powers. This is fine, it makes sense. Cinder needs to defeat a maiden after all, and building the power of what the maiden is supposed to possess and then having her be beaten by Cinder will make Cinder feel more powerful to the audience. The problem is here that we never see the maiden fight in a different situation other than her fight with Cinder. If we would have seen how easy it is for a maiden to take down hordes of Grimm and then must defend herself against Cinder and the Cindettes, that would have made Cinder feel powerful. Now all we have is the show telling us the maiden has godlike powers before the group takes the maiden down with relative ease. This just makes the maiden feel less powerful and doesn't build Cinder up at all. Talking about fighting, why did Pyrrha fight Cinder? As it stands, I think the writers wanted to have a self-sacrifice moment, so they just kind of did it, but didn't think about the actual motivation for Pyrrha to do such a thing, and I think it's very sad. They didn't get nearly enough out of Pyrrha as a character, and as we see in the show, she only exists to simp over Jean, and to teach him combat. She only exists for Jean. I think that with what they gave Pyrrha, she could have been a much more rounded and interesting character than what we actually got here. And the fact that Pyrrha didn't get to be more than just a Jean accessory is really sad. Lastly, I quickly want to mention the plot. It's not super bad yet, but with the inconsistent writing, they are bound to make mistakes. And if they don't check what we have and haven't seen, it spells disaster. I really hope they can keep it together. Alright, with all of this out of the way, it is finally time to round up this video. And I say round up with the air quotes because we're still quite a ways away from actually ending this episode. There's still a lot to cover, mainly sideshows and all that. So let's just jump straight into that. There's a lot that can be said about the seasons we have covered so far, and what I would really like to do right now is to pull back a little bit and reflect not just on the seasons as they were by themselves, but more on behind the scenes for the show. As mentioned, this show is mainly the brainchild of Monty Oum. He is the one who clearly has an idea what he wants to do, or at least so it would seem. After hearing him talk about the show and listening to accounts of him from other people working on the show, it seems the ideas for what he would like to do in the future is all he had when making the show. It's not so much he has a plot he wants to follow, nor characters he would like to explore and get to know. Rather,
he has a few loose ideas
he would like to animate and concepts he wants to show. And as he puts it himself,
I've got a bunch of scribbles and like notepads and like, text documents.
He says it's all in his head, and all he does to keep track of it is write loose bits of paper. This is made all the more apparent when Miles, Kerry, and Monty talk about discussing the creation process during the first RWBY panel in 2013, 2 weeks before releasing the first volume, where they would use napkins and sauces to design and explain. Now, I'm sure whatever was drawn on those napkins made it to an actual desk and proper paper, but it does exemplify the chaotic nature of the process, and to Monty's credit, he does recognize the fact he isn't a writer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten Miles and Kerry on board to write the bulk of the show for him. I think, in concept, this was a good idea. He saw his flaws and decided to have other people do the things he couldn't. He was an animator at heart, and that shines through in everything he did. The only problem was, the two he got to write his show barely had any experience either. Only Miles had previously worked as a writer, and that was for Rooster Teeth's own Red vs. Blue. Not to say that you can't write a good show as a rookie, but the greenhorn flaws definitely shine through in everything, especially Season 1. A lot of things are laid out very confusingly. There isn't really any plot that happens. The characters have nowhere to go. Even events that happen don't have any rules explained for some of its core elements until it's over. Looking at you, chess relics! Some characters don't even get a proper introduction, like Glinda. We get the "oh shit, a huntress" moment, but it never really gets explained who Glinda is or what she does. But it isn't just in its flaws where the writers show their inexperience. Looking at how the show progresses and more how it improves, it's clear to me they are learning a lot through the process. Season 2, for example, they have learned to mix plot into the episodes in a very natural way. Our characters are taking initiative, and there are some actual characterization moments rather than one moment that lasts 4 episodes, as in the Jean arc. The pacing is much improved, and it just feels a lot more solid as a season. The third one also improves, though not as much, as the jump from Season 1 to 2.
Even though there is still a lot they could do in order to improve this show, it is really great to see them take the steps necessary in order to do them. I think we need to give them a lot of credit for actually learning from their mistakes and improving upon them season after season. However,
when it comes to plot, the first cracks are starting to show, and there are some tendencies they keep. I've talked about it at length before, but they really need to start explaining the actual plot that is going on in their show so that the audience can actually follow along and understand what is going on. I mean, as it stands, we have no idea who Cinder is, what she is trying to achieve, who she is working for, and keep in mind, if you are watching this along with the actual release time of the show,
What the fuck am I doing with my life? I'm reviewing fucking RWBY. Is there really nothing better I could be doing right now?
you would have to be watching for 3 years right now. 3 straight years of watching RWBY and still not having any actual idea of what the plot is of your show. And yet, after all this time, there are still plenty of questions that still remain. Some of these questions being, why did Norman join Cinder? What is his motivation? What's the deal with Grimm? What is Dust and what does it do? Why do the Cindettes follow Cinder? And for that last one, we got to see the moment Cinder recruited them, though they never actually reveal a full motivation or a convincing argument to follow Cinder. I guess for Emerald, "You will never go hungry again" was enough, but that is pretty weak. Especially since it didn't seem that Emerald was doing too bad herself, but I digress. Speaking of Emerald though, remember the...
How can they be so happy all the time?
At this point, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and count it as a joke, but if this type of writing persists, I will start having doubts on whether they know how to portray evil people. By showing a hatred for happy people and by them having so much fun whenever they do evil, they really create a Saturday morning cartoon villain image for all of the villains involved. And in a serious show, you're gonna want to take your villains seriously. If you can't take your villains seriously, then you're not really creating a serious show, you're just creating a Saturday morning cartoon show with the veil of it being serious. Circling back to Monty's writing for a second, the creation of the show went a little strange. According to Miles and Kerry, Monty woke up in the middle of the night, went to his desk, grabbed a piece of paper, and wrote RWBY on it, and went back to sleep. Then, the next morning, he tried to figure out what it means.
The very, very first thing that ever happened was Monty woke up in the middle of the night one night and just said RWBY and then wrote it down and then fell back asleep.
And he started to envision the world we see in the show. Now, that is how shows get made, believe it or not. Not all of them, of course, but when you look again at Avatar: The Last Airbender, that show was created by one of the lead writers doodling a bald man on a train flying on a flying bison. They envisioned their world around that visual. The strangest thing is the way Monty came up with the concepts. It's hard to say exactly who came up with what, but the main characters are definitely Monty's, and he wrote those characters to be like his perceived way of the voice actress. So this means that because he saw Lindsay Jones, the voice actress of Ruby Rose, as always very happy and cheery, he made Ruby resemble that. Because he saw Erin Zetch, Blake, her voice actress, as mysterious, mainly because he didn't know her, he made Blake mysterious. And this happened to the other girls as well, of course. Monty also mentions that he designed Team RWBY around what classes he would want in his team if he were playing an RPG, and states Weiss is the mage of the group, and at least this is somewhat of a meta explanation as to why Weiss can essentially do magic and summon things with her glyphs.
That would make Blake the rogue of the group, Yang the tank / damage dealer of the group, I mean seeing how much her punches pack, and RWBY just kind of the leader, I guess. Or maybe support, seeing how she has a sniper rifle.
The characters themselves also stay very surface level. This doesn't just go for the main 4, but for most of the characters in the show. They do struggle, don't get me wrong, but every character is always one speech away from resolving their issue. Look at the way Yang fixed Blake her issue with an obsession over the White Fang. All Blake needed was a talk from Yang in order to realize that she needed to relax a bit. Similarly, what happened with Weiss and RWBY when Weiss didn't want to be led by RWBY in the team. A quick talk from Peterport and Ozpin very quickly resolved that whole ordeal. This isn't exactly a deep or interesting way to do character development.
The main reason why I don't find conversations like those interesting for character development is mainly because it takes agency away from the character themselves. Essentially, they are taken to the sideline and told, hey, stop being a shit character, and then it's over. They are now a good character. Even though if a character within a show like this is able to realize themselves, oh, I have been a shit character, and then grows from that moment, it shows some real personal growth from that character. You can have revealing conversations with characters like this, that's fine. I just wish that this show would have more character moments coming from the actual characters and realize, and have the characters realize themselves that like, oh shit, I should probably grow up a little bit.
Another thing Monty tended to do was have a cool idea for a scene he would like to animate, and then go tell Miles and Kerry to go get him to that point so that he could animate this moment that he had envisioned in his head.
The things I want to do kind of tend to be based on the sequence. It's like, let's make this thing that revolves around this really cool event. I mean, I have a reserve of sequences I want to make, sequences I've been wanting to make for the last like 15 years, and try to translate those into things that I can say, you know, Miles, Kerry, we need to get here so I can do this.
This is putting the cart before the horse.
Rather than waiting for him to have the opportunity to translate one of these sequences he's been waiting to use into a fight that happens naturally within RWBY, he just tells Miles and Kerry to get to a fight scene so that he can then finally do that sequence he's been waiting to do. Which means that they are essentially rushing through the story just so that they could start doing fight scenes.
My friend, whilst discussing the show, made an interesting remark as well. He said that the first season in particular felt like a Mortal Kombat campaign, in that every cutscene needs to eventually lead into a fight scene. So the writing in these campaigns is usually just an excuse to get to those fight scenes. I think the style of writing I just described is probably what caused that feeling to come up. To me, that shows Monty isn't really interested in making compelling and interesting characters he wants to explore. To him, this show is only a framework for fight scenes to happen within. This doesn't create a good environment in which Miles and Kerry create interesting and compelling stories with these characters and within the world. This pulls through into the world building itself and the conceptualization thereof. Take the characters for a second. Every character has a few conventions going on. First off, the aforementioned color names. I don't necessarily mind a naming convention like this in a meta sense. That could be like a fun trivia thing, and some people really do struggle with coming up with names for their characters, so doing something like this might allow them a little more freedom and a little bit of a handlebar to create these names. The big issue that I have with this scheme is that they canonized it within the world itself. The canon reason in and of itself is already somewhat confusing. So let me explain. Ozpin, within the episode This Is Canonized, mentions that at some point there was a great war in which Atlas fought against the rest of the world in order to erase all art from existence. They did this because art and color would evoke emotion, something that attracts the grim. Atlas lost this war, however, and now, to honor the art of, well, making art, the people of that time decided to name their children after colors, and that trend still continues. I just don't see why this was necessary, or what the writers were thinking making this a canonical rule. Now, they just have to keep stretching for names and somehow end up with a color. Take Nora, for example. Nora is named for the Nora Barlow columbine, a somewhat pinkish flower. This isn't really being named after a color, is it? You're being named after an object that has a color, but in and of itself, you carrying that name doesn't mean you're named after a color. But there are far more egregious examples of characters having elaborate roads to eventually end up at the color. Take Glinda, for example. Apparently, Glen is Welsh for holy and Da Welsh for good, both of which are usually associated with white, and sometimes with purple. However, it could also be a feminization of Glen, meaning valley, which brings up the image of lush greens. And if you have to get this elaborate with your explanation as to how she is named after colors, maybe just ditch the whole rule altogether. Another one that is pretty interesting is Neptune, since he is named after a god that within Remnant shouldn't exist. Maybe the concept of Neptune still exists, but we never actually get to see any of that. So really, by using the word Neptune, or by calling somebody Neptune to invoke, the sea and the blue like his hair is, all you're really doing is creating more questions than answers within the world canon as well. Another convention: every character is based on another character from either a myth or a fairy tale, or just straight up history. For example, our four girls, Ruby, Weiss, Blake, and Yang, are Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White, Beauty and the Beast, and Goldilocks respectively. All characters from fairy tales. Team Juniper is based upon figures that at some point in their story had to cross-dress, and so they used their cross-dressed versions of these characters. That being Jeanne d'Arc for Jeanne Arc, Mulan for Ren, Thor for Nora, and Achilles for Pyrrha. Every other group of characters has their own convention in this same vein, and this only ever really comes out superficially. Very rarely does it ever impact the actual character of someone. It's mainly just in design that their true characters come back. I think if they wanted to do a convention like this for our four main characters, that would be okay. But now every character must conform to these rules. That locks them into even more of a corner writing-wise. Not just their names need to refer to colors, they also need to be based on a story. You can make the argument that the latter convention ties into the fairy tale theme they have going on, but they do way too little that really justifies it. At the end of the day, it's all very surface level. It doesn't really serve any deeper purpose other than to just be there. It never really goes any deeper than aesthetics. The fairy tale theme only gets used as background, the colors are only in the names, and maybe a color in the design. The character designs and the story base are also just a design thing. If you're lucky, a character might have a characteristic that resembles their respective character bases, but that rarely happens. At the end of the day, the only purpose these conventions serve is to make it feel like there's some kind of deeper meaning behind everything, even though there isn't. A veil to make the show appear more interesting than it actually is.
Also, on the topic of these allusions to fairy tales and myths, apparently in conversation, if you got Monty talking about the show and what was going to happen, he would, just kind of tell you the whole rundown of what he had in mind and things that he wanted to do. And during that talk, he would often just stop referring to the characters in the show by their actual character name and just switch over to the person they were supposed to be based on, right?
When he tells a story, sometimes he doesn't refer to the characters as their names in the show. He refers to them as who inspired them. Mm-hmm. And so he gets really caught up in the moment, so he uses I guess their true names or whatever. And I was like,
which I find interesting because it kind of solidifies to me that Monty didn't see these characters he was animating as much more than their stand-ins, because he didn't so much as even want to refer to them by their actual proper name, but rather than just, Thor and the like. It's like, Little Red Riding Hood, RWBY, stuff like that, which really just tells me that he's very detached from these characters as a writer, and that he doesn't really care for them more than their model, essentially. Anyway, that was just a side note on the topic.
There is one saving grace, however. They made a sideshow in which they took the time to explain the world building of the show, to explain the world, take its concepts, and get people up to speed what Remnant, as the world is called, is and how it functions. This is a chance for them to give some much needed context to the show, its workings, and how everything interacts with each other. I am of course talking about RWBY World of Remnant, the companion book and show to RWBY. Now, I did not read the book as I am illiterate, but I did watch the show. I will be going over the first 8 episodes here because they all came out before the 4th season, which means that a fan going into season 4 would have been able to watch these beforehand at the time. Now, what World of Remnant is supposed to be is an explanation of the concepts they didn't go into in the show. The show covers topics like dust, kingdoms, aura, and many more. The one about aura seems a little out of place because they already did an explanation in the show, but hey, I'll take any extra context I can get at this point. This is all done by the same voice as the exposition in the first episode of RWBY Season 1, and she serves as a neutral force dispersing the information. I don't want to waste too much time, so let's just go straight into it. The first episode is the aforementioned Dust episode. The strange thing about this episode, however, is that it doesn't explain anything about Dust we didn't already know. They made a whole 2-minute episode talking about Dust and its application without actually explaining what these applications do. You can weave it into clothing, something we saw Cinder with during the past seasons, but why somebody would want to do this or what it even does to begin with is never explained. It also states there are 4 basic forms.
Found in 4 basic forms.
But what those forms are is also never mentioned. There is something on screen that indicates the basic forms being fire, water, earth, and wind. But the voiceover never confirms this to be the case. You can also combine dust to make new dust. Okay, cool. Like what? Which dusts? Is gravity dust a combination, or is that naturally occurring? Point is, even though they do a whole episode about dust, it never really explains anything. This video is again just some flowery language disguising the fact it doesn't actually say or explain anything. It also explains dust is activated with someone's aura, and that brings a whole new slew of questions to the table. Keep in mind, Jean didn't know what aura was before coming to Beacon, so how would he use anything with dust in it? He can't activate it.
Or is dust passively activated by aura? Also, dust gets used a lot in regular household appliances and other devices in order to make them work. The show doesn't really tell you this right now, and it will not for a very long time. However, it is implied that, for example, the streetlights work through dust. And that brings up the question, well, how does that work then?
It is explained on the wiki that there is something called hard light dust, which, by the looks of how that looks in the show, is probably what they would use in order to power their streetlights. However, if dust is activated passively, one would need to constantly be standing next to these lights in order to make them function. If they are activated actively, that is even more problematic, because that would mean that somebody needs to make an active effort to make the lights function. Point is, the incorporation of dust itself doesn't really work in the way that the world is set up. Anyway, the second episode isn't much better. This one, being called Kingdoms, talks about the different territories of the different cities. I found the use of the terms kingdoms for all the cities very confusing. Why are they all kingdoms if there isn't a monarchy? As I understood before watching The World of Remnant, every kingdom is ruled by a council, so it would be more accurate to call them republics, no? The problem with using language in this way is that it doesn't actually explain anything about the world. When you watch other shows or films like Star Wars, whenever they use terms to describe a country or a system like the Galactic Republic, they use accurate language. Right in the words Galactic Republic, you understand that the ruling body is a council coming forth out of a democracy where people vote on their representatives. And galactic is used because it spans the galaxy. You don't need hyper-specifics like how big that galaxy is, because that is unimportant for you to understand the basic frameworks for their politics. In RWBY, they only ever refer to cities as kingdoms, despite the fact that they are not. This means that we didn't learn anything about the world when the characters refer to these places. All we know is that there are more countries. Well, yeah, I figured as much, but what are these countries? That is the important part. By using accurate language as well, you are allowing your viewer a deeper understanding of the world, and also it will give the viewer the idea that they are learning of the world, that there is a bigger world out there with interesting concepts and ideas. Just knowing that there's more countries out there isn't enough. Just giving that little bit more of a explanation to what these things are, you create intrigue. You create a want to explore these worlds, these different things. The episode itself, again, doesn't explain anything. Nothing we didn't already know anyhow. The things it talks about are too broad in the language and too vague to meaningfully explain what the kingdoms are and what they do.
I mean, it never really goes into how big a kingdom is or what its sphere of influence is, for example. It never really gives any clear borders on where the kingdom starts and ends. It does talk about the in-between the kingdoms part. The land, essentially, between the kingdoms. But essentially it explains that they are no man's land. Settlements have tried to become a thing there, but have for some reason always failed, either due to grim activity or bandit activity. So really, the only real places of civilization, other than the odd village here and there, is these cities, which they call kingdoms. And that's about as much information as you will get out of this episode.
The next episode covers the creatures of Grimm, the monsters that they keep fighting. I get that you would want to do an episode about these creatures in this vein, but I don't think right now is the time to do it. Especially considering that they would want to keep crucial parts about the Grimm a secret to be revealed in later seasons. No matter what they would want to say, by default they already can't go deep into the Grimm themselves. They force themselves to have to stay surface level with this one, which isn't a good thing. It does result in a more interesting episode, however, since the framing of this episode is completely different considering the other ones. Whereas the previous episodes were framed as explanations one might find in a textbook, this episode approaches the subject matter from the perspective of someone in-universe, speculating on what the Grimm might be and what someone in-universe might know about the Grimm after studying them for a bit. Although a clever solution, not the right time to do this episode. The one thing that springs out to me is the fact that the Grimm are specifically attracted to negative emotions, as stated before. This means the Atlas War makes even less sense. Art can evoke many different emotions, one of which is happiness, a positive emotion. Erasing all art would lead to depression, a negative emotion. So why would Atlas want to do a war about it? I mean, war causes the most amount of negative emotions across a giant group of people. It just doesn't make any sense. The following episode tackles aura, the one thing actually explained within the show. This goes a little deeper, finally, also explaining that aura, which comes forth from the soul, isn't just defensive but also offensive, since semblances also use aura. That is all the real explanation. However, I'm not going to spend too much time on this episode, it's just not very interesting. Next, we have the Vital Festival episode, which is a history lesson on how it came to be. It comes down to a peaceful event for countries, mainly each Hunter Academy, to duel. They keep friendly sportsmanship alive in the different kingdoms, and it also serves as a cultural exchange between the different kingdoms. This episode is the first to feature Ozpin in the role of narrator. This does two things. The most important one being the fact that we now have an unreliable narrator. Since Ozpin is a character in the show, he will look at the world through his eyes, explain the events or facts through his understanding of the world. This means that any information given cannot be taken at face value, but always needs to be relativized with, well, that's how Ozpin sees it. The second is an opportunity to lean into the first thing. Due to Ozpin being an unreliable narrator, by default, you can lean into that fact and let his opinion and character shine through. They tried to do this, but I don't think his way of speaking is different enough from the narrator that we already had. I find the way that he's written rather obnoxious as well. The first thing out of his mouth is,
"It all began, as most things do, with war."
I get that he needs to be the wise old man, but this kind of writing makes me want to strangle him. Mainly because it feels like it's written just to sound clever. Without much substance, I don't nod along going, "Wow, so true." I go, "No, fuck you." It feels like this line, and many a line like this, is just written because Ozpin needs to say something that sounds clever.
Anyway, this episode just goes on to talk about the Vital Festival, and I think this episode could be fun for the type of person who would really want to dig deeper into the world of the show that they are watching. And I think this is probably one of the episodes where the actual purpose of the show is served to its biggest extent. The episode after this talks about Huntsman. Since the main cast is trying to achieve this rank, it's a good thing to explain what that actually means to be a huntress. This episode is fine and achieves what the show is meant to do as well. It gives some background and establishes the profession and what it means in the world. I wish they would go into a little more detail, and in one instance, Ozpin mentions that all Hunter Academies have different styles of fighting, but they don't elaborate on that. I think it would have been really fun to get to know all of this. I mean, this is really what the show is for. Just take a little more time to explain all of this. You've already separated it from the main show. Go wild with this. Have fun. Really explain the world and what it is. The following episode talks about the Transcontinental Transmit System. This is the system that the communication towers upkeep in order to allow for intercontinental phone calls in these big centers we see in Season 2. One of the things here that don't make sense is the fact that if one tower goes offline, the whole system fails. I don't see why that would be the case. The only reason it works this way is so that throughout the rest of the series, nobody can contact people outside of the kingdom our characters are in at the same time. I don't see the purpose of this, however, or why the writers would want this to be the case. Or why the people in universe would design it like this. It only makes for an evidently fragile system. The thing that bothers me the most in this episode, however, is once again the waxing poetic of Ozpin. Just please, for once, have him explain something and leave it at that. No need to wax about how it's poetic in and of itself, that when one tower falls, the whole system falls. Please, stop! The last thing I want to remark on this episode is in the visuals. It makes it look like Beacon Tower is the transmit tower for the All of Vale. If that is the case, then RWBY's motivation to follow Weiss to see the tower in Season 2 doesn't make sense. She could just see the tower from almost anywhere on campus. Anyway, it's just a small potential inconsistency. Nothing to get worked up over. And that moves us to the final episode for this round of World of Remnant. This episode, being called The Four Maidens, tells an extended version of the Four Maidens fairy tale in the show. Cute enough, I like the telling of a story that exists within the canon of Remnant. I think it is a good move to do a fairy tale since the fairy tale themes do exist within the world. It's a little confusing though. This fairy tale is supposed to explain where the maidens come from, at least that is what we are led to believe for now. And all of these girls clearly already possess magical seasonal powers. Them getting magic powers as a result for doing magic is just a weird way of doing things. There's one final thing that I need to address for this episode, and that is the fact that Ozpin actually does some of the voices for these four maidens, and hearing him put up like a little girly voice like, oh my god, oh thank you mister, is the funniest fucking thing in this whole entire World of Remnant show. Anyway, that is World of Remnant, at least the first 8 episodes. It's a very inconsistent show. The first 2 episodes didn't really give enough information to be useful as a companion guide, and even though they pick it up in the later episodes, all you get is just a little extra context, most of which you would already have been able to get from the show itself. Monty said that he would like to do those little cards you see in anime where they quickly explain, like, say, My Hero Academia, where they put those little cards in the middle of the episode before the episode cuts to a break, and before it cuts back to the episode after the ad break has happened. I'm guessing that this idea eventually manifested itself into this show, but doing a show like this allows you to do so much more than just give a quick context to the main series, and I feel like they severely underutilized its potential. In a way, it's very revealing though. After watching all of these episodes, it became abundantly clear that the concepts for the show have barely been thought out. If they knew what dust was and how it worked from the start, surely they would have been able to explain a lot more about it than what we get to see. Same goes for the topics of kingdoms and aura. There just isn't a whole lot to explain here, and for the Grimm episode, why do that now? I know where the Grimm come from now that I've almost finished watching the entire series, but at this point, that is still supposed to be a secret. I don't get why they didn't wait until the second batch of episodes to make this one. All in all, the show doesn't do that much for world building, other than establish rules that only demand more questions to be asked, and more potential for the writers to create inconsistencies within their own show. I really like the art style, I like the idea, but its execution leaves much more to be desired. Another thing that I hear a lot of people say about this show, my friend included, is that making this show is an admittance to the world building in their actual show not being good. And I don't agree with that conclusion. I think even in a show competently written to do its world building, a show like this could very well be a nice opportunity to get even more into the world building you otherwise wouldn't be able to do within the show itself. Let's say, what's a good show? What's a show I've watched recently? What do I want? Let's take SpongeBob, for example, which is a comedy show in and of itself, and maybe not the best example, but if SpongeBob, which I consider to be a competently written show, ends up wanting to do something like a show like this in order to do more world building, nobody would bat an eye. Nobody would say, oh, this is a bad example, or nobody would say this is them admitting that they haven't done their own world building correctly within the show. Same goes for more story-driven shows as well. Like, just pick any anime. Pick Pokemon, for example. If they were to do a show running next to their main one, telling us more about the world of Pokemon, I don't think anybody would be talking about how they are admitting that their world building is shit. I think this criticism mainly comes from the fact that the world building is bad, the audience have said that, and now they've decided to make a companion show, which they have taken to be an admittance to it. But I don't agree with that assessment of the situation. When it comes to the world building, the main series and World of Remnant leave a lot to be desired. It's hard to follow in the main series because whenever the characters talk about stuff happening in the world, they never use clear language in order to hide what's actually happening from the audience. And whenever they do decide to explain something, it's so surface level it doesn't really end up meaning all that much. Now, 2 questions remain. What could be done to fix this, and how did it come to be this way? As for the first question, it's rather simple. Use clear language and make sure to establish all the important things and mechanics before they become relevant, so your audience can follow along. And to the writer's credit, they have been getting better at that season after season. The second question is a little harder to answer, but not impossible. There are 2 factors that go into answering this question. First off, artificial time constraints.
Now, on my initial recording, I had the wrong information about how long the seasons took to make. Here, again, I said that Season 1 took shorter than Season 2, but as stated before, it's the other way around. So Season 2 took a little shorter to make than Season 1, and that is just simply not enough time to make seasons in. Looking at about 10 months for Season 1 and 8 months for Season 2, they're really artificially constraining themselves into way too little fucking time to be doing anything in. And that is really one of the first things that is biting them in the ass right now, because it doesn't allow them the opportunity to look back, reflect, rewrite, redo stuff that they really should have thought about, and now just simply don't have time for.
Keep in mind, they needed to create an entire world, lore, mechanics, characters, design the whole thing, make sure it makes sense, animate, voice act, edit, and that list goes on. Then on top of that, Monty was already animating the trailers before the lore was even established. I have withheld from talking about them up until now, but I think it's finally time to address them.
So it has occurred to me that in my initial recording, I never actually took the time to actually explain and intro what I'm going to do here. So I will go ahead and do that now. Right now, I'm about to address the color trailers. And so the idea was, ahead of RWBY, as sort of like its marketing strategy, was that every one of the main girls, that being RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang, would all get their own little separate trailer with the idea of basically being able to show off the character, right? It has a lot of potential. Like I said, you do really get the opportunity to just have a quick 3-minute short, essentially. Just kind of explaining the deal with the character and what they're going to be dealing with going forward into the actual show. The only problem is that it doesn't actually achieve those goals. And I'll go into that right now.
The main reason why I waited so long to address them is because they are a visual representation of how far the lore writing was at the time of animating these trailers. The first one, the red trailer, releasing on the 7th of November 2012. I watched these trailers when I finished with the main show. The reason for that was also quite simple. I knew that they would tease a few things our characters were going to deal with and a couple of other tie-ins, and I don't think you can expect to watch your audience to watch the trailers before the show. It's okay to start teasing the story and establish a character, that's what trailers are for, but you need to re-establish these things in the show so everybody can be on the same page. The show doesn't do this. Whatever is established is assumed to be known by the writers and they just move on. Take Weiss her singing, for example. When that gets brought up at the beginning of season 3 in this scene,
I may not be singing for a while.
I had no idea what they were talking about. I had no idea Weiss was supposed to be a singer, and this isn't relevant at all during the season. It just serves to make the show even more confusing. The trailers also take place before the show and are 100% canon, meaning that the things that happen within the trailers happened within the world's universe, within the world's canon, which means that there are quite some inconsistencies running in these trailers as well. Monty went off alone animating the trailer featuring RWBY battling these Beowulf Grimm, whilst Miles and Kerry went on to write the show. To my understanding, the trailer was meant to convince Rooster Teeth to start making the show, and I think it should have stayed that way, seeing as Monty himself said that the trailer was made before RWBY had a personality.
The red trailer is a little bit out of character because we didn't have a character. I didn't really investigate it as much. So it's really more, red trailer was a weapon resume. So a lot of who she is her weapon.
This creates inconsistencies with the show because RWBY doesn't always act like her canonical character. It also creates inconsistencies in the world. The moon is supposed to be broken, and in this shot you can clearly see it isn't. These Beowulfs should also be looking different from their in-show appearance, and as the trailers progress, you can see how far they got with the writing. Going into the white trailer, they at least figured out some of the deal with the character on display, and in this case, Weiss at the very least is singing, which isn't important to her character, but it's at least canon, and they figured out that she is supposed to be rich, which is also canon. Those are two things more than we had for RWBY. The moon is also broken, so that is another point. Mind you, they haven't figured out her character itself yet. That doesn't happen until the black trailer following this one. The black trailer is the first trailer to feature voice acting and is actually about showing one of the problems the character has that could be addressed in the show. This, in my opinion, is the first successful trailer in the sense that it actually achieves what a trailer is supposed to do, which is create excitement for the show you're about to watch and tease some of the plot lines that will be happening during the show. This trend continues in the yellow trailer, the last trailer in this lineup. In this trailer, we see Yang look for a woman and then beat up the club that she was at because we need to showcase the fight animations. We get to see a little of her bubbly and straightforward personality and again a potential plotline. All well and good. I like the idea of doing character-specific trailers in concept. It allows for quite a few things traditional trailers can't. The main thing here is that you get to focus on a specific character and establish who they are, what they can do, and what their subplot during the show will be. It gives one room to breathe and understand the characters on a deeper level going into the real show. The issue here is the implementation of the trailers. Whilst the black and yellow trailers achieve their respective goal, the rushing into the red trailer means that we learned nothing other than the design of the character and the weapon, and that there's a show with fighting that comes out soon-ish. The white trailer isn't much better in that respect and still feels way too early in the character's creation to make a full trailer about them. It also causes, as stated before, inconsistencies with the main show. I think they needed more time before starting to animate the trailers, in order for them to figure out the characters before making a trailer about them. This would create a more consistent batch of characters, but more importantly, it would have meant they could have taken full advantage of the potential that these character trailers have. The thing I think is the worst about these trailers is that it sets up plot lines that won't become relevant in the season that it teases. The plot with Yang looking for a woman doesn't really matter until season 4 or 5 and gets a passing mention in season 3,
We see a mysterious woman in season 2, but at this point we don't know if that could be the one Yang is looking for. To the audience, it is just a random woman. She doesn't actively go ahead and address the whole situation until season 5. Mind you, this is 5 years, give or take, in the release of RWBY. If you are excited in 2013 to see this plot go anywhere, you have to wait 5 years before it is addressed. The only reason why the writers would tease the plot throughout season 2 and 3 is to assure the audience that they haven't forgotten about it. You can't do that in a trailer. At least start addressing the conflict in the season the trailer precedes. You don't need to finish it yet, but at least get it underway. As a side note, I am discounting Yang's encounter with the mystery lady in the post-credit scene of season 2 because it goes nowhere, and the show pretends that it never happened, so I will pretend it never happened. Another thing, the trailers are all fight scenes, sometimes with intermittent dialogue. They immediately set the main cast up to be fantastic fighters. In and of itself, not bad, but why is the main setting a school then? This is the premier place to send characters who will begin from scratch, a la Harry Potter, not people already capable of everything they need to be able to do. I find it a very strange decision, and it seems the writers don't really know how to handle it. They simultaneously want their characters to be complete badasses from the get-go and do elaborate fight scenes, but also want them to be inexperienced and at the start of their journey. Either one would have been fine on their own, but you can't do both at the same time. Ultimately, I think that their self-imposed time crunch of about 9 months per season is to blame for the mistakes they make during this season. Why the trailers are as described in this video. I think almost every problem, every criticism I levy against the show can be attributed to the fact that they rushed production like crazy. And it's quite a shame because listening to the interviews, everyone seems very excited about the show. I always get the feeling they enjoy themselves a lot creating the show, and to see them not take the time necessary to develop the series is such a shame. I mean, if you take this little time to think this over, no wonder things aren't going to make sense. Characters are inconsistent, dialogue is messy and confusing, presentation is lacking because they don't have time to look back and reflect or change anything.
We usually, we don't have a ton of time to like go back and forth on stuff a lot of times, so we always try and go down like a path that's gonna try and work out the best.
If something went wrong this season, they just have to go, well that sucks, let's just do it better next season. We don't have time to fix that now, which is a bad mindset to have throughout the creation process. Seemingly, as a result of this mindset, Kerry and Miles even developed a mantra.
Yeah, no, yeah is like our catchphrase.
Yeah.
It's yes, I do think that's a good idea. No, don't doubt yourself. Yes, let's move forward. It's,
That's
good.
Which is a symptom of not having proper time to think things over. To their credit, they did improve every season so far, but as a result of this mindset, the foundations of the show have been rotten from the start. And it will take quite a lot of time and writing skill to weave your way out of this. The things this mindset affects range from imperfections in the show, as mentioned before, but also in the world itself. Monty, and I presume Miles and Kerry, as well, just lifted a whole bunch of concepts from other shows or video games and just used them in their series without really changing them at all. The biggest offender being dust. I said before, I still have no idea what dust is and how it works, but that is kind of a lie. The show never explains it, but Monty does in his interview with Afterbuzz TV. He is asked this question.
They were wondering if we could get a better explanation of colors of dust, levels of dust. Does that affect things?
Let me just roll the whole clip for you here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to say it would be dust is like ground up materia.
So this means dust is just ground up materia, which isn't
actually a change of materia itself, because ground up materia is already an item within Final Fantasy. Now, just to be clear, I don't mind people taking concepts from these other things and using them in their own show. I do mind them not changing them at all in any way, shape, or form, as they have done here with materia, also known as dust.
Now, just as a bit of further clarification, I understand that in the clip Monty said that dust is like materia, but when you look at what materia is, which is a material that you collect in Final Fantasy, where it basically allows you to do magic. You need certain different materias to do certain types of magic. And then when you look at what dust is, which is an item that allows people to do certain types of magic, in both cases you need the corresponding either materia or dust in order to do specific kinds of magic, meaning that essentially they're just the same thing without any change whatsoever.
Now, they easily could have made dust their own by just committing to the 4 elements and the mechanics that they introduced, like the mixing of it in order to create new ones. But they don't. If they took some more time to come up with a system, this wouldn't matter. But they didn't. From this interview on the whole, I got the feeling that Monty is just a really big anime fan and has seen lots of cool ideas he wants to put in his show. That in and of itself, again, isn't bad, but you're gonna have to do something with it. Right now, the process is, I want my characters to do magic, I like Final Fantasy, let's take materia. But we can't call it materia, so we'll call it dust. Well, wouldn't it be cool if we could combine it to do different magic, so let's add that to it. Sick! Even that would have been fine if they didn't repeatedly do this. Not to mention the conventions I talked about earlier. I feel dust is the biggest opportunity missed within the entire show. I think it's a really cool idea, but if they would have just fleshed it out and gave some clear rules, that would have allowed them to create a much more solid world and would allow for more speculation from the audience. Now dust only serves to allow the use of magic in the show, which is the exact same function in Final Fantasy. The second main problem the show had going into production was the inexperience of the people working on it. Monty himself never directed anything before this and was brought on to the company as an animator. I don't want to say that this is a bad thing. I applaud people stepping out of their comfort zone and trying new things, and I think this was a great opportunity for him to do so. What I think is the main issue here was the lack of assistance from more experienced people. Not to mention the fact that the creators of RWBY were the ones they were learning all their techniques from, and the people who made Red vs. Blue all figured it out as they went along as well, with minimal experience before starting the web series. Not exactly a great point to start from. This goes for his co-director Kerry as well, and of course Miles Luna. I mean, they themselves have admitted that they are learning from RWBY, and in the process learned that some things just don't translate too well to RWBY. The two shows also started from different points. One, RWBY started as a funny web series introducing plot way later in its runtime. A lot of exposition in RWBY didn't need to be too grand when they started doing plot because the viewers were already on board with the show, whilst in RWBY they had to build from the ground up. I suspect that most of their needless secrecy stems from this translation issue. I also think this leads into another issue within the world building. You see, they wanted to do a fusion of Chinese and Western cultures, and I mean, great, I enjoyed Avatar as well, so let's see how they do. And, well, it's not great. It seems to me that these Chinese elements are very superficial, as well as never really going much deeper than name and outfit. It feels like they wrote a Western world and afterwards rolled a die to see who and what is going to be Chinese inspired. I think here as well there's a lot of missed opportunity. There's one thing that I really need to mention though, and that is this character right here. Their name is Mei Zedong. Now, I'm going to give you 2 seconds to think about what that might be referring to here. You're wrong, it refers to a purple mushroom. For some reason, they thought it was a good idea to name a character after the biggest murderer of Chinese people in history. Now, mind you, their defense was the purple mushroom.
So the sniper's name is Mei.
Mei
okay.
Zedong.
Zedong, and
Which is a purple mushroom, I think.
Yeah.
Well, my friend and I did some Googling, and we could not find this purple mushroom. The writers have come out to state that her name has nothing to do with Mao Zedong, but come on. It's 1 letter away from being Mao Zedong. They must have known about this similarity. I don't believe for a second not a single person in the development team knew about Mao. This is one of the things you make a joke about in the writer's room, say, we can't actually put this in, so let's come up with something else and move on. You don't put this in your show. This is extremely insensitive towards Chinese people. The only way I'll believe the purple mushroom story is if Miles is capable of showing me the mushroom. And even then, if the mushroom story is true, I still think it was a bad move to put it in the show, because everyone who hears the name will immediately think of Mao over the mushroom if it even exists. Not every person is a mushroom specialist. I will note, the name is never actually said in the show, but is more of like a trivia thing. Still not a good thing that Mei Zedong is her actual canonical name. This brings me to racism, or, well, the racism of RWBY. And I am specifically referring to their treatment of Blake over the course of these couple of seasons. You know, the whole let's have Blake do stereotypical cat things because it's a funny joke. I think I explained the whole bit well enough, but I mainly want to talk about where it came from. I think these jokes weren't put in there with the explicit purpose of being racist. I think it's ignorance in this case. The exact ignorance they speak of during the first season when Weiss and Blake are fighting. I also think that these jokes genuinely make Monty laugh, since even in his interview, he isn't exactly racially sensitive either.
Almost mentioned it earlier, but like a lot of people are asking if you can tell us exactly how old Cinder is.
She's not that much older. She's older enough, but I mean, man, Asians, right?
I think these jokes mainly come from Monty because they disappear from the main show in season 4. The way they write is also very Faunus exclusive, only ever referring to humanity in World of Remnant unless Faunus are directly relevant. Then they are always mentioned next to humanity but are never really included in the deal.
Ultimately, I just find it a shame to see these kinds of jokes in the show. I understand that no real people are hurt by including these kinds of jokes, but I mean, come on. It's very clear to see real-world allegories towards these same jokes, as I've already pointed out within this review. So I think that if you are going to tackle things like racism, it's very important to stay on top of the material and the message that you want to send out, rather than on one hand say racism is bad, and then on the other hand make very racist jokes. Anyway, I've done a lot of rambling, and before moving on to the final bit where I will talk about the music, spoiler alert, I wanted to make good on a promise. You see, this video isn't called RWBY Sucks and You Should Watch It for nothing, and right now I would like to make an argument as to why I believe this show is worth watching. I mean, I just spend way too much fucking time talking about the first 3 volumes. And I will continue to talk about more volumes in the future, but for now, I wanted to stick with these volumes here. But I really wanted to make an argument as to why these volumes were worth watching in the first place. And, I mean, I could sit here all day and talk about every way in which RWBY is a bad show, in my opinion, and all the things that I believe make it a bad show. But everyone and their mother has already done that, essentially, with this show. There's already so many people talking about how this show is ass and it shouldn't be watched, and you should just avoid it, and it holds no value, and it's just like generally a bad show, right? But I don't agree with that opinion necessarily. It is my sincere belief that all art holds value and that every show on some level is worth watching, right? As I've said at the top of this review, if you are a writer and you are someone who would love to make art, there is just as much value in watching good shows as there is in watching bad shows, right? As there is in watching something or experiencing something that is bad, taking that experience and then asking yourself, okay, well, why was this experience bad? What could these people have done in order to improve the things that they were trying to do, in order to actually try and achieve the things that these people were trying to get to? And for that reason, I wanted to ask the question, well, what makes RWBY worth watching, essentially? What are the lessons that you can take away from this show? And other than, you know, all the criticisms that I've already levied against it throughout this entire review and for it, you know, the arguments or the things that I believe the show does right, there are a couple of key takeaways from the show in and of itself. There are two main major things that I think that you should take away from watching these few seasons and from the behind the scenes footage that we've gone over so far. That first lesson being, never stop growing. I think it's really important to, whenever you are working on something, to always look back and evaluate what you have done and kind of think to yourself like, okay, have I done my best here? What could be improved? What should I keep doing the same? And just kind of like review and go over. It's very clear that is what they did every new season in this show, right? I mean, going from seasons 1, 2, and 3, it's very clear that they are improving massively every time around, which I think is really good, and I think that's a really positive lesson that a lot of people need to take away from this, right? Even in my own creating of this video, it's very important to look at things like, oh, you know, maybe that argument wasn't made exactly as well as I could have, or maybe that one isn't necessary at all, or maybe here I'm going off topic, you know, that sort of thing, to, you know, keep learning from the things that you are doing. The second lesson is give yourself enough time, right? There's a lot of times where you could really see that they are rushing a lot of their production, mainly because they just didn't give themselves enough time to go over all these things. It's just that they make a lot of mistakes, and there's a lot of inconsistencies and a lot of animation errors and just a lot of things where if you really get down into the nitty-gritty of it, it's very clear that these things exist because they just didn't give themselves enough time to really explore a lot of the ideas, to really get into a lot of the things that they attempt. And it's really preventing them from being a more interesting show than it is. It's very clear that if they had taken just a little more time to go over some of these concepts, they probably would have come to a much better solution to a lot of the things that we see right now. So I think for those two lessons and countless others like it, it's already worth just diving into these couple seasons. I also find it really interesting to see how much just adding a little bit of character into the show in and of itself will already make it that much more palatable. It's a point that I will make further down after having seen the upcoming volumes, because I think it'll be more prescient there. But it's really interesting to see, especially the reception of these first few seasons, and how positive people still remember them. And mainly all because the show itself has a lot of character, even if it is not very good. And I think those are really worthy lessons to learn here. Anyway, let's round it up.
Okay, this is the last bit I want to talk about before I stop rambling, and that is the music. It's all composed by two people, those being Jeff Williams, the songwriter, so the guy who does all the instrumentation and lyric writing, and his daughter, Casey Lee Williams, the vocalist. Now, I used to not really like the music of RWBY, but after my rewatch and a couple of listens on Spotify, I actually kind of started to enjoy it. At least the intro songs to the seasons. I caught myself singing along to the intros quite a few times, no matter how corny the lyrics were. And oh man, are the lyrics corny and on the fucking nose. For the most part, the songs are quite generic metal tracks in the style of those early 2000s metal bands like Disturbed or Evanescence or something. But I have a weak spot for things like that. I will say that the production on a lot of early tracks are a bit messy and in some cases just not very good. For example, the intro track to Season 2 called Time to Say Goodbye does a little vocal build-up with some swelling strings in the back before a drum starts building up to a climax. And that kick drum, ooh boy, does it bug the fuck out of me. I found it so jarring every single time to hear it. It doesn't fit. Because that build-up, the way that the vocals are layered over the track, just don't really match with the beat itself. And the way that that kick kicks in with the timing that it does, it makes it sound like it is just a little behind where it's supposed to be, creating just this whole big mess which kind of jars you. Like every time I hear it, I'm just like, whoa, alright, okay, we're back. I also want to talk about the lyrics. I really want to talk about the fucking lyrics because they are some of the funniest shit I have ever heard in my life. Every song is so on the nose on describing what is happening. It is really fucking funny. Every main character also has their own theme song that is supposed to fit the character, and the lyrics they decided to go with are some of the most service level corny shit I've ever heard in my life. And it's yet another example of the lack of character for RWBY during the trailer. Like I said, all the theme songs are supposed to be about the character, but RWBY's theme, Red Like Roses, just describes her teammates. Probably because they only had character concepts and nothing else. I mean, check out the lyrics for Red Like Roses Part 1. Red like roses fills my dreams and brings me to the place you rest. This isn't anything integral to the character of RWBY. It just refers to her dead mother.
Fun fact, by the way, the only reason why RWBY even has a dead mother to begin with is because during the initial animating for the trailer, Monty had decided on, RWBY standing on a cliff with like a grave on it as like a nice, cool visual. And when he was showing the trailer to Jeff Williams so that he could compose a song for it, he asked Monty who it was that was laying in the grave. And Monty responded with that he didn't know. He didn't know who was in the grave. And Jeff coined that it could be RWBY's dead mother. And Monty liked that idea, so he decided that is true. That RWBY's mother is dead and in that particular grave on that cliff. which I do think is kind of indicative of, at the very least, how well Monty tends to think out things like this. I mean, to him, this was just a cool visual, and he didn't really think about any of the implications that comes with your main character standing over a grave. Now, of course, technically, this was supposed to be just part of like the initial pitch to pitch RWBY to the company. However, I do think that at the very least at the stage that you're putting music to it, you know, it was probably decided already that this was going to be the trailer. At that point, I do think that at the very least you need to like go back and like look at it from more of like a trailer perspective and really start thinking about all of the implications that exist within the trailer. I mean, other than the grave, there really isn't any other than just RWBY going around killing Grimm. But still, you know, I think it's indicative of him just, you know, not really thinking the things that he's trying to do through for more than just, oh, this is a cool visual, let me put it in.
Moving on to other lyrics. White as cold and always yearning, burdened by a royal test. Black, the beast descends from shadow. Yellow, beauty burns gold. I mean, this is supposed to be RWBY's song here. Why are we describing her teammates? These are also all the lyrics for it, by the way. At least for part 1. Part 2 is just more lyrics about how RWBY misses her mother, so sure. But it still doesn't describe her character. And when Monty gave a description of who this character was, I think the reason, or one of the reasons why Jeff asked who was in that grave was so that he would have anything to grasp to make a goddamn song about, because there was no character for RWBY. I think, you know, Black, the beast descends from shadow sounds really bad out of context, especially since, or within the context rather, especially because it describes Blake. And the reason why this lyric is this way is probably because all they had at that point was, well, she is a mix between animal and human, without much else going on there. You know, maybe the fact that she's stealthy, but even that is just kind of like, you know. So that's probably why that lyric is the way that it is. I don't think, again, that it was with racist intent that they put that in there. But it's still something that just feels really fucking weird when you're listening to the shit. I really like the intro songs to all of the seasons. It really feels like it's there to really get you in the mood, to really see some awesome fucking fight scenes, you know. I mean, the intros are great. I really do enjoy listening to them. They see you as just a child. Oh, I love this shit. Oh, there he is. There's Jeff. He's singing right now.
I quickly wanted to talk about the cover art for the different albums. So every volume has its own separate album on Spotify that you can listen to under the artist name of Jeff Williams himself, right? And every album has cover art that is of varying quality. Mind you, most of it is actually really good. Going over these 3 particular seasons here, I think Volume 1 looks the best. Volume 2 is a little generic because it's just, you know, the actual models they use in the show for the particular characters. Volume 3, on the other hand, their faces just look so weird, man. It's just, I don't know, it's just a little off-putting. Either way, I do think overall that it is pretty fun. It could be that these are like fan submissions that they used. At least that's kind of like the vibe that they have.
Either way, after all of that, this does it for part 1. I'm pretty excited to have finally gone through it. I mean, at this point, this has been months in the making. And to finally have it finished and out there. It feels really, really fucking good. Thank you for watching. If you are still here, and if you're not, then, well, you know, but I mean, thank you all, and of course, as stated before, this is a part 1 in a little series that I plan to make 4 parts eventually. In a couple months, I should have part 2 ready to be out, ready to come out, so to say. So stay tuned for that. Please subscribe. If you liked the video, please like. If you have thoughts about it, then please comment, you know, let me know. I'll probably be in there replying to some of it, you know, just kind of keeping the discussion going, and all of that. Eventually, all of these videos will be edited into one big, huge RWBY review video, which at this point in time is clocking to be at least a couple hours. Looking at the time that it took to do this video as well.
Just really quickly, if you want to help me out, if you want to support the channel, if you want to make sure that the next video gets made a little more quickly than this one, which took roughly like 8 months, I would really appreciate it if you could go subscribe to my Patreon. I don't really have any tangible tiers just yet, other than to become Grummel. And what does that mean? Who knows? You'll find out eventually, maybe. Please support me.
So yeah, again, thank you for watching, and stay tuned for the next one. Cheers.